The following is a special presentation from eStar Studios. Gary Otter.
Curtis Jordan, you guys have been really killing it. These creative opens for our broadcast have been incredible. Some really great stuff. So what you got for Rocket League?
Imagine this. Pimp my rocket car.
100 reasons why I should be a supersonic legend.
How about an audience egg scramble fight?
Not feeling it. Anything else?
Okay. Here is a good one.
3 words for you. Rocket League in the desert.
That was 5 words, but tell me more.
Picture a dry lake bed in the middle of the desert.
We're gonna bring Rocket League to life.
Think badass action movie.
A little over the top, no?
Never.
Well, I can't promise that we'll have real-life supersonic battle cars in the desert, but we'll definitely have some of the best Rocket League teams in the world competing their share of a $10,000 prize pool. We have NRG, Envy, Ghost Gaming, and the like getting ready to battle it out today. And to join me to call the action, myself, Fallout, the host of the WSOE, but I'm joined alongside 2 legends in the Rocket League scene. First and foremost, we got F. Dot, the new host, the voice, the host with the most of the RLCS. And of course, we got Lawler, the godfather of the Rocket League scene, former pro player and caster for such a long time. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
It's always hard to live up to what you got to give out here, Fallout, but thank you. I'm humbled. You're right, though. Old school meets new school. I'm excited to work together with you, Lawler. Excited to work together with you, Fallout. And, most importantly, I'm excited for the good games. We got some good Rocket League in front of us.
Yeah, really exciting matches this weekend, and obviously coming full circle for you and I here, Fallout, and F. Dot. Obviously, I've watched a lot of Fallout's work, but for F. Dot, you and I have been talking a lot off camera. You said you used to watch me as you were preparing to get into the Rocket League scene. So for us to work together now, man, it's humbling, man. It's awesome to be here with you.
quite the bromance we've established in just one day of rehearsals, gentlemen. I'm excited to kick it with you guys all weekend long. I'm excited for the great Rocket League action. And guess what? Let's talk a bit about how we got here today. Let's talk a bit about the format for this tournament. For those that are maybe just tuning in or watching for the first time, we had 4 invited teams: Alpine, Envy, KC Pioneers, and NRG. They obviously earned that. NRG with the first seed and Envy with the second. We had 4 qualified teams. They had to grind their way through a qualifier. Ghost Gaming, Nefarious, Down to Earth, and you know them, you love them. It's E United. Well, today they're going to compete in a World Cup style format, pool play, 2 groups, Group A, Group B. We're going to kick off with Group A, and of course they will then play in a round robin tournament. They'll compete all against each other, and the top 2 teams from each group will advance to our playoffs. Championship Sunday, baby. That's tomorrow, where we got Group A first place versus Group B second place, and so on and so forth. That's going to continue in a single elimination bracket to make it to finally crown a champion alongside a third place winner as well. And they're competing for quite a bit, as you see live at the PokerStars studio. They're competing for $10,000 total, $1,000 for third, $4,000 for second, and $10,000 total in prize pool, with $6,000 total, and I stand corrected, $3,000 for second. Sorry about that. But guess what? We got some great teams competing today. We got some legends in terms of players in the Rocket League scene. F-Dot, tell me about them.
I mean, like you said, we invited 4 of the best. Energy is just that. The super team with Squishy. Envy has put up a lot with Turbo, the 4-time champ. And then your up-and-comers. KC Pioneers and Alpine have both looked good this season.
Not only that, we've got 4 teams coming in from the qualifiers, and the big focus on every single one of these teams is it wasn't enough last split. We need to bring in a new player. So all of these 4 teams are going to be having a new player coming in, but the big focus for me, it says United's at 8th seed. That is not a spot for them. Obviously, a little bit of the struggles through the open qualifier, but a team over the last, I guess, quarter of that fall split really resurging with Tristan, the CRL basically Justin of their scene. So very talented roster, a lot to look out on, and I haven't even mentioned Wondermike yet.
And of course, that's kind of crazy. United getting the A seed shook things up a little bit in terms of our pools, which is going to make things interesting. But I got to ask you guys a question. You know, it's my job. I got to be a little spicy. I want some spicy answers, maybe, just maybe. Tournament predictions. I'm going to ask you that in the form of 2 questions. 1, does any team, especially coming from the qualifier in general, have a chance to take out NRG? And 2, who's going to win the tournament, boys? You going to get bold or what? I want to hear your predictions.
Listen, I'm glad you asked 2 separate questions, because who can dance with Energy, who can contend? There's a whole bunch of them. I mean, the qualifiers, the invited teams, you can mention a lot of them. That's why they're here in the finals. But I got to stamp down Energy. At the end of the day, this is the number 1 team for a reason. Squishy and the boys, it's a tall task to take them down.
Lawler, give me something different, man. Give me something different,
I was wondering how long F-Dot was going to beat around the bush on that one. He's like, yeah, they've all got chances, this and that. It's Energy. Like, of course it's Energy. Of course Energy is the favorite. The only other team that really had a chance here was Envy. And we get to sit and talk with Turbo Bosa a little bit later. We can hear his thoughts on it. But Energy is a team that has shown dominance across all of these other teams throughout the entire last split. Envy has gotten close sometimes, but historically, it's Energy. It's always going to be Energy.
You guys did not get spicy with it. You guys both predicted the obvious, which I can't blame you. That's your job. You're supposed to do that. Well, guess what? We can get spicy with any flavor of Papa John's pizza that you want. Yes. Welcome, Papa John's, to the WSOE family, the newest sponsor of the WSOE, starting hot with one of the best games in the world, Rocket League. Support the company, especially the pizza company that supports esports. It's Papa John's. And guess what? They're starting off with a bundle giveaway right here, right now. You can enter WSOE in 25 in the chat. Spam WSOE 25 for your chance to enter. We're going to announce a winner. You can win our first bundle of 2 bundles per day that we're giving away. This first bundle is going to have a Papa John's t-shirt, 2 Papa John's masks, a Papa John's hat, and guess what? $15 gift card to cover your Papa John's meal. Not only that, you can actually go to papajohns.com, order online. The code is at the very top. Right away, you can enter WSOE25 for your chance to get 25% off a regular menu item all weekend long. I know you took advantage of that last night. You ordered a pizza in the middle of rehearsals, I think.
Absolutely, man. I mean, listen, as soon as they were like, all right, Papa John's our sponsor, here's the thing, I was like, word, I'm ordering right now. I mean, free pizza, not free, but it's freer than it would have been, so I'm here for it.
That's awesome. What'd you order about it? What type of pizza did you order? What type of pizza did you order after that? I gotta know. Pepperoni?
Pepperoni. Classic. Pepperoni. You got to get the green peppers and the pepperoni. Bring veggies into your lifestyle. Come on now.
That's a game changer, man. Hold on, real quick. That's a game changer because I've always loved pepperoni, but now as I've grown to being an adult, I like spice. I'm going to try that out next time. All right, my man. I'm probably going to order that as soon as you guys start casting because guess what? Gameplay is just about ready. But before we jump into gameplay, I want to hear your thoughts. Our first matchup is going to be Nefarious versus Alpine. We, of course, have Envy and Ghost Gaming that we're waiting one player to get ready. That's going to be on the side station. We'll jump into that game if we can, if it goes the distance. But first things first, we got Nefarious and Alpine. I want to hear your thoughts on this matchup. Lawler, starting with you.
Yeah, this one's an interesting one. Nefarious was a team that really caught my attention in the open qualifiers as they played through. Obviously, another roster. They're getting rid of Buddy and bringing in Stokely. And this is kind of his big chance. Obviously, the scary thing for a lot of these rosters is they always have to play up to their competition. They are always considered the underdog. But I think in circumstances like this, when there's none of that pressure, you get multiple chances in a group stage. I think it's a really good opportunity. But this team really caught my attention in the open qualifiers. Ghost was the team that was like, okay, this team's coming out to dominate, but they went toe-to-toe with Nefarious. So Nefarious, a very solid roster. This could be a good upset pick for people that are looking for it.
I'm glad you stuck on Nefarious because I am just as hot on Alpine.
I had to, man. I had to.
This team is exciting, man. Percy, Magic Bear, and Jordan. First of all, Magic Bear has some of the best 1v1 type experience around for a newcomer. This is a young team. All three of these guys are young, fresh to the scene, and if you've been watching RLCS, they are out. They've just been incredible. So these are the up-and-comers. I want to see them play.
I love it, man. All the new blood. When you turn 15, that's your chance to compete. We're going to be watching Beast Mode of KC Pioneers a little bit later, another up-and-comer. So a lot of great action. We got KCP, we got Envy, we got Ghost, and guess what? We got gameplay ready. And again, for everyone wondering, Envy versus Ghost Gaming, we'll jump into that action if we can, but we're waiting for a player. But guess what? Game number 1 is ready. And to call the action, we got old and new, the GOATs themselves. We got Lawler and F-Dot.
All right, man. Just like that. That's how we start a game, baby. Percy. Off the top on the replays. I hope the game starts just like that and continues to push in that direction, Lawler. I mean, that is a statement. Hey, what's up? We're the top card.
Hey man, I know I had to back off a little bit. Obviously, with you covering the grid the whole season, I was like, yeah, I'll let F-Dot speak his piece. And yeah, what a way to start. I'm sure you're not biased whatsoever in this match, but you talk a lot about Magic Bear and his ones mechanics, but my focus is really on Percy. I have a very strong bias towards players that do the little things really well. The tendencies, the nuances that you can't really teach. And his control in the midfield as well as on defense is just absolutely superb. But he's in a tough 1v1 spot here, able to block it out. But a shot response and saved again by Jordan. Great push over to the side.
I think that's really the fun part here is you have a really well-balanced team in Alpine. Magic Bear comes through with one skills. Percy really fills the gaps well, understands how to do the little things. And Jordan, he's the role player. Jordan can absolutely stand up on his own 2 legs and score 5 times in a match, or he can just be the facilitator. And you need that flex style player when you're looking to make that next jump, as we see Alpine doing from newcomer to solidified RLCS type caliber. And, this team has really started to do it. And right here, this small ball style, this half-court style, this is what Alpine does. If you find them on defense a lot, it's not that big of a deal. Where they mess up is when you start playing full-court boomer ball. That's where they get trouble in transition. So if you're rooting for Alpine, this sort of small ball's ideal.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of focus, too. And shout-outs to their new coach in Mystic. He's done a phenomenal job this past split. Bringing in that experience, because this is a team that, although very, very talented, lacks the confidence. They've been in high-pressure situations. I saw them initially when they came into the scene. They'd be up 2-0 in a series, and they'd drop and end up getting reverse swept or something to that regard, and just weren't able to close out. I think Mystic has really helped them settle down and still play that high-flying action, because they are a very chaotic team on offense, but just finding ways to make sure that they don't overwhelm themselves with their own pressure, and then they compare it with high-flying action like this. As Magic Bear trying to go for a solo play, it's not going to play out. Should be an option for Percy. As he goes over the top, does get a demo. It's a shot on target and pushed away by Nefarious.
Yeah, I agree. I think having Mystic help along the lines and bring the team together was certainly a big deal. And I see that for Stokely here on Nefarious. Stokely has a lot of success on teams that have almost had a lot of success, if you will. And I think Nefarious could be it. I think him coming in here after his performance on teams like Zabumafu and Stromboli, this is where he's really trying to like, okay, that was fun playing in the garage band, but we just got signed by a major label. We gotta pack the arena. And he's ready to play. And I need to see that sort of play style right now. 1 goal game, anything can happen. Alpine dancing in front, Jordan a little high, and Nefarious going to knock it out.
Man, that's what I talk about with Percy, those small nuances, the little things. He knows there's a 50 opportunity in 2 players in the defensive end, so rather than forcing a hit and just having that 50 go nowhere, he stays patient, he just passively watches the ball, and wants a defender to cheat up on him. So, again, that capability to keep them up on the offensive half, you're seeing that trend now, but a big wide open counterattack, and it's going to be a score from Nefarious. Well played and good pinch down to Stokely.
Beautifully played by Nefarious, and this is what I was talking about. Alpine does really well when they're one half of the pitch, either offense or defense. But the moment you go to transition, that's where it gets scary for the green guys. It's an issue. Tie game, 1:37 on the clock. Nefarious forcing this one in the later stages. It's up to Alpine to climb out.
Yeah, I think you're kind of the best person to ask this then compared to anybody. Is obviously you've gotten to watch them across the grid the entire fall split. Have you seen that be a trend? Has there been anything that you've noticed them trying to adjust as Adam's going to kind of flop this one in? But has there been anything that you've recognized from Alpine to where they've been able to fix that whole field pressure?
I mean, that's been the biggest thing, really looking at how this team does really well in adaptation. That's esports, baby. And Mystic has really done a good job of finding little things that they struggle with and fix them week by week. Me and Turtle actually can go in between and watch them make those changes. Here, Alpine makes a change in this game to tie it up at 2. But that big picture remains the issue. Transitional goals is where Alpine drops the ball. And I think that makes sense because that's a large overarching issue, Lawler. You know, it's not just, okay,
sure,
fix this one thing, and then you go, okay, you practice it in training, and then it's over. That's a sort of like big picture, takes a season to really fix that hole. It's up to teams against Alpine to really make use of that Achilles heel, and it's up to Alpine to hide it.
It'll be interesting to see in the last 50 seconds here. We talk about game 1 kind of being that feeler match, and what better to do it with 2 goals apiece. This one's going to pinch in front of the net. A shot saved and pushed away by Stokely up in the air. Trying to play it on target, use that backboard. It is going to be Percy, and a good recovery as well. Able to play it all the way back into midfield solo. A little bit of trap on top. Should allow his teammates to come crashing in. 30 seconds remaining in a pinch on target, and easily saved and trapped by Magic Bear. Showing those one skills. He just screws past 2. And almost gets it in the midfield, but again, finds himself on defense. Going to be looking for a big clear, but it's not there on the initial touch. Going to be Jordan with a solo play, and backed over to Adam. Into the midfield, shot there, and challenged again. Something I like by Alpine is not letting those plays develop, trying to get a player in front of it right away as one's in front of the box. 5 seconds, 4. Off the ceiling, Adam trying to keep it up. He does get underneath it. Could be a flick over the top, and trying to settle this one down. We have overtime here in game number 1. I told you it's going to be a close one here, F-Dot.
Yeah, best of 7. I don't expect any of these games between these two teams to really drop the ball, so to speak. Alpine trying to bring it onto the offensive side. Jordan with the double tap opportunity, but the defender gets there first. Not going to be able to put it on in and end our overtime just yet.
See the difference here from Nefarious as well, F-Dot. Just the difference in the way they're clearing the ball. They know the pressure in front of their net is dangerous. When there's people like this, Percy with the double touch finally putting away for Alpine Esports.
Well played. I mean, that's... This is the same shot Alpine had attempted, I think, 2 or 3 times in that last 2 minutes of the regulation and overtime. They just kept going, all right, listen, we found that if we just sort of chip shot above that last defender and go for the double tap, there's a slight opening. Nefarious kept just barely blocking it, but, I mean, that's what Alpine does. I call it popcorn offense. They just keep shoving it at the goal, and eventually the kernel pops.
Hey man, that's the best part about a team like Alpine is they have the mechanics and the backing to do it. Every single one of those players is so talented. And you saw Nefarious try to make those adjustments. You know, they were feeling the pressure on their half, and you talk about it. Alpine struggles with that kind of boomer ball. immediately off the back wall. Nefarious booms it down the other way. But Alpine recognizes, well, that's some space in the midfield for us to utilize. And you see what happens. I mean, all it takes is one shot, and Percy knocks it away. So, again, a lot of adjustments here, and that's what you talked about initially with Alpine, the ability to make those adjustments throughout the series. We're already getting that in game number 1. So, really good sights here for Alpine, but a close one. Overtime already, man.
Big picture when it comes down to Rocket League, it's a momentum game. People say it's a rhythm game for me. You've got to be able to feel your teammates. Everybody likes to call it car soccer. It's hockey. You're on a track, and if you stop your momentum, you absolutely can't catch what's going on from your teammates. And that's what we see out of Nefarious. That's how they were able to get their 2 goals there. They were able to get those passes. The passing plays are really, really big. You can never move faster than the ball, even if you're supersonic. And so I want to see more of those passing plays from both sides, in all honesty. Alpine can grab the 2-time double taps, and then we can see that across the way from Nefarious. Sounds like we're going to jump in here in just a moment. And like I said, both teams, I want to focus on more of those passing plays and opening up the pitch.
Yeah, man, got to be able to work that field. Worked well for Nefarious earlier on, but we got a little bit of a trivia question for you, F-Dot. I'm springing this one on you. Pop quiz time. What is the fastest speed in the game? Do you know it?
88 miles an hour.
So, fun fact, obviously you said supersonic is when you're kind of going the fastest. They don't tell you this, but you actually go about like 2% faster if you're going supersonic and you boost.
Ooh.
I don't know if you knew that.
I did not. That is, you learn something new every day. Alpine learning that they got to be a little bit better on defense here. Nefarious starts this one off. 1 goal. Worth noting, Alpine were the first ones to score last time around. They took game number 1, so Nefarious hoping to change that motif as they put the first one in. Percy, on the other hand, going to keep the ball on the blue side of the field. Magic Bear and Percy grouped up a little bit. Shot in the mid and assist not grabbed. Nefarious looks like they want to take possession away. It's up to Percy to stop that. Jordan up, and there's Adam pushing it down.
Yeah, really good response here from Nefarious. Obviously getting that first goal right off the back. But you can already tell the pressure here from Alpine immediately. A lot of these touches between double commits, as well as just trying to just hit it away because they can feel the panic that's starting to ensue from Alpine's offense. Just need to be careful with it. Obviously, you want to trap the ball and get some of that possession back in your favor. That's what's going to help the boost dwindle. As a double touch opportunity, it's going to be Adam. He can do it too. Puts it away. Up by 2 here is Nefarious.
This is Alpine, just classic clumped up situation. You can see Jordan goes for the save, and then him and Percy are occupying the same sphere of influence, as I like to call it. They're just a little bit too clumped up there, needs to spread out. If that was kind of happenstance, Jordan went for it. Percy should have waited and then followed up. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Alpine in the hole, 0-2.
Yeah, now the name we haven't really talked about much on Nefarious here is actually Jay Wismont. If you guys don't know him, obviously played a plethora of rosters. Primarily got known for his approach on Charlotte Phoenix with Karma for a very long time. But a player that primarily, he's doing a good job when you're not calling his name. He has the ability to go for pump-offs and hit the double touches and stuff as well, but primarily he's just going to bump his teammate too. And not the double touch I was thinking about F-Dot, but it counts, right? Like, that counts, right? If we take those.
Faking, and then it was like his teammate said, all right, listen, you faked twice, just shoot the ball, dude. And he bumps his own teammate. 2 minutes, 3 goals, all of which are in Nefarious purple. Alpine, game number 1, looked like they were ready to dance. Game number 2, they're getting their shoes stepped on here. Not a great look for the Climbers. They've got to kind of wrestle their way in. Before I talked about how they look good when they're playing control, when they slow the pace down, when they look to play half court. And Nefarious, after 1.5 games, have identified that and are kind of refusing to play that style game, Lawler.
Yeah, it's been a little bit different. You can notice the trend. They're just trying to play fast to make people play to their play style. But the difficulty is, I think Nefarious likes that chaos. They want to just rival in it. So I think, like you said, Alpine needs to slow it down, kind of go for a little bit more of the methodical. Pass plays like this are a good way to do it, but you can just see the speed of Nefarious. They're not afraid. They're not going to back down to go for those challenges. I mean, you saw it from Jay Wismont. He's not afraid to aerial back towards the play developing. But interesting touch here from Magic Bear. Trying to keep it awkward here for Adam, but still able to read it. No boost. Could be an opportunity for Alpine as they play it in the midfield. It's intercepted, and Adam again on the ball. Been saying his name a lot lately. See if he can continue it. As the shot comes in, it is blocked to the side by Stokely. Gonna have to slow this one down.
One of the better opportunities they are given to Alpine and take it away from Nefarious, but good for Alpine there. Adam on the fast break. Alpine throws a monkey wrench into that machine, so no goal number 4 for Nefarious just yet. Jay Wismont looking to change that, can't get the angle. Secondary appearance and defense from Alpine. Little wide, but you know what? I'll give the defender there some credit. Magic Bear barrels into the opposition, and a brief look at offense. Nefarious takes control one more time.
Yeah, man, Nefarious, you can tell a trend. They are just playing as fast as they possibly can, and quite honestly, you know, that's what Alpine wants. Alpine wants that chaotic play, and if they're beaten and losing their own, I mean, you can see it just left and right. They're trying to get to the ball as quickly as possible. There's not really any consequence being thought about, but just immediately crashing to it, and then it's paired with demos on the back end. A phenomenal play from Nefarious to really put this one away. I mean, we've only seen, I think, a 4-goal comeback once in the history of Rocket League in competitive play in that sense for the RLCS, and it still ended up going in favor of the team that had the lead. So obviously trying to make some history here, but again, it's a very difficult one, and I don't want to call it too early, but with the way Nefarious is playing F-Dot, it's pretty much over. We're going to be tying up the series here in this best of 7.
Got to agree here. It's going to go to a 1-1 split, you know, and this is where I'm tipping my cap to Nefarious. This is absolutely strong. I talked about esports largely being adaptation. I don't care what game you're playing. Any sport is about identifying what your opponent does and adapting to it. Alpine does that really well on the micro level, but big picture, Nefarious has downloaded Alpine's gameplay. They said, okay, you want to play this small, slow control style? What if we just dial it up to 11, hit the gas, and never tap the brake pad? And Nefarious is up 4-0. They scored a lot of those goals in the first half of the game as well. I mean, this is impressive, not on the surface level, Lola. This is impressive to me because you put the ball in the net 4 times. It's impressive because of how they did it. It's just a real small look.
Yeah, I mean, the best part of it, too, is, I mean, we're talking not only is it a bounce-back game, but they're beating Alpine at their own style. I think that's the biggest thing here, F-Dot, is the ability to catch up to that speed level. But we've got a quick word from our sponsor here of goPuff. Let's take a look.
Seriously? No energy drinks?
Get $4 off your first 4 orders at gopuff.com/WSOE. Order in seconds, delivered in minutes.
We welcome you back, everybody, here as we just finished up game number 2. And F-Dot, I might have to make some orders of not just pizza, it looks like, here relatively soon. But yeah, man, it's been interesting in a series so far. I talked about at the very beginning in our pre-show the capabilities of Nefarious and how they did catch my attention with Stokely as their new addition. And he just feels like he meshes really well with this play style of just, we can adjust when we need to. And I think that's credit to all of these teams that are kind of in that bubble and trying to push into the top 16 for the grid. So I guess what's your take on everything that you've seen so far?
Yeah, Nefarious, I got to be honest with you. I put a lot of stock into Alpine, not just, you know, listen, grid is all cute to be like, you know, play for the show. But at the end of the day, all these teams, no bias in all actuality. But getting a chance to see Alpine, I legitimately believe in these two, Alpine and KC Pioneers. I do think they are the future of competitive professional Rocket League. And I perhaps have been doing myself as well as Nefarious a disservice in not really... They haven't been on my radar the way some of these other squads have been. And so after watching game number 1, I said, okay, that's about how I expected. But game number 2 was wildly different. And I would absolutely love, I always say casters love to be wrong because it means the game is exciting. I would love for Nefarious to shut me up and be like, all right, you're on notice, man. You got to watch out. Stokely is fit in exactly the way that you mentioned. And I have been looking at Jay Wismont. I loved his performance on Charlotte Phoenix. I thought he's a real good teammate. And I want to see that here with Nefarious, and it looks like to be working out.
Yeah, I think it's best when Jay Wismont isn't the one that is required to do all the flash.
Exactly.
When he's able to just kind of survey and then make his attack known. I mean, even if it is bumping his own team for a pull shot, double touch, or whatever you want to call it, you know, goals are goals, man. So, yeah, I've been really enjoying Nefarious, but, I mean, back to Alpine, you talk about the future. It kind of leads me to believe, like, this is a team that came in, they stuck together. This is their now 2nd season, quote-unquote, as we enter the winter split. as a unit on a lot of things, and I really appreciate what Alpine's done. Obviously, I know you're pretty close friends with a lot of people over there like I am, and I love the fact that they are confident in this team. They know that they have a lot of capability behind them, and why split that up? Give them an opportunity to draft and develop kind of mentality. So I'm excited to see where they go, but again, first step here is Nefarious, who've been putting up a fantastic fight a minute and a half in. Still no goal to show for it, but a lot of offense.
Glad you mentioned that big picture type approach. Jordan can't do it by himself, and that's why we got teammates. Percy with a period shows up and knocks it on in there. 3:18 on the clock, 1 in the goal column here. And I got to embrace what you were talking about, big picture with respect to the org. Listen, esports, particularly young esports, I'm talking age of player, not necessarily age of the game. People are quick to roster change. We see that all the time, and if it's not working, make a change. I'm absolutely not saying stick with your buddies just because they're your buddies, but with a team like Alpine, I definitely think it would have been easy to see them change and move in different directions. Very happy they didn't. I want to see more of that. Synergy is what a game like Rocket League is built on. You got to read your teammate's mind, and you don't get that opportunity in half a year. I'm glad to see them stick to it. Ooh, they can't stick to this one, and they're going to leave that on the table.
A little bit on the tippy toes there, and to kind of further exemplify your point, you can see the contrast of it. Obviously, some similarities, but look at Plot Twist, right? Obviously, Mektos and Taroko and all those guys have been in the scene for a while, so it's a little bit different, but you're seeing the spreading of that talent, which I think is probably for the better. Obviously, we have yet to see that. We'll get to see some of those players have an effect, like Mektos coming up here in a bit against Envy on the Ghost roster, but I do think Alpine, every single one of these players is extremely talented, and if you took their individual skills and brought them to other rosters, you would see improvement. But I'm glad to see that they're sticking it together as they get a goal here, trying to kind of capitalize on and bring themselves back. And I'm really happy that these are best of sevens, because we get to see who truly is the better team, because I think a best of 5 could be swayed one way or the other, talking that this next game would be a match point kind of circumstance, but with it not being there and having a whole lot of Rocket League still left to play, I'm excited to see that so-called chess match of Rocket League as these guys go back and forth, because the game right now has definitely slowed down quite a bit, which favors Alpine.
How come nobody ever says backgammon match? It's always chess. Backgammon's strategic.
I don't know. Netflix has got a new show called Queen's Gambit. I got nothing, man. I don't know.
You know what? That's fair.
I watched the first episode, dude. It was dope. I loved it. It was super good. So, I don't know.
I've never seen a backgammon show. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Take that, backgammon. How you like me now?
I have seen a Domino's show though, so I don't know. It might not all be in the TV credits, but I want to see. Listen, I don't have a transition for that. I apologize, but Alpine, they're gonna get
start a pilot, bro. Make it happen. I'll watch, man. I'll tune in.
There it is. Here's my. You ready for this? They're going to get backgammon here with the gameplay. You like that one or no?
I feel like you took a little bit of wavelength in that one. But I'll let it go, brother. That one was, that was a reach, bud. That was a reach.
Well, Alpine's reaching for the stars here, trying to get themselves a second win. 30 seconds left, but it's a 1-goal game. This is... Before we were like, listen, 4-goal comeback. We were talking like it was over already. Not the case. Nefarious has more than enough time to put it in the goal here. Alpine doing a great job of keeping it on the opponent's side of the pitch. That said, Caster's Curse, we come to Alpine's side. Jordan just making sure to bounce it around, keep that ball down, away from the goal. Everybody's clenching their fists, and that be that, folks. Game number 3. In the books here, Alpine Esports takes over 2-1.
Yeah, I enjoy how you brought up the fact that it is not a 4-0 and the game's already over, with a minute left. But I think that's because of the way the game is being played. I think pretty much 85% of that game was controlled by the offense of Alpine. It may not be a high-scoring game. That's credit to Nefarious' defense and the way they've handled it. But they were under pressure essentially that whole time. So, yeah, it may not be high-scoring, but Alpine most definitely dominated that third game.
And that's the gameplay that I was talking about. Again, like Lawler mentioned, I've had the opportunity to kind of watch these guys pretty closely in the grid, and they have a very particular play style. And they don't always score a lot, but they look to control the ball. Even when they're on defense, they don't mind being on defense as long as it's control, a little slower than most teams play, which can be a liability at times. If they get downloaded like we saw them in game 2, sometimes it's just over. But if they're able to like bait their opponent, play their gameplay style, and jokes aside, the chess match, the real slow control, that's Alpine's court. They don't mind it being 1-0 because they can kind of hang.
Well, the dangerous thing about Alpine, something that I've talked to them a lot about as well, is they recognize with their individual talents, yes, they can play slow, methodical, and really force one player after another, and you're seeing that here, where individually each player on defense from Nefarious is expending a ton of boost to just go up and make a block. But then you start working in the capabilities like Percy with a slow play, a flip reset, a top right, perfect placement. That is what makes them so dangerous. The slow, methodical control on offense, but then they have the individual play to force somebody out. You see something like this with a bump paired on the bottom end, and there is nothing Nefarious can do.
Little baby touch there from Percy, just little change to the direction, goes right above the defender. And I think the biggest point was the secondary point that you made, the bump on the bottom. And, oh my gosh. And what's up? Take it away. You hate to see it. Alpine needs a second chance at that one, but Stokely's the one driving down the field with it. Nefarious, they got away with that one.
Yeah, on the goal line, obviously, I'm sure they're happy about that, keeping it back within 1 as we get into a minute and a half. A little bit spooky on that one, but Halloween's over, boys. As a shot comes in and a good response, that's a 2-goal swing, essentially, if you're up to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to agree with that one. This is real clean from Stokely as well. Teammate off the wall, real classic Rocket League play. Alpine there, they're kicking themselves. They had an opportunity, they dropped it, it fell between their fingers. Now Stokely and teammates turning it around. Alpine need to go, okay, take that energy and turn it right back at them.
Well, big transition here from Nefarious, trying to play it out into the midfield. It does get dropped into the corner with plenty of defense to pair from Alpine. Challenged in the midfield. Adam there, going to try to play it up. This is the issues I have with Nefarious, and a lot of these teams that kind of sit in that bubble sometimes, is you had an opportunity in the midfield to trap that and bring it up the wall solo, but instinctively you just hit it and kind of play that boom ball, and it throws possession right back. And as you can see why, Alpine now on the other side of the field and just kind of able to poise up. Plenty of boost control in the midfield, but good efforts by Jay Wismont there, able to make it a little bit awkward. Does allow not only his teammate to put in a challenge, but also get the boost with it, and pairs a bump, unfortunately goes over the top. But now Nefarious finds themselves on offense into the corner, and a challenge again forced right back into the midfield. It's up high, can nobody be there? And it's cleared away by Alpine, able to pop this off the backboard. A shot opportunity, it's Percy. All they need is one.
Real smooth. Real smooth. Jordan comes up and fakes almost like this was his shot. And right there you have Percy lying in wait. Always gotta play the backup man. You never know where it's going to go, and if you're always there and ready, Jordan's shot might have went in, but Percy there just in case is the reason we see that second goal.
Yeah, I mean, the reason they're able to do that too, F-Dot, is just the trust that they have as teammates. Obviously, when you commit 2 players to the offense, there's a lot of pressure riding on that last man back, but I've never really seen them have a struggle with that. Like, these guys obviously been playing together for a decent amount of time, pretty much their entire professional career. There's a lot of pressure coming in, a lot of scariness to it, as the aggression here from Nefarious coming in yet again, not able to get a touch on that one. But that third man back, a lot of pressure on him, and a good challenge by Percy's going to bring this the other way. As Magic Bear already downfield waiting for it, not able to deny the boost, but lofted up high and cleared away by Nefarious. Should bounce this one out. A lot of time left, still only down by 1. And plenty of options, but a big one here for Alpine. If they can take a victory here, it's going to put them on match point.
Last sequence was real strong defense from Alpine. That was impressive. A couple of saves there. You see Magic Bear stepping up as well, getting a slightly less routine save. Not exactly one I'm going to go crazy for, but one I am going to make note of. Percy now twirling down the field, not able to make much of it, but again, this is how Alpine kind of bleeds you out. Doesn't look like they're doing much, but Neither are you. And that's the way they like it. Alpine staying on offense, block number 1. Staying on offense, block number, no! The block misses the early commit, and Percy gets the okie doke. Just, oops. And Adam,
it's so unfortunate, too. I mean, that original play came in off a Magic Bear solo play. He almost squeaked it in top left. But initially, it's like you have a double commit that comes in off the initial challenge, and I talk about those solo plays way too many times with Alpine. And it's because they are so lethal. It's just a matter of mixing it up, and you can see that. Obviously, continuous pressure, slowing it down a little bit. They work in a solo, they force it out, and unfortunately, the team, because it is so threatening, causes a double commit, and then as you called it, the okie doke, I guess is the terminology we're using, as Adam is going to bulldoze a player of Alpine and clean up some of the snow on the ground, I guess, even though we're in a daytime map. But nobody left at home, and this game has really been blown open in the past minute.
Yeah, this was a chess match turn freestyle match.
Yeah, man, you love to see it. Okay, well,
yeah, just off the wall. I mean, not like didn't even have to go for a secondary touch. Just shoots it from midfield. Nobody there. Nobody's home. Half a minute. 3-goal deficit. Lawler, percentage chance.
0? Is that an option?
It is now.
I mean, I hate to say it, man, but Alpine isn't going to be giving up 3 goals in the last 15, 20 seconds. It's just not a thing. If anything, they'll put in another one, as they're trying to do here. Just hitting every post along the way. Still, I mean, this is Alpine at their finest, man, when they're playing that control and able to control the midfield. But I will say it's not perfect just yet. Both teams are making some pretty bad touches here and there, a couple mistakes. But for Alpine, you create that lead and you create that pressure. It's eventual that the team is going to succumb to it.
Certainly looks strong there. Alpine now lead the series, couple games over, just one for Nefarious. And, you know, that's actually an interesting question. I just want to ask you straight up and down, you know, Nefarious game number 2, I mean, that was 4-0. It was dominant. It wasn't even close. And all these other matches have been pretty close, or at least seems so. Whether or not they actually were is up to, I suppose, Alpine and their fans. But, I mean, what does that say about Nefarious, that they were able to completely dominate game 2 and not really able to replicate that?
I think it goes both sides, right? Normally we'd see in Rocket League where game 1 is kind of that feeler. Game 2, a team has a playstyle that is usually a little bit closer. And then game 3, the team that's down by 2 is usually the one that makes that adjustment. And it's why we like best of 7 so much, is because you essentially have a second opportunity to make those adjustments. I think Nefarious has shown that they can adjust very quickly, and that's why they got game 2 with that faster playstyle. I think it was a level of more so like confidence and comfort coming in. But now this is like the true test. They've lost 2 in a row. They've got to figure out, how do we adjust to the playstyle? Alpine's given us many different looks. They can play fast, they can play slow, methodical. They can also go for solo plays, as you see another one attempting to be here. But now they got to find a way to dictate the pace themselves. They've had a very hard time of maintaining possession. It's just Alpine seems to have an answer, man. So this is a tough one for Nefarious. Quite honestly, though, I think Alpine has really hit a groove, and we talk about that fluidity in Rocket League when you can get the motions going. Ooh. And if Magic Bear's going for solo plays and fake and flip resets, you need to be careful, because you can just see the panic as shot after shot. You talk about that popcorn offense. You're seeing it again here from Alpine.
Yeah, that's it in a nutshell. Magic Bear goes for some flip resets, then Percy goes for a fake, and then Jordan just kind of slams it in, and the enemy team goes, we only have 3 players. You guys are cycling us like a carousel. How are we supposed to deal with this? The rotations of Alpine proved to be real effective, but for now, not so much. 3:30 on the clock. Still a lot of Rocket League to be played. Scoreless after that time, but it is match point here for Alpine. 1 goal is all they need to take the game, and 1 game's all they need to take the match. Denied there by Nefarious. Magic Bear high. Jordan on the right side. Not going to be much of anything. And the ball one more time. Toss towards the net. Wide. No goal for Nefarious.
Now, for anybody just joining us, we appreciate you being here. 3-1 in the series in favor of Alpine at WSOE Online for Rocket League. We do have another match going on simultaneously here between Ghost and Envy. And after this one wraps up, we will be joining them and seeing how the rest of that one's progressing. So If you guys are curious, stay tuned. We'll try to keep you guys up to date when we can. But so far, so good, and an opportunity here for Nefarious going underneath. A big goal for them as well here, about just shy halftime. What a touch by Jay Wiz.
Oh, and he gets some help from the enemy squad as well. Defense tries to knock it out, but unfortunately knocks it right towards Jay Wismont. That's some not great. Not a great look there from Alpine. Got to adjust here, tie it up. Like you said, half a game to go. So certainly a ton of time. Adam and Nefarious going to look to control here. Midfield, Jay Wismont one more time, sends it careening on the other side, but Magic Bear chilling, lying, waiting. No problem for the defense this time around. Still, Nefarious has control on Alpine's half, and they're looking for a secondary opportunity. Ball slows down, ball goes fast, ball goes in. 2-0 Nefarious.
What a shot as well. You see the slow play, and I mean, this is the way you have to handle it. As soon as he slows that down, you need to have one person go in and challenge immediately, and then have someone there for the backup. Something Alpine's normally really good at. But again, punishing them and trying to get used to this methodical play is really helping out. Good opportunity here from Nefarious, and to keep you guys up to date, we said we would. Shoutouts to Mike and the boys in production for keeping us up to date. I don't know if you've heard it, but Envy is up 3-0 right now against Ghost Gaming.
Yep.
And the scoreline is not any better. 3-0, 3-1, 7-1 as they enter game 4. So Ghost, good luck, because Alpine's showing that they can bounce back here. we're gonna go back to this game, man.
Yep. That's my entire response to hearing your update here from Envy. Just, yep, as I expected. No disrespect to Ghost Gaming, but Envy are a team, not only are they strong in general, but my 2 cents, I didn't think they started the season out too hot, and Turbo doesn't stay not hot for long. They picked up speed. This is a team that looked better towards the later half of the season. I mean, this is their stride. So I expect Envy to come in here and actually look really, really strong. Alpine here have to channel some of that energy as well as they try to get themselves back into this one. They do have a couple of strikes remaining. Don't forget, it's a 3-1 picture overall. So Alpine on match point they can lose one, they can lose another. Obviously, they don't want to, Lawler, but they do have that in their pocket should they fail to tie this one up in the next 60 seconds.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the concern I had. Before they had Mystic as a coach, that was the problem, is they would be in situations like this, up 3-1, up 2-1 in their series, and then they would just lose the rest, and it's like, what happened? You guys were dominating so much. And I think that's where Mystic really comes into play. I think right now he's just trying to make sure that they settle in, realize, like, yes, we do have some extra lives, but we've been winning for a reason, but a doink like this is going to be a beautiful one. And a great pass from the midfield, too. You just catch the guy sleeping. Jordan's trying to cheat up, and Stokely's in his face, bullies him out of the way, and then takes the pass himself. That's just good positioning by Stokely and good heads-up play.
Caught in the headlights. Caught in the headlights, Jordan. Couldn't decide if he wanted to hit the gas and challenge, or if he wanted to back up and go for the defense in the net. Caught between a rock and a hard place and ultimately gets smashed by both of them. So 3-1 against Alpine. If they score the next 10 seconds, this is possible. But with Jay Wismont barreling towards the opposition, I don't think it's going to go in the direction of Alpine here. I think we're going to go on to another game, and Alpine's got to find themselves more in control than they were this time. They started off nicely, but they're unable to kind of finish it off.
Yeah, last 5 seconds here. It's going to be an easy one here for Nefarious as this one closes out. And a big one for them, too, and I talked about this. Obviously, this was going to be that kind of bounce back. Having that adjustment, they did it really well in game number 2, but after 2 losses in a row, they should have some sort of tendency to recognize, okay, this is what they're doing, and you saw it. You know, that play in the corner, the ability to come in and progress and challenge that corner while he's trying to slow it down on defense. I think it was Jordan. And then apply that pressure immediately, you know, get a little bit more aggressive on that last man back. And it's opening up some opportunities. So as we take a look at the highlights here, this is the one I'm talking about. You know, that pressure in the corner immediately followed up by Jay Wismont. And it's just a good shot on target when everybody else on defense is kind of stuck in a standstill waiting for that play to develop. If you can get there first and you can put that pressure on, there's not a whole lot you can do to react.
That's one of those moments where I call it the gamer siren, right? When as soon as you see that moment, as you're in the back half of the pitch, you got to hear that siren, and you got to see that Jay Wismont had it, bang, puts it in. That's if that goal doesn't happen, it's a mistake. You know what I mean? Like, that's teed up, and you just have to have that game sense in order to play at this level. And Nefarious does. They get their second win of our best of 7 set here. Kickoff strong. Alpine now still trying to close it home. Again, they have one more loss remaining. We're only in game number 5 here. Or excuse me, this is game number 6. And so they've got to get their 4th victory. And Percy is going to watch as his teammates step in front of Nefarious's offensive attempt. As Nefarious starts us off with control, shots high. An interesting set here. We're watching the 2 go. Four minutes on the clock. And there's the change. Nefarious and Stokely battling back. And we've seen this back and forth kind of forever. And the shot again wide. The shot not wide this time. Right smack in the middle here from Jay Wismont. Sticking to it and able to make it happen.
Yeah, I was wondering when it was going to happen here, F-Dot. Obviously a lot of pressure from Nefarious, but it was just crossbar after crossbar. But eventually I think the big telling one here was the fact that Alpine does go down and make a kind of a subtle chance, but it's immediately pushed back by Nefarious to bounce it out. So again, pressure so far in favor of Nefarious, a lot of it trending in that direction at least. And you see it again here, controlling the midfield and finding each other, just putting a shot on target. Doing a good job of spreading Alpine thin, but not afraid to go up for these high-flying ones. Courageous or not, and almost a ridiculous angle from Adam. It's going to be played on. Percy trying to take this one slow and control it in the midfield. It does have the pressure and gets past 1. Can he get it past 2? No, Jason Wismont, immediate clear and a good shot from Stokely. He's going to put that in. What a shot on the goal line. Almost saved, but it doesn't matter.
Insane. You talking about trusting your teammates. Stokely hung out here just going, send it to me. Send it to me, homie. And right there, the package delivered. 2-0. Nefarious up. Looking like a different team here in this game. Completely changed from what we saw the last couple ones. Even the last one that they won didn't seem as confident as they seem here. So I feel like Nefarious, they got their win, they got their follow-up, and now they have their wheels underneath them. I wouldn't be surprised if we go to a game 7 here. It's up to Alpine to kind of stop that. Ton of Rocket League, 3 minutes on the clock. But Nefarious look like they have a little bit, Caster's curse, control of what's going on here. But Alpine take a page out of Nefarious's book and just stay committed, Lawler, and eventually put it in.
Yeah, the dangerous one's on that one too, F-Dot. Obviously, you can tell just minimal boost. I mean, we had perspective on that goalie for a long time. He's hovering at like 7. He picks up a tiny penny and is like, okay, I need something to get out of this. And when every 50 is followed up by Alpine, which is something they do very well, is challenging in front of that net, they keep it in and eventually does a goal. So the thing that kind of scares me for Alpine's sake is because they have been 2 games from victory multiple times. You know, they've had chances. If they drop this one, it swings back in Nefarious's favor, and that's what concerns me about Alpine is that confidence starts to dip a little bit. You don't see the high flying or the solo plays. It seems to be a little bit more boom ball, which is not what you want because it goes back to that full field thing they struggle with, you know, that overarching story that we were talking about at the beginning. So again, I think Alpine, if they don't win this one here, I'm very nervous for them. But obviously a lot of game left to play. 2:15 still left as Percy could have bought this one up to Magic Bears. He plays it in the corner and boomed again immediately by Nefarious as it settles into the midfield. Going to drop on down and back and forth yet again we go F-Dot. Good shot, pass in the midfield, and it's pushed away.
That's something that I think that I actually have some insight here with respect to like my work on the grid. But Alpine are putting in work on the pitch here. 2-2, just under 2, in what could be the last game of the series. And I'm going right to it. We were you were talking about like mental game, and young players in general have a hard time adjusting to it for the most part. Every now and then there's a one to Mike, but most of the time young players tend to be a little bit more emotional. And that's certainly a thing. That is something that Alpine has specifically worked on. They specifically have tried to keep the crud out of their comms and have tried to keep themselves kind of up in the air. And so goals like that are a big deal. I know the guys are getting excited. And if you want to be a successful team, I'm not saying if you're a cheerleader, you're going to win all your games, but keeping it together is a big part of that. I look at Nefarious in the same way. They've got to keep it together here as the game is tied and then some. Percy for the lead.
Hey, you talk about keeping it uplifting. This is a great way to do it. A fantastic pass in the midfield and a shot down. That is a big boost in that confidence as well, being able to put that in. And a big transition as well, being down by 1 now to up by 1 is a big one within a matter of a minute. So again, Alpine trying to make sure they close this out. This is why they brought in Mystic. This is why I talk about and sing his praises. Is in the past, these were things that they would let bother them over and over again. But it seems like they've overcome that. So it's one facet of their game that they have really improved upon, and it's probably one of the more difficult ones because it's not directly correlated to just putting in hours in-game on the stick. Yeah. So a minute left here as it goes in front of the net. A good shot and good pressure by Nefarious, trying to bounce back as well. This one goes off the back wall, and a big clear. This should be some relieving of pressure for Alpine. This is where it gets dangerous for Nefarious. This is where Alpine gets to set up. That's wide open. That's just going to roll in. All right, well, try to build up this big moment, and it's just like, oh, yeah, it trickles in. It's fine. Like, come on, guys.
That's what we call an okie doke. Just kind of rolls on in. Nothing to celebrate, nothing to look at, but listen, a goal is worth the same amount as a pretty one. And so Alpine will absolutely take that. They double Nefarious's 2. 30 seconds on the clock. Nefarious can do it. But will they? Is the question. And with that piece of defense from Magic there, the follow-up piece of defense from Percy, and Magic there the second time, I think that puts a nail in it.
Yeah, I think that's a great play from Alpine and a really good showing from them as well. So trying to put another one in the last 10 seconds here. We've been asking, what kind of delivery are we going to get? Nefarious puts up a fight, and I think that's the best part that I'm getting out of this too. Obviously, Alpine getting the victory for them, but Nefarious showing that they're not going to go down. It's not going to be an easy walk in the park. And I hate to say it, maybe it is just Envy's that good, as on the other side of the games, Envy 4-0 clean sweep over Ghost, but I don't think that's telling enough of Ghost. So again, Nefarious put up a good fight. But a lot of things and a lot of questions that I'm looking forward to being answered here in the next couple of series. Like, is Envy just that good? As for Alpine, that's a big one as we welcome back in Fallout. I want to get your take. Obviously, this is a new addition here for you in Rocket League. I mean, first match, you liking it? How you vibing? Like, where you at? I know you've done a lot of these, so...
Liking it. You probably saw my messages in Discord. I was freaking out. I'm loving it. Are you kidding me? I've been a big fan of Rocket League for a very long time. I come from traditional sports. I played soccer, lacrosse, football growing up. So, of course, Rocket League being the closest thing we have in esports to traditional sports. I love it. I'm so blessed, so grateful for the opportunity to be working alongside you guys, two legends in the Rocket League scene. And what a first match it was. I mean, it's almost borderline serendipitous. And for those that have watched WSOE in the past, there's something about WSOE. There's something about the magic behind WSOE that brings us the best storylines, the craziest matches, and we kicked off in the same exact way. I mean, Alpine almost getting reverse swept, a near reverse sweep by Nefarious, and of course they're able to close it back out. They go down 2-0 in that game number 6. I mean, what a finish it was. After that, I want to start with you. You talked about something in particular. You said getting the crud out of the comms of Alpine. Do you think that made a difference in Alpine being able to really dig deep and secure that win there when they were on the brink of a reverse sweep?
Yeah, I mean, I think that goes for, like I said, any team whatsoever, especially in a game like Rocket League where all esports like to come out here and be like, it's a momentum-based game. But literally, if the ball stops, you saw what happened. It happened in game number 6. Jay Wismont scores it. If you stop the ball, you get scored on. And so you got to keep it moving, and that means both literally on the field and mentally in your head, you got to keep it moving.
I love it.
Hey, man, we're going to keep it moving in the show as well, man. Going to keep it moving in the show. We've got standings to look like. We've been talking about updating you guys on all these things, right? So let's take a look at the standings, obviously. We were talking between Envy and Ghost and everything else, and we can see it here. So Envy, obviously, a 4-0 clean sweep. That's going to help them for tiebreakers later. Alpine getting a 1-0 here. I don't know how you guys feel necessarily because we didn't get to watch that Envy game, but, I mean, you're talking a 4-0 clean sweep and not a lot of goals scored by Ghost. I mean, you're talking 4. They scored a goal a game. That is not enough to beat pretty much anybody in these kind of competitions. They got to bump that up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We were this close to showing that Envy gameplay. We all want to see Turbo on Envy, but, made a decision. We showed Nefarious and Alpine. We showed the new guys some love, and what a match it was in game number 1. And Envy, meanwhile, 4-0 clean sweep over Ghost Game and wasn't even close. Dominant showing from Envy. The good news is we got Envy coming up next on stream. We also had the hint that you gave earlier, Lawler. You had a chance to talk to Turbo. That's going to be coming up and more when we come back from this short break.
WSOE Online 3 Rocket League is brought to you by Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. And by goPuff, order in seconds, delivered in minutes.
I need a new controller.
Okay, I'll get on goPuff.
What else do we need?
Get some late night snacks.
We need some Lysol.
Seriously? No energy drinks?
Out of toothpaste.
We need some detergent.
Does goPuff have all that?
Yep, be here in minutes.
Get $4 off your first 4 orders at gopuff.com/WSOE. Order in seconds, delivered in minutes.
And I just gotta tell you, these features for goPuff and Papa John's get me excited each and every time. WSOE always bringing the best content, the best action. I want me some goPuff now. I don't know about you.
Dude, nothing more real than, seriously? No energy drinks? Listen, Lawler might be a little healthy, but that's me. I exist on energy drinks. And so, like, that's real. That's a real moment. 3 a.m.? Yeah.
It's been a problem, man. I just moved into a new apartment, so, like, I've been trying to, like, not be lazy, and I'm just like, I see these commercials, I'm like, you're telling me I can order something at literally any time and not have to go shop? That sounds pretty good right now. Like, it's enticing, man. It's a problem.
anytime and any items too. I'm more of a coffee drinker myself, F-Tot. I can get that through goPuff. It's pretty awesome, not gonna lie. I didn't even know goPuff existed until this show, so I'm excited to start using goPuff myself. But more importantly, we got some great Rocket League action going on. Let's take a look at the schedule for the day, as we have already kicked off and completed our first matchup of the day. Alpine Esports avoids the near reverse sweep from Nefarious to win that one 4-2. We already saw, I mentioned earlier, Envy beat Ghost Gaming 4-0. Well, guess what? We got the winner versus the winner, and it's gonna be our next matchup. Envy going up against Alpine Esports, the Young Guns, in our next matchup. And then, of course, a lot more action to come after that, but I want to be all eyes focused on this Envy and Alpine matchup, because it's going to be a great one. And guess what? We actually had a chance to have my man Lawler catch up with the one and only Turbo. Lawler, it was dope. I'm excited to hear what Turbo had to say.
All right, thanks, Fallout. I'm joined with Turbo Pulsa, one of the most dominant players in the game. Thanks for being here.
It's been nothing but dominant. For you, since you were a sub and won a world championship, it's either been you win or you're almost winning. Like, how do you exude excellence, Turbo?
I'm gonna be completely honest with you here. Don't tell anyone, but I have no clue what I do to win. It just happens. It just comes to me. I don't know. Just wake up feeling like I'm not gonna lose today, so I don't lose. And right now it's like an extreme top 4 heavy teams in NA, so it's quite hard to win. Like, you're not gonna dominate anymore. So anyone can win on any day. So you just gotta be on your toes at all times.
Where do you get that competitive, edge? Where is that coming from?
I mean, I think it comes from me playing sports. I played soccer and floorball in Sweden, and I always hated to lose. Like, I always wanted to win. And I think it came over to Rocket League as well. Like, I never want to lose. I just want to win. And if I lose, then I just take my time to process everything, and then just keep on grinding and go for the next one.
Let's talk about your actual home. What are some of the major differences that you've noticed about Sweden compared to the USA?
I mean, the major difference is the people, I guess. Like, I think the work ethic in the NA scene is quite better than the EU, in my opinion. Everyone grinds more, and that's basically what I've learned from moving across the pond.
You're considered as one of the funniest pros in the community. I don't know if it's intentional or not. I don't know where you get your dry humor from. Do you think it's helped you? How did this personality come to be?
I don't know. It's just, if you're not having fun, then what's the point? Like, if you're just being boring and just go day by day by not having fun, then it's just I don't know. It's just boring. So that's why I try to be, as outgoing as possible on social medias and interviews and stuff like that. But right now I'm quite old. I'm quite humble, I'd say. So I'll tone it down a bit. Let the other people do it for me.
Most humble pro, right? Nobody more humble than you?
No, I don't think so.
How do you continue to motivate yourself to do it every single season?
I just feel like it's the competitiveness in me. I've always been a competitive person, and being top of a game like this, it drives my competitiveness in me to the max. Just so much fun playing a video game for money, and then it's probably a dream, so I can't really complain. And I didn't really see myself doing this. You don't get to move to a different city or in a different country across the world for a simple thing. So I do not take this thing for granted, and I just want to be at the top of the game.
It's just so much fun playing a video game for a living, and at the end of the day, if you're not having fun, then what are you doing? I love that. A couple sound bites there from that interview with Turbo. Lala, you did a great job asking some great questions. And I gotta say, man, I gotta get involved with the Rocket League scene more often. You got some great casters and talent, of course, in F-Dot and Lawler. You got some great pro players that was so well spoken. Maybe not humble on Twitter, but he was humble in that interview, Lawler, that's for sure.
Yeah, talking to him, he was absolutely fantastic. Obviously, Turbo, we know him for his dry sense of humor and banter on Twitter and stuff, but ultimately, he's a true competitor. He always wants to win. We got to do a little bit of a follow-up a couple weeks back with him as well, and just the guy has really come into his own. He used to be shy and quiet, and now he's as boisterous as they get, and I love every second of it. Love every part of it.
Winning 4 world championships might give you a little bit of a reason to come out of your shell a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of helps. I guess that kind of helps, especially for someone coming over from Sweden doing it in the U.S. What a story that is from Turbo. Awesome interview as well. Guess what? We get to watch him play right now. Turbo Pulsa joined alongside Mist and Atomic of Envy. Big roster change in this, last few months. Of course, no longer playing with NRG. Well, guess what? We get to see them against Alpine right here, right now. Gameplay is ready. And to call the action, New Guns versus the old school. We got Envy versus Alpine. Take it away, boys.
Waller, I'm excited. This is just good scheduling going on here. Alpine hard fought against Nefarious. Envy does their thing off camera, and now this is the kind of the litmus test for Alpine. I think Envy top card expected to win here, but by how much? And can Alpine maybe even sneak away a victory? A lot of questions here that I think are unanswered. I don't think this is just kind of like setting the table, let's ask questions that we know the answer to. I think Alpine has a shot here.
Yeah, I think the big thing you're going to notice, though, is at the beginning of this game, in probably the first, 20 seconds, Alpine comes out, a bunch of shots on target, and a shot that would have normally went in against a team like Nefarious misses there for the save. That is going to happen over and over and over again. Envy, their defense is just absolutely stellar. And then when you think, okay, we've got some pressure, it's back in front of you, Turbo dunks you, and gets the patented coup goal, and gets a goal. So, again, Envy is very frustrating to play against. I don't think it's going to change. My attention is they just dominated Ghost. How and why, and can they continue it?
Big question, right? And it's on both sides. It's Alpine. Is it going to slow down the Envy machine? Can Envy just continue to crunch it down? Defense, you mentioned it, probably going to be the biggest difference here. Alpine we've seen them play against big teams before and even get some wins, and they stick to their same game when they play offense, but their defense is kind of what lacks and falls apart a little bit in these big pressure situations. So pressure might, it's the early stages of day one, but Envy's a big team. They looked better as the season went on. A shot wide from Alpine. Those shots, that's the difference. Those shots have to go in. You have to be more accurate when you're playing against a team like Envy.
Well, I mean, the pressure's there, and they're doing a great job. And part of the reason why we're able to see if it's going to lead to anything is because of this API that's built by the guys over at WSOE. Big fan of mine and a big friend of mine. In particular, shout out I'm going to give it to Jordan. Obviously, production behind the scenes doing a fantastic job, but Jordan's the one that kind of designs all these graphics, and they look absolutely fantastic. So, long-time friend coming full circle. So glad to see him here, along with you, F-Dot. It's obviously a great time to see anybody strive in the Rocket League community, but before we sink into our teeth, got to give some shout-outs to the visual side of it as well, because I don't think production ever gets enough credit. I mean, putting together that interview and everything else alongside it. So
people don't realize how much of a push and pull this is. Players are here. We're highlighting the gameplay, and it's all tied together and delivered by the folks behind the scenes, pushing the buttons. But the players on the sticks right here. I mean, this is Alpine in the hole here. 2:20 on the clock. Magic Bear barreling towards. But ultimately, much ado about nothing here for Alpine. Have a couple of opportunities that wind up falling flat or get halfway there before they're interrupted by Envy, which is kind of what I expect to be the case. Magic Bear a little slow on a shot opportunity and so completely stripped away. Mist in the sky. Turbo a little too high, and Percy will look to take over. Magic Bear and the squad with control. Shot. No, too slow. And defense gets in the way again.
Yeah, I know we're only about 3 minutes in, a little bit over, but you can just see the difference in level of play. We talk about the transition from, I wouldn't really call it a lesser team, but with Nefarious, obviously, the difference between RLCS caliber and everything else. I think Alpine's going to settle really well into this match. I think it fits their pacing a little bit better. Obviously, Envy's going to be a little bit more punishing, transition a lot faster, and I think that allows Alpine to not be so flat-footed. You saw that numerous times in the last series for them where they had to slow it down a little bit. They had to wait for things to develop. And with Envy, a team that wants to play this kind of fast, aggressive play style, as well as still play the methodical, I think it's going to be more of what Alpine has adjusted to over the last, 3-4 months. So I expect this game to be a much faster pace and a lot more creativity from both ends, which makes it a better viewing experience for both of us. But that's what you expect. I mean, obviously, both these teams being invited for a very good reason.
This is absolutely, I like the way you said that. This is absolutely Alpine's game to adjust to. Envy's going to come in and let us know what we're having for dinner. and Alpine has to be okay with it and bring their own bottle of hot sauce. Like, they're not going to be able to just sit down and do what they wanted to do like they did against Nefarious. This is Alpine's job to adapt, and Mist is going to make it a hard one. 2-1 after that. Mist all for the assist from Atomic right down Broadway.
Exactly why he came over to this team. Obviously, a lot of people concerned about why is Mist leaving his old roster. They made top 4 in LAN and a really solid team, but he wanted the limelight. He wanted to come in and showcase, I'm not just a defensive player. I'm not a support player. I can do it all. And you see it here in the midfield, just sitting there waiting for it. It's a beautiful 1-2. He puts it bar down and in. And he's been able to do that. Saves on defense as well as controlling the midfield as well as the high-flying aerials. Man can do it all and gets my heart because of the small little nuances that he pulls off as well. So kind of a full all-around player that you want, that you can build a team around. And the fact that they also still have a 4-time world champion in Atomic, another player is just absolutely dominant with his mechanics. Makes him a very lethal team as this one's going to settle back down. 15 seconds in the midfield. Gets demoed but clears it away, so should be fine. There's a lot of pressure in the Alpine half, trying to slow this one down and stop it from developing before it does.
Last chance.
Slows down, a double commit on defense. This could be an opportunity from Alpine. Just needs to get the pass across and a good intercept from Mist. And there you go, checking back to the defense. It's going to close this one out. Envy up 1-0 in the series.
Mist wins that game, not with that second goal, with that last defense shot there. The last defender right there was able to kind of keep that from being a tie game and go to overtime. So a smooth play there from Mist on Envy, preventing Alpine from tying it up and bringing us to the next.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the group stage, obviously, to keep you guys up to date in the standings. Trying to show and give you different looks throughout the that kind of 1-minute break time in between the matches before they get all started. As the guys, it look like they're just kind of waiting to get ready. We do have, is that a spectator? They pulling a James bot right now? It's 4 versus 3. I don't think that's fair. So we need a spectator to hop on out, and we should be good to go here. But looks like we're fine now.
You know what? It's not a Rocket League tournament if the spectator doesn't join the team. Envy up 1-0 here. Alpine trying to battle back. And, you know, when we talk about some of these top-end teams coming against the low-end teams, sometimes it's not really a question. But Alpine proved in set number 1 that they've got what it takes. But Turbo Pulsa, I've seen this episode. The first goal scored early moments of the game by Mr. T himself, and the Pulsa is pulsating.
Hey, man, I got to say it, though. You're talking Mist on that front end. It's the initial touch, then immediately beelines for that goal. He opens it wide open for Turbo. Great team play and good team effort across the board yet again. It's only 20 seconds in. It is Envy up on top, a double touch and another demo. And again, without any hesitation, this is what makes Envy so difficult. Their defense is absolutely stellar, but they also have the ability to just commit. You want to talk about that trust? Sending 2 on the house? That's the way to do it. We're only 24 seconds in, and they're up by 2.
Great communication there. 2 going right in, 1 going demo, 1 going ball. Easy peasy. And Envy with the squeezy. Alpine's got to climb here. Something they can do. Right now, Envy keeping it in control on the opposite side of the field. Jordan here slowing the ball down. This should be advantageous for the squad. But Envy able to jump right up. No problemo. Percy here for the secondary opportunity. And just barely missing. Follow up from Jordan. Blocked by Envy. Strong defense again. That's the difference here in this matchup, is the defense coming out from the blue squad. Alpine struggling against the top caliber players of Envy.
Appreciate you guys being patient, obviously, with the spectators wanted to get a couple of games in themselves. We had a little bit of the overlay, so it looks like everything's adjusted. Nameplate's back on, and you're going to see it here nice and clear. High-flying Mist, plays it off the ceiling. It's just like another backcourt, F-Dot. And it's good to see these guys get creative. I mean, obviously, backcourt plays back in, like, way back, Season 3, Season 2 with We Dumb Girls. Ironically enough, I mean, Turbo Pulsa, that's a name that you should recognize during those times because he kind of won a world championship, but backcourt passes, the Devo's coming out. And now they're starting to go off the ceiling for a pass straight down, making it even more threatening. So again, creativity in the envelope being pushed. As always here is more action back and forth. The trap down, a pass on the midfield, match bear with the shot. And a pass over, but intercepted again. Gonna have to work for it. That's what we talk about Envy on defense. No freebies here. Pass on the midfield, dribble pass one, could get in, and a good save. Could be an opportunity for a shot. But immediately challenged. We talked about the difference in level of play in the RLCS teams. Stuff like that. You have to fight for every aerial because these guys can just turn on a dime.
Oh. Percy with the skitter towards the goal. Wide and unsuccessful. Jordan here on the left side by himself. Missed. Just keeping man-on-man coverage. Jordan just drops the controller and goes, okay, dude. But that's the control that we're talking about here. And Alpine, as they kind of spiral out of control, you see them default to solo play. All three of these guys try to put on the backpack and do some carry. And I think that's not toxic in the way that we think of it as disrespectful, but I think that leads to more downfall from the squad. You know, Mystic's got to get in there in between these games and be like, listen, guys, shake it off, quarterback mentality, play by play, no problem, and just keep it moving, because this type of like solo play, fine, I'll do it myself, isn't going to work. You've got to tee up. See, that time they teed up with their teammates, but again, strong defense from Envy, and again, strong defense from Envy. Shot denied because of strong defense from Envy.
Almost like a broken record, but I kind of go back and forth on the solo plays. You know, if things aren't developing, it is very easy to just have one guy go solo because it allows his two teammates to get into position. It gives them some time to get boost. There is a lot of benefits to the solo plays, but again, I think it's more so just the thing you just hit the broken record on. It's defense from Envy. When everything you are doing, a pass play there upfield with a shot on target, multiple solo plays, continuous pressure, and you still can't find the back of the net, what do? The one thing that we haven't seen is they got to find ways to open up that net, and a demo is a good way to do it. So if they pair that with a guy sweeping through, we saw how effective it was for Envy at the beginning of this series.
See, my thing is, I think you're 100% right, and I think that's the issue, is that when Alpine default to the solo play, the other two guys aren't getting in position, looking for boost, etc., looking for a demo. All three of them are looking for their solo shot to put the backpack on. And that creates that opportunity where it's just sort of like lining up quarters on the machine. Nobody is out there grabbing the waters. Oh. And that's the problem.
Turbo, I love and hate you at the same time. That shot would have been sick.
Not here. Not today.
Oh, Turbo.
It's that strong defense.
Every time. I mean, we had questions, right? It's against Ghost. Moral clean sweep, you look absolutely fantastic. Is that the case? Or is Envy just that good? And I think we're getting the question answered here. Yeah. It's going to be a 3-0 here in game number 2. Putting up 2-0 in the series. This one drops to the ground.
In all honesty, I think that if this match is months ago, Alpine has a higher leg on it. But right now, Envy is just eating. Let's hear a word from our sponsor, Papa John's.
Order Papa John's and get 25% off regular menu price items. Just use code WSOE25.
Yo, the heart eye emojis for the pizza, that's real life. That is 100% real life. I feel that, Papa John's.
You may have heart emojis for the pizza, but I got heart emojis for that transition, man. Eating good and then straight into pizza. Like, that's the play, dude. Well done. It's like this guy hosts the RLCS or something.
I don't know what you're talking about. We just out here watching Envy eat up. I mean, honestly, like, make as many jokes you want. This is the big picture that I was talking about. In all honesty, is that like Envy is a top team that people had question marks on throughout the early part of the season, and as the season went on, people kept asking those questions, And it just became more unfair as time passed to ask those questions. And if we saw this Envy team come in here a couple of months ago, I think how I opened up this set saying like Alpine, let's see what they can do, would have been relevant. But Envy are here saying like, listen, man, did you miss the back half of the show? This is how we are. This is who we've been. And Envy, I think, everybody hates the cliche, the sports cliche of hungry or whatnot, but I think Envy has something to prove, as this season didn't necessarily go the way they might have planned, and the end of it certainly turned up, and they're continuing that here in our off-season matches.
Yeah, Envy's had a unique, interesting story coming in. I mean, in the offseason, obviously, they played at My Brawl 10K, and it was the first time that, like, even in the reactions of them winning was like, we finally won something. Like, Mist was just so happy to finally push past that hump. And Turbo's just like, yeah, that's what I do. You know, I enable people to win. That's how this works. And then we get into the week 1 of the grid and they drop to V1 and you're like, okay, maybe it isn't. Maybe it was just the off-season situation. And then they just kept winning and always were top 4 and finding themselves in those arguments of almost there. And unfortunately, they get killed on the transition here with that demo coming out, which is what we said needed to happen on the way back. A beautiful demo there to open it up from Jordan. But again, I mean, Envy has been answering that question. I don't think I've ever put them out of top 3 the entire fall split in my power ranking. So again, a team that has been synonymous with the top, has gotten some wins here and there, but they're fighting for it. I mean, Turbo in his interview talks about the top 4 and how lethal it is. And I gotta stop talking about Envy and how good they are because I've cast a curse in the heck out of them, as Alpine puts in a second.
Well, this looks like we're watching game number 1 with the names reversed. Turbo Pulse in game number 1 came through with a big bangarang of a goal, and then number 2 was an okie doke like 30 seconds not even later. And Magic Bear comes through with a bangarang of a goal, and then an okie doke off the kickoff not even 30 seconds later. Alpine Esports looked like they went, okay, Envy, we saw how you beat us in game number 1. What if we just did that to you? Stepping up the demo game, stepping up this stuff. Again, Alpine adaptation. That's how they make their climb, and they're looking for it. Denied a nasty opportunity, denied a second nasty opportunity, and denied a third. Strong defense from Alpine this time around. Again, doing their best Envy impression.
Hey, man, he talked about it. We talked about Envy's defense being absolutely stellar, and we're getting a taste of that from Alpine. Glad to see them level it out. Obviously, we want to see good competition, good matches either way. Neither of us, obviously, all that bias towards either of these teams. We just wanted to see the highest level of competition and best of 7s. Really allow that to happen. So, again, going to be up to Alpine. See if they can continue this onslaught as we approach halftime. It's going to be up to Envy as well. See if they can change it up. It looks like Alpine has adjusted quite well here in game number 3, which is kind of the golden game when it comes to adjustments. There's a shot off the backboard, no third to follow up, and a smart one at that, staying back. Allows Magic Bear to be ready for it. Slows it down. He's not going to boom it right back to the other side, but it settles in front of the net. Shot opportunity off the corner. And there it is. Perfect placement for Atomic, far post. They bring it back within 1.
Perfect placement. That's really it here. The way he angles here to snap that on the right side. If it's anywhere else, you see Percy misses it by 2 inches. If it's literally anywhere else in that goal, Percy's able to just put a stop to it. No problem, no questions asked. That's professional level play. But just beautiful placement there from Envy. They get themselves on the board, looking to turn this one around. 2 minutes to go here. We'll see what Envy can do in the next 120. If they're able to tie it up or they get tied down. Alpine here on their opponent's side of the pitch. Mist looking to change that. And Magic Bear accepts the ball from the right-hand side. Ball popped up here by Turbo Pulsa. Popped down, not towards the goal, but that shot is a little wide on the left-hand side. Percy looks to take it away. Missed with a bump. And the long shot just shy of the top left side.
Mist is headhunting out here. We've been watching his perspective for quite a bit here. And he's just chasing down his opponents and applying that level of pressure. And it's interesting, too, because you're seeing the mix-up of Envy. There's a lot of trends that you see in teams where people fall into that stereotypical role, like Turbo being the 3rd man in the rotation. But now that he's able to work in some of his own double touches and put a little bit more aggression in, you're starting to see a little bit of a mix-up. I mean, the last play, it was a shot that came off with the initial touch coming from Atomic. Atomic set it up, and then he stayed upfield and went for another shot and closed it far post. Now he's seeing Mist, being the aggressor, coming in, going for demo. So it does make it really hard for these teams to adjust every single game, but Alpine doing a phenomenal job of holding on. Still a lot of pressure going in favor of Envy in the tail end of this series, in the tail end of this individual game. But again, Alpine, it's a lot of pressure to handle. They're doing a great job of working the field. The pass play here just a little bit high. Unfortunately, no third man there, so they're going to have to back out. Jordan going to pick this one up. It gets bullied out of the way. This is going to be a transition for Envy.
Routine block. 15 seconds. Alpine looking to hang on. Envy trying to change this direction can absolutely bring us to OT if the opportunity presents itself. That might have been it. Take it away here. Percy down the field. And that's going to be game 3. 1 in the pocket for Alpine. Big score, 2-1.
Yeah, a really big deal here for Alpine. Obviously, we're trying to see how they were going to fare against another top-tier roster. Obviously, the first look at the 2 invited teams here so far. Game 3, obviously, the telling one. Big transition, but it comes off at the beginning. Those 2 early goals were kind of what spelled the demise of the Envy roster. But a little bit of a role reversal, as you mentioned at the beginning. It looked like a little bit of Envy in Alpine at that end with the defense. And then to the okie doke, I think. What is the technical definition of an okie doke? I'm not as cultured as you.
It's one that just shouldn't have had, like, okay, man, like, word, like, got it, no problem. Rolls in, just like, yeah, that's an okie doke. You know what I mean? Like, all right. It's where you deeply sigh, put your controller down for a second and go, all right, man. And that was the hard definition of it, right? Just like the 50 off the top, Alpine here, off the top, starting again. Small ball, control, opponent side of the field. Everything coming up Millhouse for Alpine in this game. Scoreless still, but this is how they like to look at it. Envy, this time around, Atomic takes it, dishes it to himself. Stolen by Magic Bear. Over the competition. Mist the only defender. Checks backwards. Mist shows up top right corner. Denies the shot.
Hey, we want to talk about the solo effort. You talked about Magic Bear being a once player. He's definitely transitioned into threes pretty well, but when he gets space or if he needs to create some on his own, you see the capability. Gets past one, picks up a midfield boost, keeps it going, and then even though that initial approach is off, he still finds a way to make it threatening. So again, when he's feeling good, it just makes it so much easier for his teammates, but Envy doing a good job of handling it. The pressure's starting to show from Alpine. It's definitely transitioned a lot more in the pace of their favor. It's getting a little bit more aggressive. A good fake by Percy. He's going to put that one in, but a good challenge by Turbo. One of the better defenders at it. Not feeling pressured in a 1v1. Into the corner. Bounced awkwardly. It's going to pass out. An opportunity here from Envy in a 1v2. Need to play it over the top. Passes there. Shots on! And a beautiful play from Envy.
Yes. That is good Rocket League. Just over one and through the other. I'm all smiles. That's the type of gameplay I like to see. Envy comes through as a team and puts that one in at 3:33 on the clock here.
Just so great to see them commit to it as well.
Yeah.
You're seeing the commit as well. Like, not only do they play that downfield, like, they're in a 1v2, technically a 2v2 with that other player sweeping in, but the flick gets past the other, and even after that flick, I don't know if you saw it on the tail end, Turbo does go in and bump that last goalie too. So again, not afraid to just send everything because they have that faith in that third person back. Again, that's not something you can teach. That is something that just takes with a lot of time and a lot of effort. In my interview with Turbo, I got to talk to him. Like, you know, it's a different role for you, it feels like. You have to be the veteran on this roster. And he's like, you guys don't notice it, but Atomic and Mist talk probably more than I do. I'm probably the quietest in comms, which really builds a sense of, I think, of confidence for that team too. When you got the two younger guys, the less experienced, being the ones doing most of the talking.
Yeah, because I mean, that's, if Turbo's letting you do the talking, that means he's content with your direction, what's going on. It is the silent nod of approval from the veteran in the corner, right? Like, that's, and enabling your young players. That, you talk about things you can't teach. Watching esports vets, because the world of esports is so small, so young, watching esports vets adjust to learning how to, like, teach the young guns and give them the power to be winners themselves rather than just listen, my name's Simple. I'm here to hog the spotlight the whole time. Like, that graceful veteranship is a big deal. And Turbo is one of the guys that has really, really settled in and become a nice look at that sort of gameplay style.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about him all day. You know, a guy that, you know, in contrast to Mist, you know, Mist wants off of his team so he can be the high flashing, get some of that notoriety. And Turbo's made a career doing off the complete antithesis, you know. It's interesting to see that contrast on the same team, and I think that's what makes them so strong is they both come from different perspectives, but that unselfishness from either side has been really exciting.
That's why it works.
Obviously over to Alpine though.
I mean, that's exactly why it works. Listen, I love the selflessness, the small, non-mechanical, if you will, right? Like the minutia of it all, but at the end of the day, somebody's got to be LeBron. Somebody's got to jump over a dude and put it in. And listen, if Mist wants to be the guy, let him be the guy. Somebody's got to. Turbo's here, Atomic's here, and Mist can absolutely accept what he's giving him. Alpine here with a minute to go, and it's tied up. Magic Bear from up top puts it down low.
Hey man, you're talking about needing a LeBron and jumping over somebody. There it is from Magic Bear, right over the top and far down and in. A perfect example to tie it up, and with a minute 2 left at a crucial time at that. Obviously, they're trying to tie up the series here in game number 4. A lot of game left to play. But Alpine doing a fantastic job, I would say, off the kickoff until I say that, and it goes in back to the net of the OSU. Oh, man. My turtle? Did I do it?
God. I think you did there. Oh, man.
Oh,
Envy
man.
with the long range just... Okay. There it is. 57 seconds. Alpine. If I'm Alpine, I'm just sitting there going, all right, shake the Etch-a-Sketch, and we'll just... Exactly. Magic Bear, just do it again. We tied it up once. We can tie it up a second time. If that goes in, it's a much different story. And just like that, we're reading a different book. Turbo Pulsa. Goal number 3 here for Envy. And Alpine looking up at a 2-goal differential.
So do we agree to stop talking about Alpine again? Like, what's the plan here?
I mean,
I don't know if they've secured that deal for the fall or for the winter split for you, bud, but might be second guessing you. Like,
listen, they've got themselves in the grid, and they've got themselves a second goal. But that's the issue. They were able to do it. I had no question that they were able to get the second, but I said the third one would be a different story. I absolutely knew that Alpine would get 2 goals in this game, but I'm questioning if they can do it again here, Lawler. I would love to see it, because I think if Envy goes to 3 games, they go to 4 very simply, and it's a 4-1 series. It's very important for Alpine to tie this up at 2 if they want to stretch this one out.
yeah, I think it's a really good call as we get into the final 15 seconds here. Scoring 3 goals on Envy is a very difficult task with that defense as they're trying to bring it back the other way. A lot of these solo plays towards the end and a lot of spacing being given just to kill this clock. But that's a shot on target and a good save by Atomic. That's in front of the net. Can they follow it up? A lot commit here from Alpine. And it's going to get slammed down. So Envy, like you said, 3 up in the 1 in the series. I think it's going to be a difficult task for Alpine altogether. And this is where I think Envy becomes more lethal. They're in a very comfortable spot. They have the ability to close this one out. And when you pack the box on defense, this is where those counterattacks come. And Alpine's going to have to make up for it. So I think it just follows suit into their playstyle where Alpine's going to try to go for some stuff that's possibly a little bit more risky. And for Envy, they just counterattack heavy. So keep an eye for that.
I've absolutely got to agree there. You know, Envy's a team that, and you know what, call me on this if I'm incorrect. You know, you're the vet. After a year of watching Envy, really what I've got out of them, roster changes abound, is that this is a team that likes to play kind of fast and loose, and sometimes that runs them into trouble. But when you give them a big picture lead, like the 3-1, this is where teams like that go crazy, go stupid. And this is, you have the opportunity to do that sort of thing, and they'll play fast and loose. So that's why them getting 3 games above 1 is real scary for me.
Yeah, I think their team with Atomic by default wants to play, you know, that kind of fast, aggressive play style. But with players like Mist and Turbo, I think it bounces out really well. And I think that's why this team is as good as they are, as they can do stuff like this. That pass almost down from Atomic would have been absolutely lethal. but they're not afraid to slow it down, and you're seeing it here. Yes, they want to play fast and aggressive, but you look at Mist. Slow down, going for a solo play. Now Turbo's back on defense. Yeah, he's in a one-on-one, and he gets beat for it. Almost, and then does. A little bit scary on that one, but again, they do have the capability to really change it up. So I think that aggression and stuff falls into play. It's going to be up to Alpine on this one. Some of these solo plays I think are going to be absolutely needed.
That was prettier on the replay than I thought it was. Gets around Turbo on the left, follows himself up on the right. That was a pretty picture for Percy. We'll have to see it. Demo set up, shot on goal from Magic Bear. Good defense. Second time, good defense. Picked up by Percy. Long range shot, inevitably going to be blocked out. Ball midfield, makes it past one, but Orange teammate there, lying in wait. Magic Bear up top. Watch Turbo Pulsar there on the right side of the field. Knocks it mid, no teammate waiting. But another shot on goal, easily denied. Secondary opportunity popped up. And ball in front. Ball can't be pushed in by Mist. Having some issues there. Again, Alpine with some interesting defense.
And some interesting offense. Yet another goal. Yeah, I've been wondering what was going on with Alpine, and it seems like they've really adjusted well. I was wondering if it was a trend or not in the last 2 games, but you're seeing a little bit more here. Normally they would just kind of bang it downfield or go for a solo play. But now those passes downfield are actually to another teammate. They're getting a little bit more confidence to stay upfield. You saw that pass downfield over to Magic Bear, who put his solo touch on. But now it's just been a mixture of everything else. They're not afraid to commit a little bit heavier. You're seeing it in the pressure that's coming out. You even see Percy there in the corner, not afraid to go for a demo. But at the same time, they need to be aware of it. If they don't get those challenges, the domino effect comes into play. Things fall apart. But these passes, finding each other really well, make it a little bit more difficult. You pair it with a demo and shots coming on target. Alpine's starting to look alive here, F-Dot.
Credit to Atomic there, getting in between a beautiful opportunity. And Magic Bear crashing the ball. Honestly, something that we haven't talked about is just straight up, warm-up. The veteran teams like Envy warm up faster than the young guns. Hours in the gym. How many tournaments has Turbo Pulsar played versus some of the other guys across the way? And so, all right, got a couple of games, got a couple of goals, and then some. Trace for Alpine here. 2, 3, 4 on the clock, and 3 in the pocket. The Green Climbers, Alpine Esports here. Turning it around.
I don't know. Not to toot our own horns too much, man. We talked about not being able to open up that defense. There was one easy way to do it. And look how many demos have come out in the past 2.5 minutes. Anything through a rotation through, and I think that's the help of Mystic on the back end, their coach.
Yes.
But an absolute fantastic fit. Hey, find each other in passes more, go for some demos. You got to find a way to open it up. And with open nets like this, there's another one. This just seems to be a trend at this point.
Oh, no. 4. Oh, this is... it's fun to watch because, again, nobody that has ever watched a single game of Rocket League is going to tell you Alpine is favored to win here. Like, no disrespect to the team. They're just not. And seeing this type of dominance is interesting. I want to see how much Envy can kind of bring it back. You mentioned before, an 0-4 return is almost unheard of in this game. If a team's if there is context for it, it might be this series, but 5 would be another level. Percy off the assist from the twirl of Jordan. Mist gets involved, but Atomic can't help him out.
Now, I will say, in RLCS, it's never happened, but I did cast a game of Cloud9 versus Jamal Jabari, and Cloud9 was down 0-5. They were down 0-6. They were down 0-5. They came back, won it in OT 6-5. But 0-6 has literally never happened, I think. I'm pretty sure. So, what do you want to talk about, F-Dot? Because it's not this game anymore, because it's over.
Oh my goodness. There's a $154 on the clock still. That's a whole lot of Rocket League.
It's 6 goals, F-Dot. Let it go. It's not happening.
But you're saying there's a chance.
Oh, be quiet.
Denied. Well, that was the chance. That was me trying to hope that the game would go my direction. And then Alpine just said, no way. and then they say it a second time as well. You mentioned Mystic though, my man. So again, whether you're playing a detailed numbers-oriented MOBA or you're playing an action game like Rocket League, like it's about adaptation. And Alpine had struggles getting past that defense. If you and I can notice it and mention it, you know that Mystic's notebook is filled with it. And so come in, get some demos, all of a sudden you're above Team Envy by 6 goals as Alpine Esports. That's not a mistake. It's not a fluke. If Alpine led this game by 2 goals, all right, maybe Envy were caught sleeping. Maybe Alpine got lucky. But if they're leading by 7, there is nothing but luck on the side of Alpine and Mystic. This is, like I said, this is intentional, man. This is insane.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal, and there's a lot of talks about why Mystic was brought in. And obviously, you and I both being close with Alpine in that organization, you know, we've gotten to talk about kind of the nuances of 8 goals now going in. But why they went with Mystic, and I think it's a multitude of things. Obviously, Mystic has been at the top. He's been super close to World Championships. Ironically enough, he won a WSOE, the very first one, with Speed and Cookser as well. So he has been towards the top. He's won events. He's got a ton of experience under his belt. But he's also seen the highs and the lows. He knows how to handle those high-pressure situations. He knows how to close out series. So being able to rely on that level of experience, but also the personality, I think something that isn't talked about enough. Mystic is a very relaxed guy. He's super laid back, and I think he fits personality-wise absolutely perfect with this team. I think it's a fantastic fit, and you can see exactly here. 8-goal response. Hopefully they've got some left in the tank for the next game because it's going to be important.
If you're, you know, there's a lot of different ways to be a coach. You look at Gordon Ramsay and he screams at everybody, and
calls you an idiot sandwich.
That,
yeah, the good stuff, right?
That was exactly the reference I was thinking about, by the way. Alpine barely win this 8 above 0. But going back to the Mystic conversation here, I think Percy, Jordan, Magic Bear, they're all kind of like soft-spoken type guys, and Mystic is the guy to kind of corral that in. I want to bring your eyes here to the group stage. Alpine has a win, and Envy has a win. Alpine took it above Nefarious, and Envy took it above Ghost. If you get 2 wins, you are so close to clinching tomorrow. The magic number is 3. If you wind up 3-0, yeah, we'll see you tomorrow on Sunday. But 2 goals puts you in the driver's seat.
Yeah, a really big one here, obviously. And this is kind of how we expected things to go, right? You got your 2 invited teams towards the top, both 1-0 in their first match. There's kind of that decider. You win this one, and you're almost for sure in. So a big deal here for both of these teams. Obviously, Envy still 1 away. Alpine with a good response here to put them back within 1. So, again, Alpine here going to need 2 more in a row. That's a pretty tough feat against Envy. And after a game like that, it's like you get that confidence and that hope. And the biggest thing for Envy now, an early goal. You got to stop that momentum to the best of your ability.
Here's the thing, though. I had written Alpine off. My whole interlude between games last time around was Envy has 3. They're gonna play fast and loose. This one's easy. Let's go get burgers. But like Alpine here completely tosses it on its head, and now I'm asking questions. I really am, man. Like 3-1 Envy. Like I said, it's over in my mind. And the fact that Alpine brings us back, I can't go back to that previous rhetoric. I think Alpine have a leg in this race now, and I previously just didn't. So I'm all in. I'm ready. Popcorn initiated. Let's go.
Hey, man, full circle back again to what we were talking about with Alpine is sticking with this team, right? At 1 split, yes, they don't have the greatest results towards the top, but I mean, they make top 8 in every single regional. They make it in majors as well. So why would you split up a roster that has this much potential? You talk about them being the future of what Rocket League could be in the pro scene. And you're seeing it here, going toe-to-toe against a very talented roster in Envy with some veteran talent, the most goated player in the RLCS. So again, a lot of history here between both sides, old versus new, however you want to phrase it. Alpine's putting up a fight. It's what you want to see. That's part of the reason why we have both these teams invited, because both are extremely talented. You're getting the best of the best. So again, a minute and a half goes on by. It's even across the board. Definitely settled in here a little bit as we approach game number 6. Trying to put this one in. Good good high flying passes here. Miss trying to go for a little bit more creative and get some ridiculous angles, but again, too many people stacked in the box from Alpine, doing a good job on defense.
Yeah, Alpine clumped up here. It's one of those situations where the wrong thing is the right thing, right? You never want to see the triple commit, but 3 people right there were able to make it happen. No people there, and Mist makes it happen himself. 1 goal to none after 2 minutes of play. Envy up just a little bit. And, you know, Alpine with a question mark. I think people saw Envy. Yes, you should probably invite Envy. Energy, you should probably invite Energy. Kansas City Pioneers, perhaps the most impressive up-and-coming team. I think a lot of people made sense there. Saw Reddit conversations about Alpine saying, I don't know, is this the right call? I think after this performance, win or lose, I think it's understood why Alpine's here. No question in my mind. I really, I enjoy watching these young guys kind of bring it out and step up. 1 goal to none here. Alpine still absolutely in it, but this is Envy's match point. They take this one. They secure themselves their 2nd goal of the contest, or excuse me, their 2nd win of the contest in our World Cup-esque pool play. Group A and Group B, splitting 8 into 2. So, curious to see how this one finishes off. Alpine now on the back foot.
Yeah, again, a really important one. Obviously, 8 unanswered from eight unanswered from Envy, top right, almost in. That first goal response was just another team effort, all being developed out, and then obviously a pass play, and then Turbo turning
nice try
to go for a bump on that goalie. So again, the credit is there, and trying to keep that pressure. You've been seeing it now for the past probably minute and a half of just Envy, one after another, making sure that Alpine suffocated. And they're doing a good job. I mean, it's very difficult to stay on defense for that long because the boost and eye is most definitely happening from Envy. So being patient, not afraid to slow it down a little bit, buy some time, but wide open nets like this, those are the ones that are going to burn you. That's the 2nd one here. This time it's missed on alone. Bar down in again, but Atomic, that midfield, these touches, that's 2 now that lead to a wide open net.
That's where Alpine, that's their biggest Achilles heel. I think I mentioned it in the very first game of this set. Goals in transition. Alpine commit really hard to the small game. 3 guys on offense or 3 guys on defense. And getting that run back can hurt them. An opportunity there, missed as Alpine shoots a little bit too high. Gains control one more time. Magic Bear right into the body of Turbo Pulsa. Shot might have been there, but miss. No surprise. Gets in between it and the ball. Percy here one more time in the right-hand corner. Not going to be able to pick it up. Who's beneath him? That's a problem. Has a teammate in the goal. Thanking their lucky stars. Missed. Take it out. Can Alpine make use of the opportunity? No. Atomic says. Shoves it out. 1 minute warning. And the 2-goal lead here for Envy just might be enough to take down Alpine big picture.
Yeah, that's a big one. They had 2 commit on offense of Envy, so all that field pressure transitioning from right to left allows them to sweep it across, but Envy does a fantastic job of responding. This one pinches in. No open net on this one, as we saw many of the goals happen in last game. Ball plays into the midfield. It's there. Passed across the midfield again, and just being a bully up front is Atomic. It's in the midfield. He's going to have a response. Can he place this one well? He plays it nice and soft, so good decision with people up, but now it is Alpine trying to transition out of this one. They need a big clear, but it's just the pressure one after another wide open net.
Ooh.
And almost a goal steal from his teammate. It doesn't matter. Turbo's going to play this bottom left.
Right, just kicking it with the front of the
Atomic's
shoe, right?
jonesing for it, man. He wanted it.
And Turbo says, no. Just like that, just no. 16 seconds. That's all, folks. Envy are going to take this one above Alpine. 4 games to 2, 4 goals to none. But this is absolutely Envy's matchup to take. Alpine, I think, again, I can't stress it enough. The big picture here, don't forget, Ghost got swept relatively easily. Alpine able to stand up here. And that game, that second win for Alpine, 8 goals. The question is, how do you bottle that? For a low-end team like Alpine, how are you able to take that energy and kind of bring it with you to the next one? Because Envy certainly sucked the life out of them here. 4-0, and that's the end of the set. Envy take down Alpine.
No, I think that's a great question too, because of the group stage and you're playing match after match after match. Normally, I would be like, well, that's tough. You got to bounce back. You just had a hard loss. But I think that's the benefit of the new RLCSX format, right? Is you're seeing these players and these teams have to play series after series, one after another, as we welcome back Fallout. It's definitely seen a transition. So I think Alpine is more accustomed to it than some of these other ones. But again, it is not easy after you get smacked like that, even after an 8-0 win, for you to just come back and get smacked in the face. It's a tough one, man. But if they can do it, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to take it on the chin and move on to the next one. But overall, gentlemen, we're at the point in the tournament where we get to have some kind of grand scheme of things type discussions. And in the grand scheme of things, Alpine 1-1 in their pool right now. They lose to a dominant Envy, but they put on a show, much better than Ghost Gaming did. So, F-Dot, I want to start with you as we take a look at the standings. Talk over the standings for me, please. Where do you think Alpine fares in their group? I mean, is it an easy second place right now as they go up face against Ghost Gaming?
Easy is a big word. I think it is favored second place. Easy, like I said, a large word. Looking at what Envy's going to run into here. Envy goes up against Nefarious next time around. I'm almost guaranteeing that 3-0 here for Envy. No questions for Envy. But for Alpine, maybe I got one or two questions, but not a whole SAT of them. I think it's likely that Alpine wind up as number 2, but not guaranteed.
Yeah, and one last question for you, Lawler, as we, of course, take a look at Group B. Not to get too ahead of ourselves, we still got some great matchups in Group A, but I want to start to preview Group B a little bit. That's a stacked group with KC Pioneers, NRG, Down to Earth, and, of course, United.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to look forward to that one, too, knowing that's the tail end and how we're going to be wrapping up the show today. But, yeah, I want to talk about it. I think Ghost also not getting enough credit. Obviously, they're down right now. They're also playing Nefarious. They're down 3-2, and they're in that final game down by 1 as well. So, again, it might be tough here for Ghost, but, again, that's a team just like United. They're the 8th seed. I don't think that's telling. They may have had a tough open qualifier, but that is a very dangerous team that could play upset. So, I'm excited. That group, as our tail end of the day, is going to be phenomenal. So, stay with us.
Yeah, our second half of the broadcast is going to be a fun one as we get to Group B. But we got to wrap up Group number A as we preview Group number B. We're going to jump to a very quick break. When we come back, we'll have some more Rocket League action after this.
Welcome back to WSOE Online 3 Rocket League.
Welcome back, everybody, to WSOE Online 3 Rocket League. It is great to be back hosting some Rocket League action with WSOE. We, of course, have Hearthstone. We have Tekken, Soul Calibur. Something's a little special about when we have the opportunity to call all the Rocket League action. Fallout here, your host of the WSOE, joined alongside F. and Lawler. Gentlemen, I want to hear how you guys are doing so far as we're enjoying the action. Let's take a look at the schedule as you tell me. Lawler, starting with you.
Yeah, it's been great so far, man. We're getting some bouncing back here and there. Wasn't sure how Alpine was going to fare against Envy because matchup-wise, they're definitely favored. But good to see them put up a fight, give us some high-flying action, a lot of open nets. It's been far from perfect, but definitely creates some good entertainment, F-Dot.
Yeah, we're going to wrap up Group A here. Alpine goes. Should be a good matchup, just like the last two.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we did also start to tease our Group B, our second half of the broadcast. Well, we also have a chance to bring in the Kansas City Pioneers live right now as an opportunity to hear how they're getting ready for the matchup. All right, it's time now for our Papa John's party as we're joined by KC Pioneers as they're scrimming, they're practicing, they're getting ready for their big matchup, and of course enjoying themselves some Papa John's pizza of their choice. Gentlemen, that food looks delicious. I wish I had some Papa John's, but more importantly, thank you sincerely for taking the time out of your scrim schedule and your preparation to join us for a quick interview. I want to have a chance to get in your head and talk a little bit about your upcoming matchups. First things first, Memory, I want to start with you. You guys obviously have a lot of competition in this tournament, NRG and the like, but what does your team need to do? Let's make it about your team for a second. What do you need to do to come out on top in this tournament?
Yeah, honestly, for our playstyle, we just need to be confident. A big thing for us is just having fun and trusting what we're doing. You know, that we've been practicing for like the whole season at this point. And usually what happens to us is after we've been playing for a while, we start to get a little bit fatigued, but that's what we've been working on. So yeah, just very excited to be able to play and hoping that we can show people what we're made of.
I love it. Have some fun with it. Play like it's another day online. That's awesome. Speaking of playing online, you know, Beast Mode, you're 15 years old. You started playing Rocket League at 11. You met Rapid playing twos online, and here you are now on the KC Pioneers. Question for you, though. Which team, in your eyes, poses the biggest threat for y'all, or maybe a couple teams in this tournament? We got a lot of great ones. I mentioned NRG earlier. Which ones are the biggest threats for you?
Obviously the top 4 teams, but in my opinion, I think Team Envy does stand out to those most because they tend to like sit back a lot and like wait for us to do things, and that makes us throw the ball away, and it also makes our boost run out like very easily. So I think Team Envy has is probably our main enemy right now.
I love it. They're like the 2004 Euro Cup winning Greece champions. Play really defensive. I know how that works. That makes sense. Good insights as always. Enjoy that cheese pizza, by the way. You could have ordered any pizza you wanted. You ordered a cheese pizza. That's the best looking cheese pizza I've ever seen. Dapper, coming to you. What is the one thing about your teammates that you think others might be underestimating? You obviously know these guys pretty well.
I mean, prior to even them forming, like right when they formed, I don't think anyone thought they were going to be the greatest, but for the first split, they reached like 5th NA, and that's extremely great, especially for being together for a pretty short time. And I think they've gained a little more respect now, but as long as they stay confident, they'll play great.
That all says a lot coming from someone who played for Detroit Renegades, CLG, sub for Splice. That's awesome, man. Good to get your perspective as always. All right, boys, time for a little bit of a game. You guys ready? You don't know. Ready. They don't know this is coming, by the way. This is a surprise. I am holding a jar filled with the world famous Papa John's pepperoncinis. I want each of you to guess how many pepperoncinis we have put in this jar. Person closest to the correct number gets a Papa John's pizza party for one of their fans, followers, subs, you name it. You ready? Memory, we're going to start with you.
All right.
Here it is. Put a little closer for y'all. Give you a little
just turn around a little bit.
Yeah, turn around a little bit. Give you a nice little estimation. You're a computer science major, so you probably are decent at math. What you got?
All right. I am going for 78.
78 pepperoncinis.
Yeah.
And this is
poor
Memory. Unfortunate for poor Memory. He has to be the first one. Now you guys get to pick based off of what he said. Let's go over to y'all. Beast Mode, you're next. I'm going to hold it up again for you. How many you got?
I'm going to say 52.
52.
Okay, 52.
He goes a little lower. I like it. 52 pepperoncinis for beast mode. Dapper, last but not least, I'm live in the WSOE Online studio here, as you can see, so it's kind of hard to see, but, you know, what's your guess, Dapper?
I think I'm going to go a little lower. I'm going to say like 45.
45, 52, 70 plus for memory. He's way off. Memory's out of here. It comes down to Dapper and beast mode, and guess what? The answer is 55. Beast mode, the young guy, a prodigy. You gotta be kidding me. He's 3 off. Papa John's, can we get this man three Papa John's parties? Because he was only 3 away. That's darn impressive. Congratulations, Beast Mode. You are correct. You get a Papa John's party for one of your fans. Well done. That is impressive. And kudos to y'all. Dapper, you were pretty close. Memory, you were way off. Clearly, my computer science happened.
I tried.
Gentlemen, last question for y'all. Any final words? Any final shout outs for any fans that are getting ready to watch the KC Pioneers dominate today? Memory, starting with you.
Thank you very much for supporting us, and we're gonna do well. I believe in us.
Love it. Beast Mode.
Yeah, obviously, thank you for supporting us, and we won't let you down by watching us. So.
I like to hear it. By the way, I love Kansas City. All right, I was a fan of Joe's in Kansas City and the barbecue, so I'm a fan of Kansas City as well. Dapper, last but not least, any shout out, any words for your fans?
Appreciate all the support when it comes to the team and myself. I really appreciate it, and it really goes a long way. Thank you.
Amazing. Shout out to the KC Pioneers. Best of luck to y'all today. Best of luck, and shout out to the organization as well. Kansas City holding it down and representing. Don't forget, every single one of y'all watching, you can get 25% off. Yes, 25% off. That's like a $7 pizza or a $15 pizza or something on their Papa John's order right now. Just order online and use the code WSOE25. Once again, WSOE25. Order online right now. Make it happen. Support the pizza company that's supporting Rocket League and esports. Thanks so much, everybody. And best of luck again to the boys here. Memory, Beast Mode, Dapper, thanks again for joining me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Amazing. A lot of respect for those guys. I enjoy getting to know them a little bit right there and getting some perspective as they're scrimming, they're getting ready. Of course, I want to make sure everyone's aware. They are going to be playing with Rapid today. Of course, we know Dapper is their substitute, and they're scrimming right now with Dapper, but they will be playing with Rapid later today. This is a pretty dominant squad here, I thought.
Yeah, I just want everybody to know I'm a Beast Mode fan. You said the pizza party goes to one of his fans, right? So, I'm a Beast Mode fan. I'm just putting it out there. Putting it out there.
Well played, man. Well played. I think the real reason why Rapid wasn't part of that conversation is because he's 6'9". It wouldn't fit in the frame. He's a big boy. He's tall. He's so tall, and his voice matches it. It's so deep. It scares me that he's 17. He and I have talked a lot about it. High school recruits walk through his high school and are just like, "You want to play basketball professionally because you're tall?" And he's like, "Nah, I'm good."
He's like, I got the sticks. I got my hands on the sticks. I got Rocket League.
It's crazy.
It's awesome, man. That's awesome. Yeah, big shot to Rapid, Beast Mode, and Memory, as well as Dapper. Let's take a look at the standings right now so you can see where things are currently standing. Envy, no pun intended. Envy in first place, as expected, 2-0. It really, really looks strong so far. Lost 2 games, though, to Alpine Esports. One of them was an 8-0 dominating type of game from Alpine. Meanwhile, Nefarious 1-1 and Ghost Gaming 0-2. That leads us to our next matchup. It's going to be between Alpine Esports and Ghost Gaming. And by the way, I didn't know a whole lot about the Alpine Esports organization, so I looked them up on Bing, and I didn't even know this, but Bing has an esports tool for Rocket League, and I got to learn all types of things about Alpine Esports as an org. Little did you know, there's some cool things happening there, but I want to talk about this upcoming matchup with these two. F-Dot, starting with you, for some expectations here. What can we expect from this matchup?
Yeah, Alpine, we just got a chance to see them against Envy, one of the top cards, and I think this is the other side of that litmus test, right? Alpine coming in here as a top card, kind of expected to put this down. Of course, if they do win this one, that confirms them, and unfortunately for Ghost, it would confirm them being out of the conversation, that magic number 3. So Alpine Esports, like I said, they're expected to win. How they do so, I think, is the question, if they even.
And Lawler, hey,
Yeah,
quick
big
question
one
for
from
you.
Elton.
I want to ask a specific question to you, Lawler, around Ghost Gaming. We talked a little bit about that in the pre-show and our rehearsals yesterday around Mektos and not necessarily having his duo, the player he plays so well in twos with. Is that showing right now at this Ghost Gaming squad, or what's not working so well for them in your eyes?
I think it's more of a playstyle difference. I mean, you're looking at the difference between the standings right now. It's complete antithesis. Envy is +6 game differential. Ghost is -6. The two in the middle are exactly neutral. It's perfect. So we are getting perfect standings essentially from top to bottom. But this is a different team, a different play style, and that's what's exciting about the round robin. You're getting a new matchup every single time, so don't count them out just yet.
Love this format, World Cup style. It'll lead to our playoffs tomorrow, and guess what? We got the game ready. We got Ghost Gaming versus Alpine. Take it away, gents.
Right away, Jordan and the boys missed their opportunity, but they had the opportunity. Percy going to play some defense here, Lawler. And as I kind of alluded to, Alpine is the top card in this matchup, but not as, I think Envy was let's say a 70-30, if not even more so, when they were playing up against Alpine. Alpine's the top card here, but it's probably more around a 60-40. And Jay Freshness is starting us off and showing us why.
Hey, I'm telling you, man, you got to be careful with this team. There's plenty of talent. He fakes the initial challenge and plays it back around. It might have gone in either way if you just kind of let it through ball go through, but at the same time, trying to keep it creative. That's a good 50 towards their net. Alpine out of the gate, off of kickoffs, they're going to be dangerous. But if Ghost can stop that from developing in the first place, you're going to see a much closer series. So I think it all begins at that kickoff as always. So far, Ghost doing a good job. Scoring first, I think, is going to build a lot of confidence for them.
Without a doubt, that is usually the goal when you are looking up at an opposition. But again, I say it's a smaller differential. I don't even know if Ghost feel like they're looking up at Alpine. They might even hit the field thinking that this is an even matchup. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think this is a team that has plenty of confidence. Obviously, with a new player, I think it kind of levels things out a little bit. But, I mean, whether we think it's a good fit or not, whether we think the playstyle is going to match, does not matter. It's entirely up to the players going out of their way to pick up a different player, and they're confident with that player, as we see Alpine tied up here. So I think there is going to be a ton of focus on Mektos. I think you have to, with him being the new player in, but for me, it's more so Lion Blaze. I know he came in as a pretty hot commodity in the previous split as well, and seeing now that he's technically considered a veteran of the roster with a season or a split under his belt, you got to pick it up. You got to be the ones to carry those teammates. So I think a lot of focus on me is going to be on Lion Blaze.
Lion Blaze, I think own gold there to tie us up. I'm just saying. Alpine.
No pressure, buddy.
Shots on
no pressure.
goal, and the redirect comes from inside the house. But 3 minutes ago, 1-all. Control to Ghost. Freshness brings it up. Mektos one more time. I use the word control lightly. And now Percy makes a play on goal. Not really, as I said, control used loosely. Nobody really has two hands on the wheel just yet. Double tap coming from Mektos, interrupted by Alpine Esports. And now Jordan's opportunity to bring the ball upfield will be denied right quick. Mektos slams it into the corner. And one more time, Alpine sends it careening out towards the other side. Jordan above one, and the redirect up top. And Lion Blaze down the field. Much ado about nothing.
Yeah, a lot of the different level of play, I think style-wise too, where if you watch the Ghost Gaming team, you're going to see a trend with that third man rotating back, almost always looking for a demo on that last man. Basically trying to get rid of the biggest threat. You see it here from Alpine as too, trying to work that through. But when you have players that play super aggressive and there's a lot of attention to detail on that offensive half with boost deny and everything else, being able to just remove one, whether on offense or defense, just allows you to either further enable what you're trying to accomplish. So for Ghost Gaming, I think there's going to be a lot of focus on that. Whether it showcases or not, we've only seen it once so far really having a benefit, but they are still attempting it. The last time that they tried it, he ended up missing the player, and that's what allowed the play to continue on. So big thing to focus on for Ghost Gaming. Watch those demos on the sweep through. It could be something that opens up opportunities for them.
Demos were the key for Alpine last time around. Of course, it didn't completely unlock the opportunity, but it certainly allowed Alpine to encroach on what Envy was doing there. Magic Bear sets it up. I thought we were going to get more of a backboard play, but Percy waterfalls it in. Check this one out. Magic Bear, Percy off the top and smacks it down. You'll love to see it. 2 with 119 to go.
Yeah, a big one as well for Alpine. Trying to close this one out. Destiny is in their own hands, which is kind of the biggest one for them. Being able to go up 2-1, obviously a loss to Envy, many expect, but in the wins all for the other 2 that are coming as your open qualifier teams is kind of a precedent that they want to set. Either way, minute left here in game number 1. Good start for both the teams. Both getting on the board is probably the important part of it. Magic Bear going to play it a little bit slower, trying to go for a bump on that last defender, but it is Mektos who's able to get a second touch. Back on target immediately. This is what makes Alpine so dangerous. Talking about that popcorn offense, just one shot after another until eventually it does pop.
They're able to cycle. They're able to make these rotations that just like, it's almost where my basketball fans, it's almost like the triangle offense where you just keep shifting your shot taker, because all 3 of these players, like I mentioned, Magic Bear, the ones guy, like everybody kind of has their specialty, but they all can do it all. And that type of gameplay is where we've seen the meta, quote unquote, of Rocket League kind of go into. Instead of just having the guy, you need Justin next to Squishy. And watching how energy is kind of developed into that team. We see Space Station kind of doing the same thing with Typical in the squad, and Alpine, very small version of that, but absolutely a version of that. Magic Bear by himself takes it on in there. Actually, not quite. Off of the help of the teammate.
Jordan.
Yeah.
Jordan's just a passer. It's not that he didn't miss that shot. He's just a setup guy. He's here. He's unselfish. He's trying to get that confidence into his teammates. Really smart play there by Jordan. Top 10.
Yeah,
top 10 play.
Teamwork makes the dream work, right? Trying to lift everyone up. Alpine Esports takes game number 1. Percy, 6 shots on goal. But see, that's the deal. Jordan knew that if he scored that last one, it would have given Magic Bear 0 for the game. Everybody with 1 in the goal column. That's how you create team synergy. Mwah. Chef's kiss.
Yeah, I know we joke about it, F-Dot, but it's actually really important, because even though something like that happens and you're like, oh shoot, we almost didn't score, that's got to kind of settle down the level of like pressure that comes with it too. Like, again, Destiny is in their hands. They're the ones that need to win this one to close it out. But when you make a mistake like that and all of a sudden your teammates, you know they're giving them a hard time. They're going to be bantering it throughout comms and stuff, which I think makes it a little bit lighthearted. It gets rid of that pressure, gets them out of their own heads. I think it's actually really important. So again, 10 out of 10 play from Jordan, intentional or not. Positive vibes all around. It's what we like to see.
Even if, like, it goes either way. Either you're giving your teammate nonsense in the comms, or Jordan's like, oh man, I missed, and it's like, no doubt, I got you, bud. It's in. That's just an assist, right? Like, that's what it's about. Teams working on comms. That's that next level. You sit there and you run your drills and you learn how to make your pass plays and you learn each other's routes. But then, there's that old adage that sports are X% mental, right? Changes depending on who you ask. That's a reality. That is absolutely a reality. So being able to keep it up is an important part. Alpine keeping it up here against Ghost Gaming. 1-0. And just barely avoiding that one. We're still scoreless after a minute.
Yeah, a lot of control here from Alpine at the beginning, and almost had a goal opportunity there, but I talked about those demos at the very beginning from Ghost Gaming. Even on defense, coming through and sweeping, they got rid of that biggest threat who would have had an open shot, and they take it away, but we've seen them able to go off the backboard. This one's going to play low and bar down, but a great save and effort by Lion Blaze keeps it out. Allowing
that one
Ghost
seemed
finally to find some offense.
Lion Blaze just got there in time. Am I right to be afraid about that? That seemed a little slow.
I mean, it's credit, though, to Alpine as well. They do a fantastic job of spreading defenses thin. You're going to see it again here. And, again, a last-second effort to keep it out. So, yeah, puckered a little bit, but doing a good job.
At the end of the day, it didn't, it's a binary. Did it go in or not, right? So.
I mean, that's the lethality of Rocket League, man. You can put as much pressure on net as you want, but unless it goes in, it does not matter. It's something that's very different from other esports. I mean, you watch MOBAs and stuff.
Yeah.
There's lane phase and team fights and stuff like that to come back. In Rocket League, you either score or you don't. That's all that matters.
I mean, as the great philosopher Vin Diesel once said, you know, doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning, right? So I think that certainly applies here.
Yeah, 100%. God.
Half a game to go here in game number
No
2.
way.
And goal number 1 for Ghost Gaming off of the corner here. Mektos pops it over Percy and gets the angle over 2 defenders. Percy had 2 shots at that and swung and missed both times.
Honestly, the most important mechanic on Showcase there from professional players. Anytime you land, you are just holding that power slider, that drift key. Allows you to keep your momentum, allows him to catch up to that ball, and he gets the second touch. It is a little bit of an own goal pinch, but again, still the effort there from the new player on Ghost Gaming coming in huge. Onto the midfield, it's going to be on Alpine's side. See if they can put a shot on its Percy near post, and a good save again, but Jordan poised up, going to see if he can get another touch, and intercepted by Mektos, playing extremely aggressive, getting in front of this Alpine team. That's a big one for him too, showing that confidence. A lot of focus, obviously, we mentioned at the very beginning of the show without Taroko. That split up a plot twist is going to be very interesting to see how it develops and how it spreads across the rest of this region. But so far, trying to have an impact here for Ghost Gaming.
Percy trying to slow it down here. Not successful. Ghost Gaming continuing to hit the gas. Lion Blaze shows up out of nowhere and actually gives Alpine what they were looking for. A little bit of a slowdown. Midfield, Jordan can't get it above Mektos. And so Mektos will take control one more time. From the ceiling to the floor, and that one goes in. 2 goals for Mektos, 2 goals for Ghost, and a $1:14 on the clock. Alpine have a little bit to climb.
Super important to bounce back, and the way that they do it as well. A solo play, and I think that's interesting because Ghost obviously pairing a lot of demos, playing super aggressive. We haven't really seen many pass plays from them so far, so the fact that they are able to find the back of the net with an individual effort, and a good one at that. Mektos just fakes the 50 the whole way back, and again, for Percy, you have to go up and challenge that as early as possible and then have reliance on your teammates to come follow it up. The angle for Mektos is great, good positioning, and now a minute left, up by 2. Should be able to close this one out, potentially, but you know Alpine and their offense, they're going to be able to respond quickly as they almost do it here. Good effort from Alpine, still on offense, 40 seconds left.
Need a goal here before the 30-second mark to make this doable. If you want my 2 cents. Percy looking to be the guy. Pops it up top, where are the teammates? Lion Blaze doesn't care. And there's that 30-second warning. We do not see a goal for Alpine. You know, I think the biggest takeaway here is Mektos doing Mektos, right? Like, we questioned about what would happen without Taroko, but that's how Mektos and Taroko work. Mektos kind of does his thing, Taroko fills in the gaps, and both of them, I don't mean to imply that it's the Mektos show, it's a 50-50 pull, but that play that we see off of the ceiling, that's the type of stuff. Magic Bear scores. Too little, too late. 1 second is possible.
I mean, you say it's too little, too late, but we've seen crazier things here, FDOT. Obviously, on this one, there's a couple ways you can take the kickoff.
That's fair.
Probably gonna have to. They're probably gonna have to break check the kickoff and see if they can get it to pop up, or they challenge it hard. So, again, keeping this up for Alpine, there is an opportunity here.
Oh,
Magic Bear pops it up, an opportunity, and it's gonna fall short. So nobody there, not enough boost. Ghost Game is able to pop on, but that's a big one for Alpine, showing that they can score.
I was rooting for it. I was rooting for it. They couldn't deliver, but goPuff can. A word from our sponsor.
Some late night snacks.
Out of toothpaste.
Seriously? No energy drinks?
Get $4 off your first 4 orders at gopuff.com/WSOE. Order in seconds, delivered in minutes.
Right there.
Do you have a list like written down, or like?
Years of freestyling in the back of Honda Civics. That's what it is, man. It's just freestyle rap coming through. But
Is
the
Honda
players.
Civic is the Honda Civic important to that part, or is it like if I'm taking notes here, like?
As long as it's a beater, that's the important part.
Okay.
You can't be sitting in a Benz. That's all it is. All right. You gotta learn. You gotta get the grind. And that's a perfect spot for these guys to be looking at. 1-1. As far as our best of 7 is concerned, Alpine Esports just barely dropping the ball there in that second one. And honestly, just barely taking it away in that first one. So a close matchup here, as we expected. Right there, Lion Blaze barely getting in front of it. But after a minute, I think that these teams here in game number 3 looking for something different, Lawler. Game number 1, very controlled. Game number 2, kind of faster. And now game 3, this is where we're trying to shift things. Both teams wrestling for control.
Yeah, it may not seem like much, but I think the 1-goal game is pretty telling for Alpine. I think it's an important one, too. The fact that they're able to find the back of the net, showing that they can still score. They get another one here off of just constant pressure. And this is what Alpine does best, right? One after another, every single shot immediately put right back on target. I know it's something they put a lot of emphasis in their practice as well, with being able to constantly apply pressure, because that, like, by default, this is a team like Envy that can really feed it out and clear it really quickly, is enough to really just stop a defense altogether. So, again, Alpine lived up to the name of that popcorn, like you talked about, one after another, on target and threatening. So, good response here, minute and a half in, up by 1 and almost a 2 there. That one bouncing out and kind of pinballing in the corner. As demos from Ghost Gaming can allow them to clear it past half.
Loose shot, grabbed. Jordan slows it down, looking to fake. Freshness with a nice challenge. Make sure Jordan can't keep it moving. Magic Bear pops it up top and basically gives the ball to Ghost Gaming. Mektos will gladly take it. Percy lying in wait as other Orange team members show up, and Jordan saves the day. A big save there from the J-Man. Up top, flip reset. Nothing doing. We're back on the side of the blue team. Mektos can't get in front of it. Lion Blaze can. Off the wall? No. Percy gonna wrangle it in.
Yeah, gonna be an important one here from Ghost Gaming as well. Able to deny the clear a couple times here, make that a third. Just gotta find a way, even if this gets cleared, find a way to clear that right back to the other half almost immediately. It's dished in the midfield, a pass and a shot opportunity. Good intercept here by Alpine. So that could have been an opportunity for Ghost based upon the boost rotations and everything else going with it. But what a beautiful shot. And an even better save by Magic Bear to keep it out. Gives their lead still by 1 in a solo play. This is Alpine, right? As soon as they start getting things not working, right back to the solos, and it opens up an opportunity for Percy. Fantastic job. And that's exactly why they do it.
Magic Bear goes just with the mellow ball, just trying to do it himself. And Percy says, don't worry, man. You drew 2 defenders. And so this is an easy flick on into the backside. 2 minutes to go, 2 goals to go. Alpine Esports in control here in game number 3. Magic Bear didn't even need to touch it, but does so anyway. And goal number 3 comes in 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's a smart one for this one as well, just having that follow-up. Again, Alpine off the kickoff doing a fantastic job. This time they're able to push it back inside, but I mean, you take a step back in that other goal. Again, it's not just that Magic Bear is going for a solo play and he's able to do some pretty impressive things. It's that he does it on the transition. You've got people rotating back. You talk about how he draws 2 defenders. One's got to go for the save. The other one is rotating through a net. Again, there's a lot of calculation that goes into those plays and why they develop the way that they do. So, Alpine, it's not something that I think that they put a lot of focus on. It's just something that it's instinctive at this point. That's why it makes it so lethal. So again, Alpine on offense, and one shot after another. Lethal as always. Trying to see if they can get another one here solo, and it's a good stop by Ghost. So transition out, but it's going to be in the favor of Magic Bear. You know he can bring this one out, but slows it down in his own corner. It's going to give an opportunity for Ghost, see if they can get something here. And
I love the way you put that. Yeah, just slips through the fingers of Ghost there. But I love the way that you put that, like, they don't even think about it. It just comes naturally, because Rocket League is a game, if you spend too much time thinking about it, it's already gone. You know, you can't plan this isn't American football. You can't plan your play because you don't get to stop with the ball, ready, set, go. It's always moving. You're always rotating. And so instead of having like these set playbook plays, you have to notice and recognize the sequences. And you've just got to know when Magic's going to go up. Percy's knows where he's got to sit and where he's got to be. Jordan assaulting the defense of Ghost Gaming, unable to penetrate it, but 30 seconds to go, 3 goals to go. Alpine Esports hanging on here for what could and should be win number 2 after 3.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the reason why they're able to do that is the communication side of it. It's something that we emphasized a long time ago, but I think it's more prevalent than ever. I mean, every single player you're talking about, look at NRG, right? That's a lot of talent on one roster. That's just so much raw talent to play with. But it's the communication that really ties it together, knowing when you can and can't go for things, knowing when you need to buy time, or you're in a threatening spot, as they're going to get a little bit of a gift here from the Alpine boys. But again, it's interesting to see how things are starting to develop and how things are really developing in the sense of internal as well as external, not only gameplay but also what happens on the field. And shout outs to all the organizations that do it, that put out comm videos that allow us to take a closer look to see how that develops.
Yeah, Alpine has done a great job of Alpine, the organization, has done a great job of kind of nurturing this team. I don't know how the conversation went, but again, defending the idea for these guys to stick around together, even though they had to requalify for the grid, but they wound up, top 8 every time, like you were talking about, doing a great job in those regionals and those majors. And so I'm sure there was some sort of conversation enticing them to stick together, bringing Mystic in. They got the hard carry creams on the bench as well. Just a lot of top-down maneuvering from the organization, enabling these guys to find success, because as the esport grows, it's not just about getting 2 of your friends and putting it in the back of the net anymore. There's a lot that goes into it. If you want to beat the likes of Energy and Envy and teams like that, it's going to be a little bit more than getting into some Bacchus mod maps. It's going to be a lot about looking at where you're going, how you are going in that direction, and communication is a big part of that, where it comes from, how it works out, and enabling each other to kind of bring that synergy. But as we come back to us, Tom F. Battinger, joined here by the one and only Lawler. We are in game number 3, jumping into game number 4 here. 2 wins above 1 for Alpine Esports versus Ghost Gaming. So far, it's been a back and forth one, Lawler. Big picture, what's your take as we jump into 4?
I think it's a big one here for Alpine to put it away. I mean, they really need to, and off the kickoff yet again, Magic Bear getting some solo plays. This is Alpine to a T. But it all starts with Jordan on a beautiful kill in that midfield. But again, I think this is a team that wants to prove that they are towards the top of the NA region, and this is a good way to do it. You have to prove you're the better team. Stop playing down to your competition. No offense to Ghost Gaming, obviously, trying to do that as well. But you're up 2 in a series, or 2-1 in a series. It's a best of 7. These are the ones that you need to end 4-1. Prove to us that you are the invited team that you are, because they got to stop letting these other teams kind of claw back into it. So, again, I think they have a chance to really solidify themselves as one of the top teams in this region. But they just got to kind of wrap it up a little bit. I mean, I think, kind of talked about it a little bit too much almost with their performance in regionals and how they've been so dominant there. But in the grid, in those kind of off weeks, they fall a little bit short. I don't know if it's due to format or anything else, but you've got a lot of young kids. You're talking a brand new format. There's more matches than we've ever played. I mean, you're talking what? On a Saturday during the regionals, it's 66 matches that we get to watch as viewers. Wow. It's unreal. And you do that twice, and you do that every weekend until it gets down to the final results. And you're talking all these guys used to play maybe 1 or 2 a week at most, and now they're playing like, what, 10, 15? Like, it's a workload. So to see everybody adjust on this field to that, I think is something that we're very interested in, especially with only being 1/3 of the season through. There's a whole lot more Rocket League to come, man. We're just getting started.
You look at the other side of that, the amount of games being played, that's also like a hyperbaric chamber for these teams like Kansas City Pioneers, like Alpine Esports, who, how long has it taken some of these veterans to ascend to the level that they're at? Well, all of a sudden you force these guys to spend this many hours in the gym, so to speak. I think that's why we have seen the ascension of teams like this, middle of the pack squads testing Envy. Again, Alpine scored 8 unanswered against Envy. Sure, you can talk about some of those being garbage time, Envy letting their hands off the sticks, but I mean, at what point? Is it 4 unanswered? 5 unanswered? They absolutely got up and danced, and I don't think without that many games with the format, we don't see that you know, the rare candy level up like we've seen out of these teams. So it's fun to watch. As viewers, we get the gift. Sorry guys, y'all gotta work, but we're enjoying the fruits of your labor as Freshness takes another shot here up top. Lion Blaze to follow it up, and the assault is good. 1-all, 2-4-2 left in the match.
Yeah, good bounce back from Ghost. And in retrospect, I think you hit the nail on the head, man. It applies to every team, top to bottom. I mean, you're talking a lot of these rosters, Ghost included, would not get the opportunity to play a team like Alpine. It just would not be a thing. And because of that, they're getting exposed to that higher level of play, which makes them better. And then, again, those fruits of labor allow them to increase at a massive rate. I mean, KC Pioneers, I think, is the huge beneficiary of that with being a new roster and being thrown kind of into the lion's den right away. So it is very exciting to see. I'm excited to see as we take a look back, you know, towards the end of the year, you know, for the guys that are on the broadcast and are going to be having to do all that prep work for the World Championship if we get to do it. The amount of storylines, the fan base, and I urge anybody who has the opportunity in chat, if you have the chance to go to a live event, it's a life-changing experience. Do it. It is some of the best times. Imagine all you guys in chat memeing, you know, but now you're doing it live, chanting and songs. It's something special. So obviously a big pleasure here for WSOE allowing us to cast online, but I'm really looking forward to a world where we get to do it in person again with all of our friends.
Yeah, you know, esports gives us that opportunity. Shot on goal, and Freshness takes his opportunity. Kind of asleep at the wheel here. I want a secondary look here. Where was the defense from Alpine? Demo sets it up.
Yeah.
Beautiful play. Ghost Gaming lined it up.
Yeah, Lion Blaze, a great challenge in that corner. Initially sets it up for his teammates, but isn't there yet. Goes for a demo. If it's not there, you know he's going to go for the boost deny in the corner as well. So, again, trying to make every circumstance count. Mektos in the solo play does draw on 2 as we approach a minute and a half left. Kicks in the midfield. This could be dangerous. This is a wide open net, but good follow and effort on the way back. He's going to stop this play from developing. Still Alpine on offense as they pass it across. Just kind of dumping it into the corner. Trying to make it awkward for the defense of Ghost Gaming. Is going to go underneath and almost that okie doke, as you mentioned. It's going to be pushed aside. So Ghost under a lot of pressure, trying to hold off on defense, but the midfield control. You see another boost pickup here by Magic Bear. It's going to make it difficult as he just drops that one down. Can't find the back of the net. Good defense again by Ghost. Trying to hold on to that 1-goal lead.
Still continuing to just chuck it at the wall and see what sticks. 2 players missed their opportunity in the corner. Lion Blaze struggling to stay in control. Magic Bear going to bump him out. Teammate takes over. And Jordan interrupts the shot up high. And Alpine need to change the direction of the conversation. 30-second warning here. Narrowly avoiding getting scored on and basically ending the game. Still wrong side of the field for Alpine if they're looking to tie it up and bring us to OT. 13, is it good or bad luck? Freshness in position. Nobody's home. Nobody's home for the blue team. But Ghost Gaming still can't put it in. Percy with the last opportunity gets demoed. And the ball is grounded. Ghost Gaming take this one. We're tied at 2.
That's a very big game from Ghost Gaming and a phenomenal job on defense. You talk about all those shots coming in and they just hold off, transition it the other way, and then keep Alpine there as we take a look as well as the updated standings, because this is a big one with a lot of implications. Obviously, Alpine, if they can go 2-1 here, pretty much guaranteeing themselves to make it into the next day. But if Ghost Gaming plays upset, that is a big opportunity for Nefarious. So some interesting storylines developing here. Could be interesting to see how things play out, but that is why we do this World Cup style of play in the group stage where everybody plays everybody in a round robin. Kind of comes down to the wire here, and we're getting an exciting one to close it out for Group A.
I mean, it's not just good for Nefarious. We might wind up with a 3-way tie, which is all sorts of nonsense. We've got a robust tie-break rule set in place just in case, but anybody's match here. All of a sudden, it's a best of 3. Ghost Gaming, Alpine Esports, Freshness, and Ghost Gaming on the offensive. Percy turning that around. Freshness gets in front. The pop-up, new angle, and Jordan puts it in. There's your goal. A nice transition opportunity. Rarely does that go in Alpine's direction, and Jordan makes sure it does.
Yeah, an important answer for Jordan and the rest of Alpine as well after being shut out in the tail end of that game. I mean, for what was like a minute, they just could not find the back of the net despite all those shots. Gonna muscle their way through and close it out here. So great job here from Alpine. Another fantastic response, but even a better one from Ghost off of a ridiculous challenge in the midfield.
This one, yeah, just the redirect and then the follow-up. That's what's so important here. In both goals that were scored, it's about the trust of the follow-up. Like, you just got to be in the right spot. That's not luck. These teams are, again, recognizing the sequences. You got to understand how it's a physics simulator. You got to understand how these things are going to work. You got to learn to predict the way the ball is going to bounce. That's exactly what Lion Blaze does there. Follows up, puts it in.
Well, speaking of follow-up and putting it in again, another challenge to stop the clear. Ghost is there for the first touch. I mean, that's the one that's important. Is the third man there from Jordan. It's a really difficult situation because Ghost has been doing a relatively good job of getting to these challenges. Something that Alpine was doing great against. Envy was beating them. When we saw them put in that many goals at one time, it's because they were winning in the air. Ghost has got some pretty fast players, so they deny that third man and it leaves it wide open. Got to be careful of that if you're the last man back and probably play a little bit more passive as, again, Ghost is starting to pile them on.
Real smooth play. This is, again, understanding where your teammates are and how they're going to follow up. Lion Blaze off of the wall here. Alpine looked to really get involved and try to get in between that stuff, but just did not have the opportunity. Or they had the opportunity, they just couldn't find the correct angles, unfortunately, for them and their fans. And now trail by 2. Freshness and team have had control the entire time. It feels like Alpine scored that one and Ghost got the gamer lean on and just have not let go since.
You know, we had 4 goals in essentially the first minute, and I was gonna be like, do you think it's gonna settle down? And I'm like, thinking of this is the question I'm gonna ask you next. And then Ghost scores again. So apparently the answer is no. And Ghost really wants to put this away. Because if they score this, they put themselves on match point. And then we go into a 3-way tie. If they win. So, again, any given Sunday, I know it's Saturday. But a good response here from Alpine.
That's what they got to do. Alpine. Goal scored. Not going to say routine. But nothing I'm standing up for just yet. 2 goals versus 4 here for Alpine. Looking up. Kickoff at 3:25. Lion Blaze with a good shove. And Jordan's going to take control. Demo on the ground. Maybe an opportunity for the blue team. Lion Blaze shows up. Nobody from Alpine lying in wait to make use of the redirect. Magic Bear midfield. And a great redirect from Ghost Gaming. Not only does he get involved there, Lawler, but he just changes the course. And all of a sudden, just like that, possession loses. Is dropped by Alpine.
Yeah, finding some way to really get some control. This game definitely feels like it's been a little bit more chaotic. It doesn't feel like any one team. Like, there's been a lot of pressure and people are setting the house for shots. But it doesn't feel like the control is really there. It seems like there's a big clear and it kind of gets chaotic again. And then goes back and forth. So maybe that's because of the demos and stopping those rotations from developing cleanly, but it doesn't feel like any one team has really had like solidified control. They've just had pressure that pairs with it as a beautiful play. This one drops down, it's passed across, and they get the transition goal.
Yeah, this game is a pig run, right? Just like there's a greased pig out there, and they're just trying to hold on for dear life, man. 7 goals in 2.5 minutes. And we're up one more time. Alpine Esports has done a great job of kind of, again, trying to wrestle control from Ghost, who have barely had it. A shot on goal up top, denied by Ghost one more time. Mektos and Percy in a drag race. No one wins. Ball, midfield. Percy pops it up above 2. And slammed on down here again. I keep reiterating the lack of control, and I'm going to keep coming back to it. This has just been not quite boomer ball, but nobody seems to have an opportunity. Goals keeps coming kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, the control feels like it's a little bit lacking. Like, the plays are developing and they're finding shots, and yes, by all means, that pass play from Alpine was fantastic. But it just doesn't feel like there's any semblance of offense that's consistent. It definitely feels like there's, I don't know, like you said, a bunch of people chasing around a ball that's essentially a greased up pig, and they're trying to find some form of grip on this game. So, again, Alpine keeping it close within one, trying to pass it in the midfield. And again, Ghost Gaming very quick to the ball, trying to intercept it. Keeps it on their half. This was the difficulty that Alpine had in the last game when Ghost had a lead. 1-goal game, couldn't break out because of the aggression that came from Ghost Gaming, and hopefully Ghost Gaming recognizes this trend. If they can continue to keep this pressure, Alpine can't do a whole lot. So that's also paired with the, you know, the scariness. A double commit and a counterattack is all it needs. So gonna be interesting how these last 40 seconds go as it plays in the midfield. Another challenge by Mektos and bumped out of the way. What a great play and a goal missed opportunity. An option for Ghost as he plays this one across, seeing if he can get that one back down. And finally, what looked like was going to be a clear from Ghost to keep that one back in as a demo. And Alpine goes the other way, so a great play from them.
Two members on D, Alpine Esports here, still with control. This is the best opportunity they've had kind of in the past 2 minutes. And they almost throw it away, and with that clear, I think they do. Freshness here. And that's staying with it, and then some.
He gets a flip reset on the ball here. I don't know if you saw this. He gets a flip reset right here, and then he rolls it into it again.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's...
You know, we take those. We take those.
That's what we call insult to injury, okay? You won already, Ghost. That was going to be game number 3 in the pocket for Ghost Gaming, 2 on the side of Alpine Esports. And so as we move on into the series, Ghost Gaming, match point.
Yeah, this is a interesting one that we talked about, FDOT. Now that they are on match point, if they win this next one, that puts them in a 3-way tie in the standings. Obviously, we've got rule breaks, and we'll bring those up when they become relevant. But, I mean, a 3-way tie really opens this wide open, which is exciting because, as I mentioned before we got into the series, it was completely neutral. 6 at the top, 0 negative. It was like even across the board where everybody is. So these matches going down to the wire, and if they can bring this to 7, is going to be very beneficial for that tiebreaker. So more than anything for Alpine, obviously they want to win, but if they don't, this next game is going to be a big one. They need to bring it to 7 to the best of their ability to hold on. As for Ghost, closing this out could be make or break for what allows them to push in as that upset pick and the first seed that came in from the open qualifiers. I told you can't count them out. They are a very talented team.
You saw just before the tiebreak scenario, we're going to look at game differential before head-to-head. But that's a big ol' if. Ghost Gaming, match point. But Alpine, should they win this one and the next one, and we don't have to even see any of the tiebreak stuff. That said, how large is that if? That's the question the players are asking themselves. Freshness here. Wants to make it a very big one. He's the one that wants to go to a tiebreak scenario. Percy, on the other hand, interrupted. Would rather just put it on home here and move on to Group B. Magic Bear off the wall. Jordan with the follow-up. Blocked. My Lion Blaze. Freshness gets to play in transition. Also blocked on the other side, and not that time. Goal number 1 for LB.
This is the big one here now for Alpine. With Ghost scoring this, a lot of confidence. You know they're going to be feeling momentum. So either Alpine, as they've shown before, get a goal off this kickoff and kind of neutralize it. Otherwise, the mentality starts to come into question, and Mystic is going to have to earn that pay.
Midfield. She's able to grab this. And Freshness takes it out of his hand. Freshness has stepped up to be the player to watch in this series. He's put up on defense. He's put up on offense. Lion Blaze is receiving a lot of the fanfare, but I think Freshness has led to a lot of what the team has been able to do here.
Yeah, big impact player. Obviously, there was a lot of focus for me on Lion Blaze, but it seems to be, like you said, it's got to be a true team effort. A lot of people come into my chat and ask, like, who's your favorite player? Who do you think is the best? And it's like, it doesn't matter. It is a true team effort nowadays. You can have your high impact players, but everybody is absolutely super important to getting those victories at the high level. So again, great job everybody getting involved. It was Mektos early. Now it's starting to be a little bit more Freshness as Lion Blaze holds it down in the midfield. Mektos and Lion Blaze going to kind of tag each other out as one goes back to get boost. And a trap over the middle. Another good midfield pickup. It could be an opportunity for Lion Blaze. Off the ceiling, has the reset, and he does get a block here, so it should keep it in favor of Ghost. Unless it's a big clear downfield, which it is for Alpine. A good transition from them.
Just under 3 to go. Jordan off the top. Double touch. Can't find the... Never mind. Does find the angle. I thought it was wide. Apparently so did Ghost Gaming as they missed the defensive stop here. Oh, there it was. It was wide. But
yeah,
Ghost
that one
helps him out.
That hurts a little bit. That one hurts a little bit, but again, that was big for Alpine. They needed that bounce back goal. They can't let that momentum swing in Ghost's favor, but Ghost has been doing a good job, I think, gameplay-wise. Mixing it up, going a little bit slower on some of these solo plays, as well as playing fast and aggressive to these challenges. It's keeping Alpine at bay, but Alpine still finding ways to score, still finding ways to move it upfield, and here's another opportunity. Shot from Percy is going to go a little bit low. A little bit too far near post, but possession thrown back in the favor. Doesn't matter as Ghost is there. It's going to trap in the middle and able to play it around. So this one's going to have to be a hit and chase. It's everybody going downfield, trying to slow it down. Should allow a pass opportunity. Those are the ones that I don't like where Alpine goes direct. Those are the ones where if they mix it up and they dish that across field for a shot, it's more than likely going to be a threat.
Yeah. Get that extra touch as opposed to just the 1-2. Yeah, I feel that. They sometimes they have these opportunities kind of taken away by the opposition. Sometimes they have the opportunities taken away from themselves because they don't really go for the full play that's in front of them. Mektos getting in front of Magic Bear there. Jordan on the ground. Magic Bear left wing helping out here. And the rotation there from Percy. A little bit slow, but not in the insulting way. Just not able to really reach there. No consequence either, so no harm, no foul. Just over a minute here, Lawler. Alpine Esports, 1. Ghost Gaming, 1. And Percy helped out by Magic. And a smooth move there. Nothing too ornamental. Just, hey man, shot defended and rebound is good.
I mean, we got to see it from Jordan's perspective, and we talk about a lot of times where you're in tight situations, you need to be able to take that risk. There's a lot of opportunities that come, and playing passive isn't always the option. Teams like the Peeps, I think, are a prime example that when they need a goal, they have no issues with sending extra. They do that with Jordan here on Alpine. He commits to that play, he brings it upfield, he goes for a demo off the guy at the backboard, jumps off, gets another bump on another player, and you say it just kind of trickles in. It's because of the efforts of that risk that Jordan is putting by staying upfield a little bit longer. So well played by Alpine, a much needed goal here with 40 seconds left. As they try to close this one out, it's going to go off the backboard and cleared away by Ghost, so should be able to bring this, transition it down the other way. So free jump should block that, bounces off, read well, but a big clear here from Alpine. Stops the threat.
$20 seconds. Ghost Gaming, totally within the realm of possibility, but they're on their own side of the court. Ball going open net. Percy, saves that one. Shot denied by Jordan. Hand in the face. Freshness, one shot. Mektos trying to play against Percy and can't occupy the defender. Another one here for Alpine Esports. This set has gone back and forth. This just in from the other side. Envy about to clinch here, up 3-2 against their opposition, Nefarious. as we see our tie set between Alpine and their world. Oh, this just in. That's the clinch. Envy going tomorrow.
You know, we had this really cool idea of like, hey, if we finish this game early, we can go to the other one and keep you guys up to date. And then we forgot that Envy was playing, so it doesn't really matter because they're just going to close out their team before this one. So, exciting thing is on broadcast, we're getting it down to the wire, but for Envy, the blowouts, just, we don't get to watch them. So, you're welcome, I guess. I don't know how you want to go about this.
Listen, you know, most casters sit here and go, I want a game 7. Give me a best of 31 and a rematch if the loser's sad. I do like a blowout every now and then, but we got a chance to see some of it from Envy earlier on. They did Alpine pretty dirty. Alpine had something to say as well, but this, Ghost Gaming, Alpine Esports, 3 in both pockets. Let's go, baby. This is game 7.
Now, with the way that things have played out, and I'll make sure we double check this before I confirm it, but with Ghost Gaming, this going to 7, and even with the tiebreaker scenario, their game differential being -6 coming into this is not good. So because of that, no matter what, it looks like Ghost Gaming, even if they do get the win here, is done. Their game differential is too low. So with this playing out the way that it did, we're in big trouble. So there's going to be some interesting matchups. We'll have to keep you guys tabs on this one before I confirm that it's a guarantee for Alpine. But again, a lot of things playing out. Ultimately, like I said, it's in both teams' control. They have to win. That's the number 1 thing.
Take the victory. Win the game. There's a lot of strategy, a lot of talk, a lot of teams, a lot of roster changes, boost control, offense, defense. Win the game, boys. That's what it's about. You gotta take it home and win it. Alpine's in the driver's seat. Ghost Gaming, even if they win, in a bad spot here. But by no means should Alpine let off the gas. Freshness, on the other hand, drives it on home. 1 above none here for Ghost Gaming after a minute and a half.
Good play for them as well. A minute and a half, like you said, and a good time to do it. Obviously, Ghost Gaming has been struggling to hold on to some of these leads as well. You know, they keep that pressure, but Alpine just has some pretty solid responses. I think it's credit to everybody on that team, but again, Ghost Gaming has one of their own, and a lot of it coming from this new player of Mektos.
He's been impressive. He has been impressive. I had a lot of questions about how he was going to work out without his twos partner, and I'm sure he hates that. But these are the questions that you've got to ask when these moves are made. And if you're Mektos, Lion Blaze, or Freshness, this is how you answer those questions. Look, man, y'all got questions. We absolutely have the answers. Mektos there, not involved in this one, but it's all about spacing, and the Dominus absolutely gets involved. 3 minutes to go. Ghost Gaming with just as many goals.
Well, to keep you guys up to date, I said I would when we got the information. Envy has now officially clinched 3-0 with a +8 game differential, so they will be your first seed coming in from Group A. And then for the second seed, right now, because of the game differential, no matter what happens, it's either going to be +1 or -1. And Ghost Gaming right now is sitting at -6. There is no way for them possibly to catch Alpine, so even with the 3 games, and with Nefarious being a -2, Nefarious is out, and Alpine is in. So this one, for Alpine, whether they know it or not, is a freebie. They're in.
That's kind of what. So even if Alpine loses one, it's all good.
Yep. Because it'll be, everybody will be at 1 and 2. But the game differential, which is our first head-to-head tiebreaker, right? It's game differential and then it's tied head-to-head. So because their game differential is as good as it is. Yep. They have better performances across all 3 of their matches. So I think it's fair. Absolutely. I think it's working out great. So unfortunate for Ghost, but needed to do just a little bit better here.
Yeah. Jordan gets involved here. He goes ahead and scores that one. If you're Coach Mystic, or I guess one of the teammates, but let's just go with the coach position. If you're Coach Mystic, No, it doesn't work because coaches are in the comps. If you're on the team of Alpine here, are you saying, all right, boys, let's chill out. We got this one because like it's easy, or are you saying no, doesn't matter, must win situation, gotta just get the dub, I don't care what the bracket says, winning is winning?
I think it depends on the team and what the like personalities are like. There's some players that react better to more of a lighthearted kind of like, all right, we've wrapped up the day, let's enjoy it, and maybe that makes them play better. There's other players where it's like, if I'm coming in, it's like, guys, we need to finish out strong today. Clearly, it's not as good as we want. This is a real game opportunity for us to prove that we are the better team. So us losing here doesn't look good, and we need to solidify that. I mean, I think that's still, in my opinion, how it stands for Alpine. Alpine needs to continue to prove that they are, a top 8 team in the region, and losing matches to Ghost, even though it is in 7 and Ghost is making improvements and stuff like that. It's not a good look. It's not as bad as I think it could be, but again, if you're a team that's losing and still winning by game differential, you're not always going to have that luxury, especially with the new format for the winter split being double elim. You lose twice, you're done.
Yeah.
So I think it's that leniency is something that they need to make sure that they close on out. So if it's on me, man, I'm saying like we need to close this out strong.
Me too. That is absolutely, and it's one of those things where like I would love to kind of just like put my feet up, enjoy the smell, make jokes, but at the end of the day, I think it's important to stay in that winning mentality, like stay in that mindset. No laurels to rest on here, guys. You got to go for it. And so, that wasn't even a fake. That was just a miss. I'm not giving that one to you, Mektos. My bad. That's just Jordan saying oops. Okay? That's just Jordan saying oops. Let's try that again without the oops.
Well, they're lucky they don't have to go to a goal differential for tiebreakers, otherwise it could be pretty oops. But again, this one, luckily they can chalk it away, and they may very well have Mystic, piped in and being like, hey guys, like we've wrapped it up. But at the same time, again, you want to close it out as strong as possible. I think Ghost, the biggest thing they get from this is they do show that they can compete against the big dogs, which in the past they struggled very, very much so when there was the original Omelet roster. So positive things here for Ghost, everybody getting at least a win, and it shows like they were the first seed coming in for a reason.
Exactly right. What a match it was right there. I gotta say, these matchups have not disappointed. You guys started it off by saying Fallout, how are you enjoying hosting some Rocket League? And I said, well, are you kidding me? I'm having a blast. And that has continued throughout the entirety of Group A. I mean, what a show it's been. Such great matches. And we saw Alpine stick it to Envy in a couple of games. And of course, in the end, Envy dominates. If we do have the standings, I'd love to pull them up and take a look at how things did kind of wrap up in a moment. But F. Lawler, I want to get your perspective on how Group A shook out. Of course, that matchup, you called the action. In the grand scope of Group A, what stood out to you the most? Start with you, F.
What stood out to me, I think, was Envy's dominance. It was to be expected, but how dominant they were, I think, was really impressive. The 8-2 game differential, the only 2 games they dropped were to the other team that qualifies in. I think that's really the biggest takeaway for me here.
Lawler?
Yeah, I think Envy's dominance is a big one. This is a team that I've considered to be towards the top for the entire split. Started off a little bit slow, but it bounced back, and since then have looked absolutely dominant. So it is good to see there. I think for Alpine, still the same feelings I have, where I think they are a very talented team, and they have proven that they can win in the big moments. But there's definitely like hiccups here and there. It's not as consistent as I would like it. So definitely some concerns about Alpine. They're going to definitely be playing that uphill battle because Group B is absolutely stacked. So I don't think there's going to be, whoever their first seed they're playing against is going to be a difficult one. Most likely going to be
exactly right.
So
most likely. Yeah. You took the words right out of my mouth, man. I was going to say the same exact thing. Is Alpine not necessarily looking incredibly consistent, but they have a chance to redeem themselves. They sneak through with a 1-2 finish in Group A. Not exactly how they would have liked to have done it, but they got the job done. They will now have a chance to play against the number 1 seed from Group B, which is an absolute stacker. NRG, E United, Down to Earth, and KC Pioneers. Are you kidding me? And we get an entire second half of the show to watch Group B right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to WSOE Online. And guess what? Fallout here with a big announcement. We're getting excited for WSOE Online 4 Hearthstone Battlegrounds. We love Hearthstone here at the WSOE. Of course, we've done this is our 4th Hearthstone event. This time, with a little bit of a twist, we're going to be doing Hearthstone Battlegrounds, new game mode, same old WSOE. You can participate in the open qualifiers December 10th through 11th if you're a Hearthstone fan. And if you make it, we got our main event December 19th and 20th. Make sure to book your calendars and hopefully punch your ticket to the main event. F. I know you're a big Hearthstone fan. I'm sure you're looking forward to it.
Yeah, man. I think what they've done with Battlegrounds has been real cool. I've been playing card games since I could play card games, and looking at them keep innovating with Battlegrounds, it's dope. WSOE is dope. So the combination, I'm here for it. I'm going to be tuning in.
Darn straight you are. That's awesome stuff. WSOE and Hearthstone are synonymous at this point, just like WSOE and Rocket League. And speaking of Rocket League, let's take a look at the schedule for today. We are going into Group B. Group A, done and dusted. As you guys saw, we did have Alpine Envy and Alpine Envy and Ghost Gaming take our matches that were featured on stream. In the end, it was Alpine and Envy that qualified. But guess what? We got E United and NRG to kick off Group B with match number 1, followed by NRG and KC Pioneers, followed by E United and KCP. So we get to see NRG twice, KCP twice, and E United twice. The teams you know, you love, you're excited to see. And we're kicking it off with E United versus NRG. Lawler. It's going to be a great one.
Yeah, it should be really exciting to watch these two teams go at it. Obviously, NRG is the favored to win the whole thing for me and FDOT. And rightfully so. There hasn't really been too many other teams other than probably Space Station and maybe Envy that have been able to hold the torch to them. G2 obviously not able to be involved. But United, I think, has been a team that has an interesting story because they had a really rough start to their season in the fall split. They end up then bringing in Tristan, who many were kind of indifferent about because he comes from the CRL and was known as like the Justin there, high flying, tons of mechanics. And it's like, you pair that with Wonder Mike, how is this going to be? You all of a sudden start seeing Ajax put in more hours than he's ever put in before and is like #1 on some of the leaderboards. So this is a very talented team. They just got to find a way to put it all together at the entire moment because there's been ups, there's been downs, but when they pop, it is disgusting. So expect for a high-flying action or for NRG to just steamroll, and we'll find out. It'll be fun, though, either way.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We know what they're capable of. I'm a little bit bummed, FDOT, that we didn't get to see G2 in this tournament. We know what G2's capable of. As a Chicago and myself, I was excited to watch Chicago do his thing. And, of course, Alpine now has qualified through, hasn't necessarily had that top 2, top 3 finish. They're looking to kind of bump themselves up, to call themselves that top tier, that top echelon, alongside the likes of G2, Space Station, NRG, Envy in North America. Your thoughts, though, on E United and NRG, our first matchup?
Yeah, E United, Lawler said previously that people were kind of indifferent on Tristan. Look, I worked the Rival Series and I worked the CRL. I'm excited for these teams.
That's exactly right. Well, guess what? These teams are ready. Game 1 is underway. We got NRG versus E United. Can E United start by making a stamp on this tournament? We'll find out.
Lawler, as I was talking there, this United team was interesting to me from the jump. Wonder Mike made moves in the Rival Series, came through, one of the most impressive rookies a lot of us had kind of seen, just had a swagger to him that I think a lot of rookies don't have. A confidence. When we talk about confidence, that's a big deal. Tristan coming through, a star in his own league. But what does that mean? How does CRL stack up against it? And he did and does have some growing pains with respects to becoming and ascending to this next level of talent. Energy is the ultimate test, but watching Wonder Mike and Tristan kind of be the young guns next to Ajax, this is a young, exciting team with Ajax there, can kind of like be the rudder for the squad. And so I've been excited for this United team from the jump, but it is energy.
Yeah, the way I look at it, man, is when E United was playing in the grid, first week they make top 8, smiles all around. And then for 7 weeks they don't. They bring in Tristan, they make it back immediately. So there is a lot of expectations, and I think that creates a little bit more pressure for him. But obviously being one of the older guys because of CRL and being in college, I do think that opens up a lot of opportunities as they're going to bully their way in. A majority of this game for the first minute and a half is in favor here of United. Pressure all around, and for some reason the clock is still counting down. I am confused.
Well, they're the first ones on the board here. So E United wrestling control and looking for what they were able to do against lesser teams, against Energy. And I mean, you know, these are the tournaments where you see those upsets, right? These are where these upsets come from. So E United being the first ones to score, you talked about pressure on Tristan or whatnot. This is how you alleviate that pressure. Give yourself a goal cushion to kind of lean on here. A second one, I'm sure, would be something that they would like to see. Ajax takes it out of the hands of Justin. And a little wide. Garrett's there, even if it wasn't. He'll take it up the field. Light shot. Tristan gets involved. Squishy sends it towards the top. And Garrett going back for the boost, not in position to make immediate use of it. And so it's cleared out one more time. Energy side, Energy's control, past the defender, and Ajax, second shot, second goal.
Yeah, an interesting choice here from Justin. It seems like they're trying to slow it down and move it downfield a little bit more control with it. But again, if United's going to play fast and just challenge you right away, these are the adjustments that Energy's going to be looking to make. Is obviously there's a level of respect, and right now United is just like, we're going to beat you to everything. We're going to challenge everything. And if Energy gets to do what they want, they can play it a little bit slower. They're going to cause these fake challenges to happen. And United's going to be going, flipping past the ball the other way. But as long as they connect and they can keep this pacing, United's doing a fantastic job of holding on to it. And absolutely stellar work from them. You know, a statement here, 2 goals out, but when you're playing Energy, it's not for long. Justin's going to take this one on his own.
Breaks the ankles of player 1, pops it over player 2, and then dishes it past player 3. 1 versus the world. And that's why Justin is Justin, man. Like, that's...
That's fair sometimes, man. Like, we talked about the mechanics. Tristan's great, you know, one of Mike's great, and then Justin shows he's like, no, it's me.
Yep. I mean, this is... I talk a lot about, like, legacy and tradition of esports, and Justin is that legacy here. You know, 2 goals here for the young man. You notice he has his vowels in. Justin. Longtime fans know him as JSTN, right? And that's literally where Tristan's name comes from, right? We're at the point where players are playing against the players they looked up to as they came into the league. And I think that's where I was talking about, like, tradition and heritage. Like, you can't print that. You have that. Tristan knows this gameplay style because he's tried to embody it in his own game. And now playing up against Justin, that's got to make you feel some type of way. He's had the opportunity all season long to do so. And so they know what's on the other side of this field. They know how Energy's going to react. And Justin doing that, nobody's surprised, but United certainly wants to find their way out one more time.
Yeah, it's got to humble you a little bit. And I mean, it's one thing, like, in the early days of Rocket League, before even your time, I mean, it was different because it was like OCE has a mechanic. They call double touches the Devo, right? And it's one thing to do it from like a region that's had to be on the outside looking in at the beginning. But this is in the same region. So you're seeing this level of respect and this level of, you know, compassion coming from these players that is against someone that's across the field in a way that you've looked up to them, waiting for your opportunity to also get to do it. So without a doubt, I'm sure there may be a little bit of nerves, but they've got a whole full season under their belt to kind of work into this. So the difficulty, though, is if you let Justin have this much space, it's just going to open up opportunities for his teammates. As Garrett, a freebie here for him.
Rare miss from Justin just converts into an opportunity for Garrett G. And that is as quintessential can be, right? Like, Garrett's always there, filling in the gaps for who are quite obviously the perennial players in Squishy Muffins and Justin, right? Like, those are the 2 guys. And Garrett G's just here to be the gel, which is funny because of Garrett's entire career, you know, now being the role player here on a team. That's exactly what Energy needs. It's I think it is harder than people realize to be energy. Now, let me back that up because being energy, I get it. But like, when you have two ultimate superstars like Squishy Muffins and Justin on the squad, your third has to be some type of way. It has to be a Garrett G, and it is. And they bring home the victory here, 3-2.
Yeah, I think it's interesting you bring it up that way as well, because I view it from the other. I view it from the opposite trend. I mean, Garrett G is the only player to make every world championship, period. In an active roster, he's been to every single one. Obviously, it took Turbo Pulse coming over, the GOAT, to get him one, but besides the point, he is a player that has, throughout his entire career, it's very difficult. And you're seeing the trend where the old guard, the SART veterans are kind of on their way out. But for Garrett to stay with it since the very beginning, the inception of RLCS, and continue to stay at the very top, the pinnacle of what is NA Rocket League, is not an easy thing to do. And a lot of that comes down to the communication, the hard work and dedication he puts in. He doesn't need someone to outside motivate him to continue to play. He recognizes, this is my job. I'm going to do that for myself. And it's a very good quality to have, and is part of the reason why he stayed at the top, along the multitude of other things like a great support system and his family and everything else. But yeah, Garrett is a very special player, and it's part of the reason why he's able to play alongside the talent that is Squishy and Justin. It is a star-studded lineup.
Exactly, and you know that's part of the big picture thing. You know, how do you go as a guy that, man, I've been to every world championship, I'm the Lanimal, what are you going to do about it? And then you sit there and you go, well, that's Justin, and that's Squishy. If we're all the big cheese, we won't get that victory. And so him kind of swallowing the pride and being like, all right, I'll be the third man. I'll be the backup for you two guys because I recognize the style, and that winners win. That's what it is. He's been to every world championship because he can know how to take that step back and be like, all right, Justin, you want to do this over and over again? Squishy, you want to do, no doubt. Okay, I am fine to adjust my position, and he'll still be here. He'll still make these crazy plays. We're going to see incredible stuff out of Garrett. I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. He just knows how to slot in there, and that's what allowed Energy to not be these, super teams don't always work. This one, I still call a super team, and it works because of everybody's ability to gel and adjust and adapt to make the big picture happen.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see on how it's been developing, because even though they've been so dominant, we hype them up as much as we do as a super team. They also are still figuring things out. I mean, at the very beginning of the season when they brought in Squishy, absolutely dominated in the offseason, had a little bit of a slow start, and then from then it's been smooth sailing. They've been trying to figure out what is Squishy's role in this team as the new addition. Initially, It was a lot of defense, fantastic defense. But now he's transitioning that with those solo plays and bringing it up. And now it's just a passing of the torch of who are we going to enable today? Because Garrett is just as capable as these other two to do it. But a lot of energy talk here because they are who they are. But E United, keeping it close in the first one. They had 2 early goals. Unfortunate for them that energy bounces back. But they do show they can score against this super team. They just got to find a way to hold on to it.
E United are definitely, I think, I loved the way you said in the beginning of the show. If you guys missed it, we just took down the Group A. We're Group B. Tomorrow, we'll go into a single elimination bracket with the top 2 from either group. Confirmed is NB and Alpine above Nefarious and Ghost Gaming. And so here in Group B, we've got Down to Earth, E United, Kansas City Pioneers, and Energy. And out of the 8 teams here, E United are, on paper, the 8th seed. And I finally got to the point that I was talking about. I love the way that you put the 8th seed in air quotes, because without a doubt, they are stronger than some of the other squads here. And being able to score 2 against Energy, absolutely a deal. I expect them to take a game. I don't think this will be a sweep. And E United have definitely impressed me throughout the course of the season in ways that other teams kind of haven't. And I'm looking for them. The next step is consistency.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. They're still developing. They're still fairly new as a roster together. And I think the best way to get it out of the way, I think what favors them in this schedule significantly is playing Energy first. You're getting rid of the biggest threat right away. It's a great warm-up. It gets you a condition for the rest of the day. And is a fantastic start. Not to discredit, I mean, the other 2 teams, Down to Earth is doing some great things. So is KCP. So, but if you're going to look at this bracket, the number 1 seed overall, the first invited team, without a doubt, I think this is a good way to start. So get warmed up, try to get into a groove, and don't be too discouraged because obviously you are definitely not the favorite here. So should be interesting to see how United develops as they are keeping this neutral. The second game neutral 2 minutes in. As it is one of Mike who's going to blast it away. He was a big reason as to why they qualified, popping absolutely off in those open qualifiers, hitting the most ridiculous shots. But the difference here, Energy is not letting those shots happen for free. There is challenges. You see another one here from Squishy as he controls the midfield boost.
That's the goal. I mean, you got to open the field. Opening the field for Wonder Mike, opening the field for Tristan. E United have a couple of different deadly options for them. Ajax, sure, absolutely just as deadly, but his skill set better fit to really open up the field for those two, whether it comes from bumps, demos, or just drawing defenders. And so, a couple of demos on the ground here. Wonder Mike looks to flip it around. Energy, though, look at that. They get demoed and they push the offense, knowing that they have the 2-on-3 mismatch, and they just disallow any sort of use of the power play from E United off of the back of that demo. That's big picture. That's macro knowledge. That's big picture from Energy, not making sure not to succumb to what E United are trying to do. We can't get to the defense, so let's just demo them. Energy says, okay, word, now you're on defense.
Yeah, for anybody who hasn't gotten to see the comms from the team, I mean, obviously it's a mixture of not only the coach and Sizz and the confidence that he instills at pointing things out, but also Garrett. I mean, Garrett's a big communication leader for this team, and whether it be calling for time or trying to build something, I mean, it's just everything is communicated, and it seems like it's a little bit chaotic, but that information can be, I guess, downloaded at a very quick rate from this roster, where it's almost second nature. So this team doesn't let anything know. They know exactly what their options are, and it's why they can create those opportunities of like, hey, yeah, I'm demoed. Here, you can do this, 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 and this from my perspective. You know, it's never wasted time. So Energy, when they're on a serious, is very dangerous. When they're lighthearted, they're even more dangerous. Because when Justin's lighthearted and goofy, good luck stopping him, because he is, without a doubt, the best player online I've ever seen in my entire life.
I'll never forget watching him. Well, Garrett watching himself. All right, United getting involved here, but Justin scoring the goal. You know which one I'm talking about. He was just like, got it, like very calm, very cool. You know, just it's in, like chilling, man. That's the scariest. Ice in the veins. That's the scariest competitor in my opinion. Right now, coming down to the wire, 20 seconds to go, scoreless after almost all 5 minutes here, which is just as impressive as the goals going in. The goals being defended here from E United. Energy have had a couple of opportunities, but not all. E United have kept Energy on a leash. The ball grounded. OT is good. And we'll start the sudden death.
Yeah, big one here for United. Not allowing Energy to score is quite the feat. So going into OT, hopefully they can close onto this one. This is kind of the best chance that they're going to get.
Yeah.
So plays out across their net. A lot of pressure here already from Energy, and it's played inside, but defense is back. Tristan's going to try to slow this one down, but you can see the aggression again. Energy not wasting any time. Pass play inside, and they put it away. What a defense, and nothing they can do about it.
Just right on through. Look at that. From one player to the other, a perfect shot, just sliced down the middle. And right here, we've got a word from our sponsors, Papa John.
Order Papa John's and get 25% off regular menu price items. Just use code WSOE25.
I got to give a shout out to my man on that commercial there. When he looks, the actor, when he looks up and smiles, that's like, yeah, I got the perfect answer for this one. We have all made that face before. I give the ultimate shout out to my man on the Papa John's commercial there.
Dude, when you're on the grind and you're just not feeling like cooking at night, and you're just like, what do I want to do? I'm hungry. I don't want to wait. And then the thought of yeah, I'm gonna order out pizza. Like, it's just It's such a good feeling that you're like, you know, I should be hitting the gym. I should be like staying on my diet. And then you're just like, nah. Like when you cave, it's such a good feeling. It really is. And it's so easy too.
Yeah. Because you just accept it and you go, okay.
It's like, oh, this is good. Like it's even better when it's 25% off, man. Use that promo code, you guys, if you're gonna get pizza today.
WSOE 25. Energy. Hoping for a little bit more here. We've got 2 in the bucket so far. Best of 7s all across the board for this evening. Squishy goes for a catch. And E United keeping control of the ball, having possession for the first time seemingly all evening. A nice shot on goal, a little above, and the second opportunity from Wonder Mike puts it in.
This is a really good play from Wonder Mike as well. He sat in front of the net initially to get that, but then sweeps back through after a boost tonight, and that's what that pressure needs to be for E United. It's how they got those goals early on, so glad to see them not troubling away or shying away from it. But,
whoops.
Can't let those in, F-Dot. These are ones that, after all that effort, this is what you get countered on. Those hurt.
Yeah, that just can't happen. Like I said, E United it was so much work, and that's the dejection. That gets in my head as a competitor. So much work and effort, and worth patting yourself on the back for. E United get control of the ball. They have a couple of shots that are denied, but they stick with it. There's all this, and then Energy go. They're like filing their nails, looking at their fingers, and go, oops, and score after you have just climbed a mountain and then some. And it hurts. Garrett G flips it back, and that's the type of impact Energy has on the pitch.
Is that a Tristan own goal? Yeah. So I don't know what happened here. I think it's because he had minimal boost. I didn't get to see it in the replay. But like I think he wants to play that up and off the backboard because then it clears out a little bit more. But quite honestly, he could play that to the corner. I think he should be fine to just dish that over. It's just he's trying to get a little bit too cheeky with it, but I just think he didn't have enough boost to get underneath it to like tip it back towards his backboard. So a big mistake there and a big swing here for Energy back on top. And Energy with the lead is probably one of the scariest things because they just start descending.
Yep, they just start to send it.
Jesus.
And Squishy sends it airmail from West Coast to Best Coast. 3-1 here after a minute 55. And Energy. This is the better example of what I was talking about way before in our second matchup with Alpine versus Envy. Alpine had a couple of games lead, and I said this is where it gets scary because Envy will just go all in, play, put all the chips on the table, and well, it almost happened. Here, it's happening. This is Energy just like, all right, we got some room to play with, and play with it we will. Here it is, everything all in. Squishy shooting from other sides of the map and making it happen. So it's up to E United to kind of stop. They need to truncate this conversation. Just put an end to it. Whether that's with a defensive stop or a strong offensive push is up to E United. My 2 cents, they got to look for the offense. Their team is tilted towards offense with respect to where their talent points are slotted, if you will. And that's what they should be looking for. Fight fire with fire.
Yeah, the difficulty is all their offense has been stopped, and credit to not only Energy, but the other teams towards the top, is their backboard defense has gotten so much better over the past couple of years as that meta developed, primarily in like Season 3, Season 4, as another save here, super close. But almost always do they have a response, whether it be Justin or otherwise, on that backboard to get a big clear. I mean, you saw Squishy get a goal off of it. Obviously, in the corner, and there's that solo effort.
Nice.
Ajax this time, the one we don't talk about as much. But again, their backboard defense is something that is struggling. Unless it's a solo play that happens a little bit sooner, things are being stopped before they develop. So again, I don't know why a lot of these teams that are trying to push into that top 6 area, they don't work passes into the midfield. It's something that, yes, you can do a one pass upfield and then a shot like Alpine does, But if you take that extra touch and play it cross field, it is extremely difficult to save. I understand it's a little bit more of a commitment, but most likely the opportunity is going to be there. So again, United and as well as the rest of these other teams that are invited need to, or not invited, but have qualified, need to do passes like this where it's infield and a shot opportunity develops. So G2, prime example, one of the best at it in this region. Absolutely lethal with their infield passes.
"60 seconds to go here, just about." United control one more time. At least they did. Wrestled away by Justin. Loose shot. And the United looking for control one more time. Shovels it towards the goal. Not really any sort of accuracy, just more brawn. And Garrett G, brains, puts it in. 4-2 for Energy here, looking to take game number 3. After a spectacular performance, largely from Garrett G.
Big win on that one, not just solidifying a 2-goal lead, but pretty much solidifying what I think is this series. A win here is going to put them at 3-0 overall, and for E United, the chances of you coming back from that against Energy are slim to none. So at this point, it comes down to game differential. We saw how important it was in our first group of being able to get some wins, and a big sweep here, very similar to what Envy did against Ghost at the very beginning. It makes you kind of wonder, are we going to see similar trends as they add another one to the list? But it's dangerous. I mean, if Garrett's starting to show confidence as well, you know, going for fake challenges, you got a United team that wants to play fast, and he just fake challenges you and goes and rolls it in. That's dangerous. It makes me really worried for E United because they need wins desperately. Otherwise, they're going to be doing an uphill battle for the rest of the time in this group for that game differential. So, again, wins obviously are going to be the number one thing, but every game matters. That's why we do the format the way we do. It's why we find it so exciting as we get to the last couple of seconds here. It is going to be United trying to get one more, but it's just a little bit shy. And now with Energy at match point, F-Dot, a reverse sweep for E United seems unlikely.
Unlikely is probably the best way to put it. Yeah.
Nice.
You're being very, very nice here. I still don't think a single game is out of the realm of possibility. I said it before, and I'm not afraid to back down from it, but I am going to double down. I do think that it's possible for United to come through and steal a game here. I really like the fact that Ajax single-handedly found that second goal. I think it's very realistic. Listen, rarely do I like to play armchair psychologist. We're not in the comms. We don't know. But I think it is easy after watching this E United team to assume that players like, I've followed Tristan in the CRL. I think it's easy to assume that he's a little bit tilted. Wonder Mike is a little bit harder to get under his skin, but having Ajax there just going, all right, guys, look, I'm the old school guy. I can come through and just barrel one in. I think that's important to keep your head above water, keep the guys' spirits up. We talked before about how big the mental game is, and that Ajax goal, that single Ajax goal, both the fact that it happened and the way that it happened, gives me faith that a United might be able to bark back. But I'm with you. Big picture, Energy probably takes this series. It's just a question of it's a 4-1 or 4-0 for me.
Yeah, big difference too is, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts, is because they are playing against Energy, do you think they have the expectation of, even if we lose here, it's not that big of a deal, and maybe that helps with the tilt factor? But at the same time, I feel if you're coming in with that mentality, you winning is not going to be a thing anyway.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you do have to be realistic, right? You have to be realistic and say this is Energy, but they have to look at what happened with Group A. I'm sure they're watching those games, maybe not glued to the screen, but they in general are watching, and they go, look, there was a 3-way tie. It came down to game differential. This is important. So I think they understand that they don't want to get swept. Getting these games actually does matter, specifically with respect to how Group A went down. So I think they can be realistic and say maybe we lose here because it's Energy. But at the same time, I don't think they're down to go quietly into the night, Right underneath the defender there. Good play from one to Mike. Ties it up at 1. Just under 4 minutes to go here.
Apparently I was muted. My apologies.
You're good. No problem. I'm chilling. I'm hanging out. Good Rocket
I said
League.
some really smart things, I swear. Like, biggest brain things you've ever heard. You're like, wow, Lawler, you're so smart. I'm like, thanks, man. But then no one said anything, and I was a little worried.
I'm just talking over you like, cool, dude, whatever,
Yeah.
man. You're like, hey, that's rude. What's going on here?
Turns out it's my fault the whole time.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us, man. It happens to the best of us. Right now, Justin, the best of many of us here. We're following along him and his teammates, Squishy Muffins. Shot after a pass. Nothing. United loosely handling the ball here, and it winds up one more time on United's half of the pitch. Defended well. Shot goes high from Squishy. Follow-up opportunity from Garrett, not going to be there. Now Ajax able to think about taking it away, but some smooth moves by Energy. And it's not so easy. Back and forth like a rocket horse. And we're halfway through.
You know, for selfish reasons, I really wanted Justin to score on that turnaround play that he had on the side wall, just so I could explain what makes Energy so good. And I'll try to articulate it here while we got a little bit of time of neutral game. But Justin on that play has the ability to check to the ball, and he can either go downfield with it in an immediate touch, or he can dish it into a midfield pass. And because everybody on Energy is so talented and has the game sense, he recognizes that no one is cheated up to kind of like that L formation you see in most teams, where you have one square across from you running parallel, and then one behind you to support. Pass isn't there, he takes it solo, and then just buys time. And now the teammate's in front of the net, he throws a pass mid. If the player's there automatically, he can dish that as a pass. It's just, Energy always has options, and they're always aware of what's around them. And a lot of it starts, again, with that communication from their captain and Garrett. So, again, it's what makes them so lethal. And despite that, United is keeping it tied. So, a lot of credit to where it is. It's a good bounce-back game. Obviously, do or die at this situation is what it feels like. But luckily with round robin, they've got some extra lives to play with. But Energy putting themselves in a great position here so far.
United now trying to turn things around. Briefly has control, but it's Energy one more time. Up top, Garrett G sets up, takes down the demo. Ball waterfall. This is the opportunity. Denied. Nice job. Double commit from United. Winds up being correct. Shouts to Fairy Peak. That time,
dude,
nobody connecting. And Justin gets it underneath.
It's not even fair. Like, they get 2 to commit. He can take a shot there, decides to play a self-pass off the corner, which makes it even more difficult for United. And then he goes for another aerial, and it's like, nah, I'm going to fake it because I'm being called off. And now Justin's got a perfect shot bottom right. Like, how do you defend that many threats one after another? Like, I can see it developing one after another. I'm like, there's nothing they can do. Like, if he doesn't score here, then there's this option. Well, he's got all the time in the world to watch it develop. And it's just one thing after another. There is a reason why they are considered the best in North America.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the thing. Justin scores again here, and that pretty much confirms it. But that's the thing, is that, like, that last one, not this one's kind of cute, but the one before that, if you just see the replay, it's a boring goal. But that's the key, is that all of the setup happens beforehand to make it a boring goal in the bottom right corner. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all of the beforehand stuff. When your goals look boring, you've put in the work. 23 seconds to go, and it's 2-3, 1 to Mike. Shortening this up. Is there enough shortening to tie this one up? Technically, yes. We'll see how this kickoff goes.
As you mentioned, a really big deal here for E United. Trying to avoid being swept. They need those game differentials and to give themselves yet another chance in this series, because it is, like you said, not over. But down by 1 and it cleared the other way. It's going to be a big one here from Tristan. Plays it up to one of Mike, who controls it well, trying to play it in the midfield. Plenty of boost from both of them, but it's a double commit and intercepted. The thrown right back into the corner. It's going to be up to Energy. Garrett making it easy on himself and just dumps it down, and that's a clean sweep 4-0 here from Energy.
Interesting choice to double commit there. You know, that's a rough one for E United. I would have loved to see them take a game, and I think that last one was probably the one to take if they were going to take one at all, looking at the way the other ones went. One to Mike tried, but could not come up with it. The 4-0 sweep here from Energy, surprising most likely no one, but I guess I'm in that category. I legitimately, man, I really did expect E United to take one game. Like I said, I'm not sitting here crazy being just content guys saying they were going to win. But like, I legitimately thought E United was going to be able to sneak one away. One to Mike Tristan, not going to take it.
Yeah, man. I think United's a fantastic team, and I think there's more in the tank. They do keep it close, but when everybody on Energy is gelling like that, I mean, what are you supposed to do?
That's fair. 4 games in the direction of Energy. We do have our secondary game going on. KC Pioneers versus Down to Earth. KC Pioneers have looked really, really strong as they're the top of the middle. These are the stars of the kids, the front of the class. Down to Earth, Aeon, Astro, and Spider. These guys snuck their way through qualifiers. Talk to me a little bit about Down to Earth.
Well, you say KCP's the one on top, but we'll take a look at the score box. Down to Earth up 3-1 in the series. The addition of Spider has been an exciting one, coming over from Adept, trying to make that impact happen, and it's been made. So KC Pioneers talking about as long as they're confident in their interview, we can win. So unfortunately, being down by 3 or being down by 2 in the series, that confidence probably a little bit lacking as Down to Earth continues to punish on this team up by 1 already here, trying to close out this series.
Beast mode here. One of the stronger players on KC Pioneers. Gotta be one of the guys here. Back against the wall. Down to Earth, not only on match point, but also leading 1-0 with 2 minutes to go. Totally within the reach of KCP. Reverse sweep also totally within the reach of KCP. Just with respect to how strong this team is. Double tap a little too high to make use of the angle. Where's the follow-up? Nowhere. Memory on the left-hand side, and we'll see the ball cleared. Down to Earth, hanging on to their lead, not willing to let go. This would be an upset.
Yeah, a big one at that, and I talk about how this group is a very dangerous one, not only for E United, but something that I've downplayed. Down to Earth played very well, and again, it's always hard to see if it's going to be a fluke or not. That was kind of my initial kind of response to it, is like, okay, they played well in open qualifiers. They qualified over some pretty notable teams. But can they do it again? Can they do it against other top-tier rosters? Because you just never know what you're going to get in an open qualifier bracket. And this is the start that they're looking for. Coming out strong. I mean, a big sweep over United also puts them in a good situation. So pretty much doing everything they can that's within their control here. So we get into almost the final minute of this game. A 1-goal lead seems to be enough at this point, but I mean, I'm looking at the score line for the rest of the series: 2-1, 2-1, 3-0, and 2-0, and 2-1. So 1-goal games have been a majority of this story. There has been 2 overtimes to start off this series as well. So not out of the norm here, FDOT. Everything been relatively within 1 goal. So this might be enough unless Beast Mode does this. A great challenge in the corner, plays it in, and he's there for the goal.
Down to Earth took down, you mentioned a couple of teams, Board of Shadowy Figures, who had made some noise during some of the majors as well. A couple of other teams notable. So Down to Earth, this is probably, we talked about E United not being the 8th seed. Down to Earth is probably the lowest carded squad here. And so to see them contest with Kansas City Pioneers, who, like I said, the Pioneers are a squad that I think are top of their class, noting that their class is beneath the Energies and the G2s, etc. They're definitely the fastest young kids for me, in my opinion. Them and Alpine kind of lead that charge. So to see Down to Earth here, especially Aeon, no comm on him anymore, different squads here doing what they're doing, it's an impressive look for sure. Tied up, we're going to go to OT. I would be very surprised, impressed, and incredulous if Down to Earth actually take this 4-1 above Pioneers.
Well, I do have some other adjectives to add to that list, but I feel like you hit the best one, so we're going to leave it out. As both overtimes have gone one apiece, so both teams neutral in that regard. Could be a big one here for Down to Earth, as it is cleared the other way. Big field boost grabbed, and another launch back the other way. Something KC Pioneers does well is not only with the chaos, but also find a good way to spread the field. They work on both sides and attack from multiple options. Like most teams, as we saw Alpine earlier today do quite well, where they just attack from multiple angles. A good give and go, and it's going to be Alpine that keep themselves alive in the series.
Kansas City Pioneers, and of course, it's beast mode. Big play there. I couldn't quite catch who that was that contested with the defender. Was that Rapid? Yeah, big play from Rapid to redirect and give Beast Mode the opportunity. So Beast Mode goes ahead and gets it, lands the overtime goal for sure. But you mentioned Alpine here, and I think what Kansas City Pioneers, what puts Pioneers above Alpine for me is their ability to also maintain control in transition. That's where it goes awry for Alpine, and honestly for a lot of the up-and-coming teams. What has impressed me the most about Kansas City Pioneers is their ability to kind of keep with it in the small ball, but also the big picture. And here's the big picture right here. Group A already done and dusted. 3-0 for Envy, no surprise there. 2, 3, and 4 winds up with a tie at 1-2, but Alpine is the team that clinches that we'll see tomorrow in our top bracket thanks to game differential. We're able to win a couple more games than everybody else, so it's Envy and Alpine. Here in Group B, Energy was able to get their one win, and now we're here up against KCP and Down to Earth. Down to Earth are leading here 3-2. Kansas City just grabbing that last game and grabbing this first goal in game number 6.
I mean, you bring up an interesting point of similarities to Alpine, but the difference is that transition game and how they control it. And a lot of it has to do with memory. A lot of people, I feel, underrate memory. And I know myself, the coach of Space Station and Chrome are very keen on him. He switched his controller layout and his button layout and his bindings a couple seasons back because he had a very weird one like Rizzo, and then ended up going back to it. And since he's gone back to it, he's still been considered as one of the more consistent players. And I think that's what KC Pioneers needed, is they needed a consistent option. And then they paired it with a young gun with a lot of talent. So Rapid plays this really weird play style of just floater. He doesn't really rotate. He just kind of goes where is needed and then is a nuisance. You saw it in their last goal to close out that overtime where he's just kind of floating around. He's like, oh yeah, I'll make a pass back to you after challenging this guy. And it works out great. So I think they can do that because, back to my initial point, is the way that Memory plays this game. It's very controlled. It's super easy to understand what his intentions are, and it leads to a lot of really good opportunities when Beast Mode is also feeling it. So KC Pioneers, obviously they were down, trying to bounce on back, and an important one with that, having confidence in that first goal. And again, these have been very close games, so that first goal could be the only one potentially.
You know, real talk.
Oh my God. Well, never mind. All right, there's another one.
Memory doing it. You bring up two very different conversations that I think aren't so different. You talk about Memory's ability, or you talk about their ability to go back to their weird control scheme, right? It's weird. It's not what everybody plays, but it's what he plays. Consistent. And then you talk about the ability to play your own position. You're not quite third man. You're not quite striker. You're this weird kind of swing man, free safety. I say it all the time. Play your own game. Listen, it's important to understand what's popular and what's successful for a reason, right? Nobody's saying that you should play completely backwards, but if what you do makes you successful, deviating from it just to fit the norm is not always the right decision. And so you talk about how you control the game or how you approach the game. Do you understand your own team identity? And more often than not, that leads you to success more so than imitation and trying to do what the other guys do for no other reason than it's what the other guys do. And so looking at that sort of lens and scope, I think that's a really big part of specifically the younger teammates, whether it's literal age or time in competitive Rocket League. And that gives you the confidence to be competitive. And I like that mentality here. Kansas City Pioneers, though, their mentality up 2-0 here in what would be the tying game to bring us to the rubber match. And Spider gonna speak up here, making it 2-1, down to earth, letting people know.
Yeah, it's a good effort here from that first play. I think it was Astro in the corner. A little bit slower play, then goes for the air dribble over the top and forces a 50. But the real problem with that is the player in that corner ends up getting hit by the ball on the way down, and it centers for the other team. So a little bit unfortunate there, but still have a 1-goal buffer as we approach 2 minutes. Challenges in the corner by down to earth. Obviously wanting to close this one out. The more and more this series goes on, the more and more I worry about their mentality. Because they were just so close.
Down to earth, or
down to earth? Because as it continues on, I mean, you're 1 game away multiple times, and it keeps slipping away. Momentum and everything else shifting in favor of KC Pioneers is something that definitely has some concern. So, KC Pioneers, so far from what I've seen, because we came into this series a little bit late, does seem like they are controlling the majority of the game. A lot of pressure, a lot of shots being paired with it. So, need to be careful. As this one's going to go off the backboard, saved and pushed away by D2E.
I agree. I think D2E needs to win here. I think if they're unable to put another 2 in, just barely able to. Oh man, that was a haircut. Down to earth. Astro can't get the bounce either. Shouts to beast mode, tossing a monkey wrench in that one. Spider slowly faking. Astro can't get the follow up. Still down to earth, maintains possession. Beast mode tries to pop it up, won't be able to get it over the offender. Astro, left side, pass from teammate, bumped, stops him from keeping with it. Down to earth now, playing big, and they got half a minute to score it, at least 1 to bring us to OT.
Now, whether it's intentional or not, a really good job here from KC Pioneers by a lot of these touches. Super high in the air, a lot of boost being expended. So not only are you lofting the ball and forcing the other team to go up and expend that boost, but you're also killing a ton of time with it. So, intentional or not, great decision here from KC Pioneers. Obviously, JG7, their coach, doing as much as he can to help these guys out as well. And kind of going full circle as they put another one in. Closing out the series and giving us that rubber match that you're talking about. Is you want to talk about players playing their style. It takes a lot for a coach and a team to enable that in the first place. So, credit to the staff on KC Pioneers of finding a way to make sure these guys are all comfortable with the play style, because, I mean, Beast Mode is a brand new player to this scene. He's being thrown into a lot of matches, and it's heated very quickly. So, for him to be as confident and play as well as he has been, credit to that organization and the staff that they have involved.
Yeah, you can see kind of the all-around support, even having Dapper alongside, you know, including the substitute in some of the live interviews makes it's about feeling camaraderie and family. A team absolutely has to have that level of trust and that level of stuff. And you know, it's funny sometimes when I get off on these soapboxes about like the mental level, the team level, people roll their eyes, but listen, you got to trust your teammate on the field to hit that demo. You got to go up without a care in the world and trust that your squad mate is going to provide the pass or the bump that you need to make that play happen and not look silly on the replay. And so all that stuff, you're talking organization, yeah, I think Kansas City Pioneers has absolutely enabled Rapid, Memory, Beast Mode to become this squad. And Lawler, earlier I said if Down to Earth came to a Game 7, I don't think they could do it. We'll see what happens here. Kansas City Pioneers, though, look like they're in the driver's seat, up and down.
Yeah, I think first goal is going to be telling of this series. Whoever gets this first one probably going to close it out. But again, this is Rocket League. It is the exciting thing about it that people can score from any single place at any given time. Yep. So should be a fun one as we go into Game 7, halfway through, pretty neutral on both ends of the field. As this one plays down, Spider already there waiting a challenge into the midfield. Shot there and put away by Down to Earth. What a great start for Aeon and the rest of the guys.
Clean move, clean move. Memory does his best to get in the middle of things, but it just winds up being the perfect hockey pass to the rest of Down to Earth, plops it on in, and the first goal goes to Down to Earth. I might have to check myself here, Lawler. I don't know.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time today, apparently. So, it's been an interesting one to say the least, brother. But Honestly, man, there's a lot of time. My only concern is looking at that scoreboard from last game, and obviously it's a very minute sample size. Memory scored every single goal, and I think seeing this really changes it. Memory had a hat trick last game, got all 3 goals, but Beast Mode and Rapid working together. A little bit more Beast Mode taking this one away. But either way, seeing them on offense, I think, is going to make this game 7 a lot closer than we hope.
Man, you say Beast Mode taking that one away. That was Beast Mode all the way up the field. He pops it on the wall, gives it a little shimmy shake. You know, that's a double tap of the B button, man. That's some Madden nonsense. I'm here for it. That looked slick. Rapid was there along for the ride, okay? That's Beast Mode all day. And he ties
Hey,
up
man,
at
when you're 6'9", you got to reach that big. That's Rapid, all right? He's going to dunk it on you.
All things, listen, we're all playing Octanes and Fenix. Hitboxes are the same on this one. I'm just putting that one out there. 3:20 on the clock, folks. 1 all. 3, both teams as well. Tied in every sense of the word. Down to earth, flips it high. And Beast Mode here, looking to do another flip around. Almost loses to a weird player pinch, but it's literally a centimeter wide, and KCP looks for offense one more time.
Trying to find a shot, Rapid there, and a great save by Aeon sweeping in, but it's not over yet. Yeah, making some good efforts to bring this down the other way. Curious on how he's going to play that with a player already waiting. Lobs it up for a teammate. It does get pushed to the side. It is Memory with control to clear that down to Beast Mode. Rapid's going to take another touch and play it out, so that is 3 expended all in the same spot. This could be an opportunity for Down to Earth. Astro going to pop it high off the backboard. Rapid not there, and Memory actually sweeping back through. And part of the reason why KC Pioneers can play the way they do is because of that, man. A check back, a big clear, and it's in! Ooh. Memory doing everything he can to get them the win.
From all the way downtown, Memory sends this one long distance and grabs 2 at 2-2-2. What could be the final goal of the set. I got a feeling Down to Earth gonna bark back here. There's still a lot of Rocket League to be played. Spider and Aeon have been rather successful. Don't forget, we joined this set late, and when we came in, Down to Earth was up 3-1. Since then, Kansas City has been able to earn 2 back. And I say earn because Down to Earth has been playing well. I might say earn again because Down to Earth might get burned, but not here. Ashes to ashes as Down to Earth ties it up 2-2. And there's a lot more game to be played.
An important goal, more than just scoring the goal, but to tie it up at this moment is going to be a big one. Anytime you let that team get up by more than 1, the response so crucial here for Down to Earth as it is back on their half. They throw it in the midfield. It is met by Rapid as a reset off the ceiling. It is going to be his teammate Beast Mode coming through until it bounces out. So Rapid going to have to retreat. I think he does get the midfield boost. Should be able to turn back on this one and should be here for this. As a soft touch from Down to Earth, able to play it around, but now no boost from Spider, and luck of the draw, it's going to respawn. So pressure should be here from Down to Earth. Should be able to control the midfield as they try to break out, but smart play by Rapid. Turns it back inside, gets past 1, but again, AC Pioneers still find themselves on defense. None of these shots too threatening. Need to be careful. A demo paired with it could be an opportunity here. Memory and the rest finally break on out. Great job by KC Pioneers. Could be an opportunity, and nobody there for the follow-up. If only he would have got maybe 1 or 2 boost pads on the way down, Memory might have had a goal.
Beast Mode, yeah, and Beast Mode might have been able to take it one by himself. He was able to get a different angle, but he was looking for the teammate. Probably the better move. Unfortunately, his teammate still looking. 40 seconds. A nice block there by Down to Earth. Kansas City still in control. Rapid setting up a pass to the mid, the player in mid, and the demo. You saw Rapid like, I'm passing to you, and then you're no longer there. I don't know who to pass to. A very clear stutter step, all because of Down to Earth's ability to keep control of the demo game. You love to see it blocked one more time. Down to Earth have had some good offensive looks here, but Kansas City Pioneers, denial after denial after denial.
Well, one shot after another. It's a double commit. That should kick back mid. Shot opportunity saved by Memory. Let's you get on defense as we go into overtime. And what was a 3-1 lead for Down to Earth now comes down to 1 goal. In the midfield. Pushed away.
Scrum. Everybody kind of mixed up here. Beast mode, hoping that his team separates. Memory barrels down like a bat out of hell. Demo 1. Upset as Down to Earth changes course. Spider off the wall. Teammates not there. Instead, it's Beast mode. Pops it up high. Shot on goal. Wide to the left-hand side. Aeon in the corner. Upside down. Astro lying in wait for the pass from Spider. Not going to be there, but guess who is? Aeon! And Down to Earth puts Kansas City in the ground after 7 long games.
That is a big one for the group stage here in our World Cup station. Obviously a round robin here, so it is a win, and that's the most important thing. But more importantly is they hold on. Being up 3-1, it looks like KC Pioneers is going to bounce back, but for them to actually close it out, I think is a very big deal and a lot of confidence moving forward into the rest of the tournament as we welcome back Fallout. It's got to be exciting for you, man. Just sit on the sideline and get to watch this develop as you are on the edge of your seat waiting for how it's going to end. But that's Rocket League, man. I'm sure you're well aware.
I mean, I don't know, Lawler, if you can see me on camera or, off screen, because I literally am on the edge of my seat. So you called that one perfectly. What a game that was. What a day of Rocket League it's been. KC Pioneers nearly complete the reverse sweep. I thought they were going to make it happen, man. They were looking so good. They go down 0-1 in the last game right there, game number 7. Then they go up 2-1. Of course, a great job by Down to Earth to tie it up 2-2 and then force the overtime win. What a finish that was. F-Dot, were you hoping for the reverse sweep or really were you hoping for Down to Earth to take it?
I mean, you know, as a commentator, a little bit of both. I want to see the reverse sweep because it's dope to see a reverse sweep, but Down to Earth, lower seed, dark horse, etc. Like, everybody loves a good upset. So I always say, I'm just here for the good games. I got exactly what I'm here for with this one, so I'm good.
Yeah, Lawler, I was getting excited, man, personally. You saw some sick aerials, some sick plays, a really good goal for Memory, actually, to tie that up 1-1. But what was it that was working so well for KC Pioneers? How'd they really just turn into a different gear and force that game 7?
I mean, the previous 2 games that really allowed them to bounce back was a lot of their pressure. We came in at a really unique time where usually in the game, that's when teams adjust to each other and they kind of figure out, well, this is the play style. But primarily KC Pioneers, when they can control the pace of the game and do what they want, you saw it. I mean, Down to Earth is pretty much spending that entire game on their half of the field, and just eventually a shot is going to go in because you just don't have enough boost. But despite that, Down to Earth, a couple good 50s in game 7, and not only tied up but also get that game. That's a big one for Down to Earth to put themselves at 1-0.
I was just going to say the same exact thing. Took the words from my mouth. That's a massive one for Down to Earth, right? In a stacked group where you might think NRG, KCP, or United are the 3 kind of favorites to advance, Down to Earth might be kind of put to the bottom of that list there. And United obviously came in as ace seed. They're 0-1 right now. They got to bounce back. They're going to have a matchup against Down to Earth. That's going to be a really, really big one. However, our next match is going to be NRG versus KCP. So Kansas City Pioneers have a chance to really bounce back here after a devastating overtime loss in game number 7. I'm excited to see if they can make it happen. Gentlemen, I want your quick predictions before we jump to a break. After the break, though, so take a second to think about it, because you better believe I'm coming right to you with some predictions when we come back.
Order in seconds, delivered in minutes. And by Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza.
Oh, yeah.
Order Papa John's and get 25% off regular menu price items. Just use code WSOE25.
Is this a mirage?
Nope, it's pure paradise.
Your paradise, it's Papa John's. And guess what? You saw it on screen. You, of course, can get 25% off your regular menu item order on papajohns.com by using the code WSOE25. And guess what? If you don't want pizza right now, you can also get pizza later. If you win this giveaway, it's giveaway time, ladies and gentlemen. Spam WSOE25 in the chat for your chance to enter our second Papa John's Pizza Pack giveaway. This time, we got something different for you. We got the same Papa John's t-shirt. We got the same 2 Papa John's mats so you can stay safe. But we got a $30 Papa John's gift card this time around. $30 to feed the whole family, maybe some friends, have your own pizza party. I know we saw Beast Mode win the pizza party earlier for one of his fans. You can win one as well. Just spam WSOE25 in the chat, and you will be eligible to win. We'll be announcing our winner at the end of the show. Fallout here, back alongside 2 of the legends in the Rocket League scene, dating all the way back to the beginning of the Rocket League Championship Series. We got the man, the myth, the legend himself, Lawler, and of course the new face, new voice, the host of RLCS. We got F. Dot as we take a look at our schedule here. Lawler, starting with you, break down the action for those that maybe missed it for the day. What have we seen so far?
Yeah, we started off with Group A and a lot of back and forth between Alpine coming in and kind of the defining team and their moment of like what solidified they were going to make it into the group stage and passed into the final day against Nefarious. Nefarious on the receiving end of a loss. We then got to see Envy come off of a win from Ghost 4-0, and they go up against Alpine. We're like, all right, this is supposed to be the premier match, and Envy just laughs and gets a 4-2 victory and just moves on through. We then go into the third game where it's Ghost versus Alpine, and even though Alpine ends up losing, game differential tiebreaker with everybody being 1-2, they push ahead. So it's been a lot of parity here so far today, and that's been the exciting one. We continue that with this match that just happened with Down to Earth winning over KC Pioneers. It's been back and forth. It's like we talked about at the very beginning of the day. Anybody can win, and that's the exciting part about Rocket League.
Well, we're sharing a brain here, man. We're sharing a brain because I was getting to say the exact same thing. I mean, the game differentials are so crucial. They were last time around with Ghost Gaming getting 4-0'd by Envy, and that's why they ultimately weren't able to come out on top. But I want to jump into some predictions for you guys. Obviously, you both picked NRG to win the tournament, so obviously you're both going to pick NRG to win this match. But KC Pioneers turned into an additional gear that last game. They looked a lot better in games 5, 6, and 7. Do you think they have what it takes to win 2 or 3 games at NRG, or do you think we're going to get an NRG 4-0 sweep? F-Dot, starting with you.
2 or 3, I think, is stretching it. I think if United couldn't get one, then it's an uphill battle. I'll say 1. I'll say 1. 2 or 3 is a stretch.
For me, I think NRG is going to be a team that is absolutely dominant. I could see a sweep, but I think 4-1 is a good safe pick. But it's NRG, so hold on, get ready.
That's right. NRG, the best in the world to do it. They prove it time and time again. Well, guess what? We get to see them on stream. Kansas City Pioneers against NRG. The Chicago Huntsman very own NRG is live against KCP. F-Dot, Lawler, take it away.
Fallout, my main man, thank you for the introduction. The illustrious words as per usual. And we'll see KC Pioneers up against Energy. Last we saw Kansas City Pioneers, they were failing to bring the return against Down to Earth. And Energy, well, didn't fail at all versus E United. But now a clean slate here for Kansas City Pioneers, and worth noting for Energy as well. So coming into this one, Lawler, yeah, Energy, top card, the Goliath to the David that is Kansas City. But Kansas City has been impressing a little bit of everyone at home over the course of RLCS, some of the other tournaments that have been around, and here at WSOE, like I said, I mean, they started off kind of shaky. Is that indicative of what the rest of the day is going to be like for Kansas City?
I don't know. I just think it's tough because that first game is one that they should have won, right? They were the high seed in that. And to lose that and then immediately go up against Energy, I have my worries because even though the fall split has conditioned these guys to play so many matches back to back to back, and in the past, if I was like, hey, you just lost to Game 7, OTs, blah, 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 you're done for the day. Your mentality's crushed. But because they've gotten that experience over the past split, I think they're a little bit more conditioned for it than we would normally see. So, okay, maybe not. Maybe Justin's just going to keep doing what he does and it doesn't matter. I don't know, man. It's just not fair.
Yeah, I mean, he just kind of drops this one in. You sound so frustrated.
It's not fair. It's just not fair. Like, he wins that 50, lands on the back one, he's like, oh yeah, I'll do it too. It's fine. Hi, Boost.
Yeah, no problem. I got a little bit of everything. Garrett up in front of the goal, all by himself though. So not able to really make anything out of that one. Squishy off of the up-down clanger. Also can't find it. Kansas City now in control. Rapid sends it off the wall and has a teammate there, but Squishy's looking to take it away from him. Justin dribbles. Interrupted by beast mode. That's what you want to see. It's Kansas City Pioneers getting in those lanes.
Yeah, it was really good by beast mode to stick with that, but at the same time, the things I'm paying attention to is energy on offense and what approach they're going to take. The first time through, Squishy not going for the 50, decides to take both boosts so they can continue that sustain. So as long as they get it clear here relatively soon, it doesn't really matter, as they're going to be able to just put it back on that rotation. And when you've got a player like Justin that can just air dribble it the whole way and just set it up for Garrett, luckily there's a save from KC Pioneers, but pressure that KC Pioneers did have is now completely gone, and the recognition here from Squishy I think is important. Both his teammates committed for that play, there's no other option, so he has to take it solo, but he does it in a pacing that is enough time being built for his teammates to where even with the ball going the other way, they're ready to go yet again. So energy back on offense, pass to Garrett, and a beautiful save from Rapid, but how many times are they going to be able to do that? That's the question I have.
Certainly got to keep an eye on the tank, not just the boost tank, but the mental tank as well. 2 minutes to go. Energy leading the contest by just 1 goal. So Kansas City Pioneers well within striking distance. No question that it's possible. Honestly, no question that it's, even like it's realistic as well to see Kansas City tie this one up. Right now they have control. They're on the opponent's side of the field. The follow-up from Memory not going to be there. You did have beast mode, and Memory's able to sink that one in off the corner. Finally able to get themselves involved, some wheels underneath them, and we're tied at 1 with 1.5 to go.
Important goal at that as well. Obviously, the pressure that comes from KC Pioneers in the midfield. And then not afraid to also challenge in front of the net. There's 2 defenders back in the goal. For them to still push forward and apply that pressure, I think is a really big deal for KC Pioneers, that they are not going to back down from Energy, which a lot of teams do. They actually just feel that pressure and they let Energy do whatever they want. And there's no reason as to why, other than that they lose. You need to still play your game, even though you are going up against the Titan that is. Pass play develops, a good challenge by Beast Mode. He's going to intercept it, and actually, no, he misses. Ooh. That could have been the opportunity. That one's going to come back to sting.
That one, yeah, they're going to think about that one after the bell is rung, whether or not they win it. 45. And Kansas City Pioneers on their own side, playing defense here, gets a good defensive stop, shovels it towards the right-hand side. Ball bounces over 1, 2 players to play defense, and Beast Mode is going to get it popped up by the opposition. Ball careening towards the goal, and Rapid stands in front, just like that, keeping it tied at 1. Another shot from Energy denied by Kansas City, keeping us tied at 1. Energy, another shot, And another defense. Slow rolled it. And Justin fakes it in the air to put his team up 2-1 with 8 seconds remaining. Look at that, man. Breaks the ankles and then some.
Do you get it now, F. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I understand.
It's not fair.
It's not
You
fair.
have so much pressure coming from the two, and then Justin gets a little bit of space, and he punishes you without fail.
Oh! Garrett
That's
G
a
just
banger of a
goes.
shot.
Me too. Just needs to get involved himself. And yeah, that's just pretty to look at. That's just pretty to look at. 3-1 goes game one. Energy up on top. And yeah, the thing is, so we talk about metagame a little bit, and last split it was all about demos. It was how physical the game had gotten, and this time around it's about the fakes. It's about pumping. It's about like getting the ball on your hood, dribbling down, pumping the brakes, getting some people to commit. Justin does it in the air, continuing to just be one step ahead of people, and just continuing to put up and refuse to shut up. Justin and Energy up 1-0.
Yeah, there's a lot of credit to Justin and what he does when he's trying to create space for himself. And I think the benefit to KC Pioneers, you saw it in the highlights just a little bit ago, is if you don't give him that space and you shut it down before it develops, yes, it's in front of their net and it leads to a goal, but that's essentially what you have to do. When he's given high flight options, he's either going to score it or he's going to lead defenders out of net. Case in point, you got Memory, their kind of solidified defender. Plays over the top with ease, and it's wide open for Garrett. So 2 defenders miss, and they're back on top. Those are the things that you need to be challenging from an advantageous position. They do it on a counterattack. It's very lethal. It's very difficult to hold up against. And the reason why I think it's such a big deal now more than ever is game one was their chance. We talked about Beast Mode missing that open net. He puts that away, we might have a different story, might have a different level of confidence, different mentality. But as Energy kind of settles into a series, it just gets harder and harder. So you can't let those opportunities slip out of your fingers, because we saw what happens to the rest of them.
I got to agree there. Energy just continues to dig in. That's really what it is. They grab hold and then they just tighten the grip over time. So it's up to you to peel those fingers off early. But Kansas City can't do so in game number 1 and already find themselves trailing here in game number 2 with just over a minute of play. Kansas City, though, does technically have control as they're on the opposition side of the field. Justin very quickly changes that narrative. But just as quickly, Beast Mode takes it downfield, tries to pop it over Garrett G, unsuccessfully. Rapid goes left instead of right and deads the ball. Shot on goal, soft. And Energy off to the races. Beast Mode gets involved and messes up the transition offense.
Yeah, it was 2 dangerous touches. The first one from Memory, he wanted to play horizontally and kind of back towards Energy's half, but it dishes behind him, which completely kills the way that the transition is happening. So a couple dangerous plays. Luckily, they don't get scored on for it, so able to stay with it. But the things I'm paying attention to is what is KC Pioneers doing with their offense? What kind of opportunities are they creating? And a lot of these touches, definitely panicky. They know that they're trying to do things quickly, and as Energy, again, settles in, they're going to be able to mix it up and play a little bit slower. So the big things that I have concerns on is a lot of these aerials they're going for, they really don't need to. They're putting themselves in a bad position. Even if they do hit it, the 50 that comes out of it isn't any advantageous. It's just wasting a ton of boost. So KC Pioneers, obviously trying to play up to Energy's pace and speed, need to be, not to shy away from, settling down, kind of getting into a groove as well. So easier said than done here, F-Don, as Justin just doing whatever he wants in the corner, denies the boost as well, and he's going to sweep back in as Garrett tries to go for second touch. It is Rapid who gets a touch, ends up bouncing down off the backboard. Luckily, nobody there, but a shot barely saved, and didn't know how Justin even got that angle, as he's going to go back for round 2 and right over the top. It does not matter. It does not matter.
Man, you said everything you called your play-by-play was perfect. Barely saved, and then Justin goes, but wait, there's more, and just puts it in 2 above 0.
I guess it's
2
just
minutes to
fine.
go.
It's not a frustration, F. It's just more of like a baffled, like, as someone who's watched this game as we both have, like, you see how easy he makes it. And for those that aren't as well versed in Rocket League or just joining us for the first time, first and foremost, we appreciate you guys being here. The second thing, like, it's a physics-based game. Every little minute thing he is doing manually. And it is so difficult, and he makes it look so effortless that as someone who does play this game a decent amount of time, I just go, my fingers can't. And you just, without even thinking about it, make it look effortless. And I'm in awe, I'm in frustration, I'm in other adjectives that just aren't fair. It's dumb. It's too good.
I mean,
nerf him.
That's what draws me to Rocket League, because you look at other games and there's a move set. You press A to jump, X to punch, maybe heavy punch with a right bumper, right? Like that's what you do. You can't manually physically move. You can't air roll the way you control these cars. It's poetry in motion. And there is no other game that kind of rivals the level of manual analog control you have. And that's what allows Justin to separate himself from other characters on the field. He out here doing things that literally other people just can't do. Not because they don't have the buttons, but because they don't have the talent. And maybe we'll see somebody grow up and usurp Justin. But for right now, I mean, it's players like Justin, it's players like Fairy Peak, it's players like Sypical that are able to just do things that other people can't on the pitch. And that second goal was an example of it. Could it be a third? Justin careens towards the enemy base, won't be able to put it in. Squishy, though, absolutely will. 3-0 with 5 seconds to go. Energy takes game 2.
Now, some may see that as just a third goal and closing it out and putting up 2 on the series. I see it as Squishy getting involved, and that's dangerous. You already have Justin doing what he wants. Garrett spreading the field, going for a couple touches here and there. But then you add a third-headed a third head to that monster that you're playing up against, and it's just, there's a reason why they are in the position they are. Energy now up 2-0 in the series, and KC Pioneers struggling to hang on. If they're going to do it, they have to do it now, because Game 3 is that adjustment phase that we all talk about. And if they don't do it here, I'm calling the 4-0 clean sweep.
Yeah. Also, the science of the set, something that I put a lot of credence into the science of the set. Some people tell me it's not. Some people compare it to astrology, okay? But I think that each game in a best of X series has its own personality. And this third game is just so important in order to wrestle back control, like you said. If you want to go to the tangibility, it's about, this is where you have enough information to download and react and adapt. But if you want to go into that, that ethereal here, this is the moment where you lock the clinch. You interlock your fingers here if you're up, or you peel the fingers off if you're down. And if you don't have this opportunity, I maintain Energy. If they win game 3, they win game 4, no questions asked, easy, we'll see you later. It's extremely important for Kansas City to win this, and I think it's possible. I do think it's possible. Looking at the way those last 2 went, it'll be an uphill battle. But, I'll ask you the tough question here. How does Kansas City Pioneers make that? What specifically in the game do they have to do to turn this one around?
I mean, the biggest one is they got to stop giving them so much space. There's a level of respect that comes when you play Energy. And right now, I think a lot of credit for Energy is they're creating that on their own. But I guess the easiest answer is just score. Forehead, just score, right? Is that
just score? Forehead, yeah.
Yeah, just score. Just score more goals than the other team. Can that be my answer? I like that one.
Well, you see, the key to winning the game is to make sure the ball goes in the net, Bob. That's what we got to do here. Kansas City giving us the opposite of the caster's curse, the broadcaster's blessing, if you will. And the Kansas City up 1-0 and looking to make it 2. Good half-court control here. And as soon as we say that, Energy sends it off on the other side, but Beast Mode to Memory. On the bottom is Rapid, waiting, but out of position, and Justin able to send it to the other side. Beast Mode puts it in front of the goal again, but again, no teammate there to capitalize. That one blocked. Secondary opportunity into the corner. Rapid climbing the wall, sends it down to a teammate who's out getting boost. So Beast Mode and Memory have to just keep it in their realm. The shot is wide, and Kansas City can't find the back of the net. Justin comes back to punish. And it's Energy looking for control all over again.
Couple things Kansas City Pioneers doing really well before I was rudely interrupted by a goal. Number one, controlling the pace of this game. Much more aggressive, getting to the ball first. That respect, I think, has definitely been like, we have to do something. We need to play our game. So great job there. The second thing, a lot of emphasis on controlling the boost, making sure that they are denying the corners. They see Justin sweeping through on offense. I'm going to demo him, put him back on his half, and get my corner boost. So putting a little bit more emphasis on the boost game, I think, is a really big deal. And the demos that they're pairing with it are really huge here, F. So 2 minutes in, only down by 1 is Energy. Here's if we can see Kansas City Pioneers hold on to this lead.
If Kansas City Pioneers are going to hold on to this lead, they need at least one more goal. There's no way the Energy loses this one 1-0. Garrett almost makes me a prophet, but almost. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and that's not what we're doing here. So Kansas City, they need this insurance goal. The Energy doing a good job of denying them. Garrett twirling. Won't be able to find it, as every member of the Pioneers gets involved on defense that time around.
You can see it, right? That corner boost is so crucial, and everyone just flopping towards it like, I need it, give it.
Yeah.
That's what they're fighting for right now. Is the boost control is absolutely crucial, especially when they're transitioning from offense to defense. That's going to be the decider here. So another minute goes on by. They hold on still. So Kansas City Pioneers, don't count them out just yet. Ball played in the midfield. It's going to be Justin who goes underneath. Should get to this next one first. Tries to play alone and pinches across the field. Squishy with plenty of boost. He actually ends up missing that midfield. I think he lets Garrett get it. So had about 70 to work with. Ball back to the midfield. Shot there. Justin does get a touch on it. Needs to be a follow-up, and it's a shot on target. And again, the response is there. Energy having an answer for just about everything, but it looks like they're about to transition. A demo comes out again. So Kansas City Pioneers doing a really good job here.
Every little bit. And I think that's the thing here is it looks like Kansas City has been really kennelled by Energy, because they have been. But the fact that Kansas City also haven't let up a goal is strong in its own right. The Pioneers missed that opportunity. Justin coming through and gets the ball popped up. Squishy sends it to the left side. Members of Pioneers waiting above Justin, but intercepted by Garrett G. Aggressive push here from Kansas City, not willing to go all the way in. Demo on the bottom, and that opens up the angle, but it's Squishy standing right in between the goal and the ball. Memory goes wide. Defender there anyway. Half a minute to go, Lawler. Energy needs to tie now.
Yeah, big play, and a lot of the reason why they're capable of doing so is Squishy's boost management. As he's floating down, a lot of players want to use that boost to recover and then get back into the play, but he's actually using it to kind of just float. Trying to conserve as much so they can stay on offense as long as possible. They're trying to give themselves those opportunities. So 10 seconds left here. KC Pioneers, this one's going to get blasted back down, and you've got a player already there waiting. It's Justin. He passes it. Garrett's there. Shot far post. What a save from Beast Mode. But it's not over yet. Squishy ends up missing. Last opportunity. They play towards the net, and the touch, unfortunately, a little bit too wide for Justin. So after what is essentially 3.5 minutes, KC Pioneers does hold on. That is a big one in game number 3. We talked about it at the beginning, F. That is a very big deal for KC Pioneers.
Memory right here gets the star for the goal. Beast Mode wins that game for me, hands down. Just a reminder, this is a 2-day event. We have a single elimination bracket tomorrow that Envy and Alpine have already confirmed themselves in for. We had a tie-break scenario in Group A, and Group B, whole different world. Energy on top right now. Wants to try to finish. Kansas City Pioneers standing in front of them. And down to earth, taking down their opposition as well. Perhaps a little bit surprising as Kansas City Pioneers down to earth was a bit of an upset here. So we'll see how the rest of Group B shakes out.
Yeah, I think a lot to be excited about, especially in that last game. Whenever we get to that, I mean, you're talking our last matchup's going to be between E United and KC Pioneers, and with the way things are going, that could be a very interesting match. Obviously, Down to Earth will keep tabs on them. They're playing E United right now in round 2. We'll keep you guys up to date when we can. But Garrett going to try to start this one off early. Goes for the dunk, and a good follow from Rapid as he checks back. He's going to keep this one out of their net, but the pressure's still there, 50 in their favor. And please, oh, okay. I was like, does he have the angle to hit that? And I'm like, no, he's too far out. All right. We don't have to hold our breath anymore.
Not this time. Not this
Don't worry,
time.
give it like what, 15 seconds, 20 seconds?
Exactly. Don't hold your breath, but get ready to hold your breath. Trust me. Squishy has been rather quiet here in juxtaposition what Justin and Garrett have been doing, but did get involved that last time around, and or the time before last time. And so you mentioned that being pretty scary. That's the thing. When you have a team like Energy, you can have a down player have a bad day or whatnot. Not to say the Squishies have a bad day, but you know what I'm saying. And like when all 3 players standing up tall, that's when it becomes the scariest. Beast mode here, trying to defend against Energy. Ball tossed up. Guarantees seem to have the opportunity, but Kansas City keeps it out of their corner. Again, shoveled out. Left side of Energy's goal. Now Justin looking for the angle. Tries to get past the defender. Looks cute, but does not actually come up fruitful. Rapid keeping it alive here on Energy's side. A good demo, but Energy won't be able to make use of it. Kansas City on defense. Justin pops up and down. A little bit of help here from Kansas City as well. And Beast Mode now looking to take it out of his side of the court. Garrett G falls up and falls down, puts it in. Energy stands up tall, 1-0.
Just watching the boost meters on this one, just trying to see how that boost game is going. And you're looking for the past probably 30, 40 seconds. KC Pioneers, all of them, maybe one would push into 40, but otherwise they're at like 10 to 20, and that's being generous. Energy, all triple that. Every single one about 60. There's a brief stint where like Justin uses his air dribble to go down the other way, grabs the corner boost, and he's right back up. So the boost game definitely in favor here of Energy, the ability to just be anywhere and everywhere they need to, and if they need to make something happen out of it, it's not going to matter though. A great response here from Memory. This is a big one here for KC Pioneers to respond back, even with that double commit.
Yeah, this one's gigantic, absolutely gigantic. I think this is the intangible, the stat that doesn't make it on the scoreboard or whatnot that I think actually holds a lot of water. The time between goals. You get scored on and you immediately respond. It's very easy to think of it as a reset, right? Like, all right, they scored, but so do we. Easy, it's 0-0 all over again. Whereas if you get scored on and it's this arduous battle to get back to it and you finally get one, that's a completely different feel. And so Kansas City tying this one up just like that, very important. Got to make the guys feel a little bit more confident, and that allows them to put their foot on the gas and go for opportunities like this. Double commit from Energy on the defense, now looking for the transitional offense. Squishy barreling towards the goal, but going to be a little bit wide there on the right-hand side. Garrett G involved as well. Memory here in the middle, but slow. Has access to boost, not using it, probably the right choice. That said, demo from behind. Good stuff for Energy. Squishy Muffins all the way across, up in front. Garrett G puts it in. 2-1, Energy.
Rapid has been chasing it. Talk about that anomaly of his playstyle, and this is where it can get punished. He overexerts himself a little bit to get a demo, but on the response back, Squishy moves through, demos him, gets possession of the ball, and rather than taking that corner, eyeing the prize. Goes for the ball, puts a beautiful pass inside, and almost saved by beast mode, coincidentally, but it ends up falling down. But another response immediately from KC Pioneers. It's neutralized, and again, a really big moment here for the team.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Again, this is... Can we just play the tape of what I said just before with answering back quickly? Beautiful play by Kansas City Pioneers. 2-2, 1.5 to go, just barely underneath. Memory and Rapid combining to bring the ball back to mid, but it's all about energy. Justin and Squishy, Garrett off the wall. Kansas City clawing at the defense. Squishy Muffins again by himself drives it home. 3 goals in total for energy.
Yeah, a really great way by Justin to open up space on this. And you can see Rapid how he's trying to get to that. It's because the player that was supposed to be in rotation there got demoed out. So Justin on his rotation through gets the corner boost or tries to deny it, and demos a man on the way to the midfield boost. He swaps positions with Squishy to come in, and that's what allows him to have a little bit of space, but that's just good placement by Squishy. Top right, well done here from Energy in that crucial moment. Can KC Pioneers do it again, or is Garrett going to be able to increase the lead? And a good save by Rapid. Well, Squishy with boost going to pass that over to Justin, and he does get a challenge on it, but it is neutralized into the corner. Up high is Memory, and challenged in the midfield by Garrett. Up first is Beast Mode on target, nobody there. Trying to go for the redirect there is Memory, it looks like, is Rapid. Plenty of boost to work with, now he's out. Can he get it passed back? He does end up going back to his teammates, so they do maintain possession here. Last 20 seconds. Looking at maybe 1 or 2 more chances here for shots.
Ooh, Beast Mode. Almost. Garrett G, on the other hand, that'll do it. Kansas City has it stripped away from them there. All in all, even with 10 seconds left, I thought they had an opportunity to tie this one at 3, go to overtime, maybe even go to 2-2, big picture status. Not the case. Garrett G takes the open net and just goes through the drive-through. 4-2, 8 seconds to go. Kansas City, this one's out of reach here. And Energy will wait until the bell. Because of plays like that, oh my God, that's gonna hurt. Oh no. But Energy are able to take their 3rd win here in game number 4. Oh man, I'm laughing. I am definitely laughing about that one.
Yeah, a big one in there too. I mean, on that back end of what allowed them to transition it the other way and kind of basically put the dagger in was the fact that there was a team bump. Rapid was on his rotating way through to try to get a shot. They had the boost, they had the control, but sometimes those little mistakes do add up. And this game was kind of a weird one. Obviously, KC Pioneers does a fantastic job of, neutralizing over and over, but they never really had the lead. And I think that's something that they desperately need, the ability to kind of play from above. Because passes like this and shots like this, there's a phenomenal efforts, and a lot of these saves, there's been a couple of those. But because they're constantly retreating, the follow-up is just there for Energy. They're able to just crash the box and get their efforts rewarded. So a little bit tough on this one. Ultimately, I think, KC Pioneers put up a phenomenal fight. I think they're doing a really good job to keep it close. But unless they have that lead, I think playing from behind from them is just not going to go well. Especially in credit to everybody on Energy. I mean, Squishy getting involved again there, obviously the difference maker to kind of bring them over that edge.
I mean, right here, I think we've already seen more out of KCP than we did out of E United, trying to fend off the monster that is Energy. Kansas City almost brought us to a 2-2 split, in all honesty. Fresh game. 5 minutes on the clock. Scores reset. Energy on match point here. Beast Mode and Rapid trying to combine. Demo is good. Shot from Memory wide. Garrett's there anyway. Second opportunity for Memory. Squishy's there. Shot not as pretty as he would have liked it. Justin, left side, slows it down, pops it up high. Teammate sees Rapid go for it and just relinquishes control. Not too big of a deal. Squishy with a great angle. Blocked twice in a row. 2 great shots by Energy, blocked by Kansas City.
Really good responses there as well as kind of just nudging the car out of the way. Do whenever they can. They've been getting a little bit aggressive too on their attempts with bumps and demos coming in, but again, this just seems to be teams trading goals, and we saw that through the scoreline of the last game and essentially through this entire series other than the one that Energy came out as dominant as they did with Justin's solo mechanics. But the fact that they've made those adjustments, they've shut those things down is really good for Kansas City Pioneers, and all the power to them. They're here for a reason. They've come to compete. The one thing to take away from this, though, is this is the exact same situation that they were in against Down to Earth, where they're able to bring it all the way to 7. So, a little bit of familiarity, obviously not on the positive end of it, but definitely have the capability to adjust. As Rapid's going to have to pre-jump this one. Can he get the read on it? Doesn't matter. It's a little bit too slow to develop. Squishy finds himself back on defense to make 2 saves, and it should allow Energy to clear this out into the midfield.
All of a sudden, Justin finds himself in front of the goal. No ball in hand. Him and Squishy, double team. Not great, but Kansas City don't really do anything with it. Garrett G sends it, and just like that, they're on the board. How does Kansas City not get in front of this? You see Beast Mode go in the other direction, just can't turn around. Rough stuff.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Kansas City Pioneers obviously trying to commit very heavily on that. They want to play on defense. So you've got the first player who makes that pre-jump happen, trying to get into that pinch in the corner. And then you have another player right behind him trying to support it. The difficulty with that is as soon as it doesn't develop, you're past 2 defenders, and Beast Mode, who's already cheating up in hopes of his teammates winning that so he can be in a position for a pass. I mean, everybody on the right side. I kind of split the game in lanes, where like near post is 1, in between the post is 2, and then far post is another. And all 3 players are on the far side, so tough call, but even better here, it's Memory yet again. That's his 3rd one now to equalize the match.
Yeah, this one was good looking as well. Couple of members there, shot in traffic, able to just stay with it off the top and bring it home to tie us together. Half a game left to go. Energy on match point, and Memory one more time, back to back, baby. Kansas City
really
takes the lead.
It's a really good kickoff. Choosing to lose it on purpose, they kick it back diagonally to their teammate, and then just a solo play. Energy's been going for a little bit slower cheat up on the kickoff, where they send one and then have Squishy approach slowly, as you see there. Seems like Kansas City Pioneers are doing a really good job of adjusting to it. So some trends that are hopefully becoming a little bit more noticeable. As we approach 2 minutes left in the game, Kansas City Pioneers with their first lead in quite a while, if ever. Seeing if they can hold on. They did that one game, and it's going to be important to see if they can do it again against a team like Energy that likes to score quite a bit.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Is there a team that doesn't like to score, Lawler?
I mean, you can score a lot and want to, but if you actually get to do it, is a different story, all right?
Well, Memory likes to score as well, getting himself some new headgear today. Hat trick for Memory here in game number 5. Kansas City pioneering against Energy. Fantastic gameplay out of the top card so far, but Kansas City looking cute, feeling cute, man. What were you saying?
Looked like it was wide open, but I didn't think he was going to be able to get around it in time, which he didn't, but didn't see the player on the back end of the camera, so a lot of devils coming in from Justin now.
They realize that, you know, we need some help here. Energy on the back foot for a rare look, in all honesty. Whether you tune in for the big ones, watch regularly, or otherwise, it is rare to see Energy in this type of position. Of course, big picture, Energy still on match point. If Kansas City wins this game, Energy still will be on match point and have a strike to go. So, you know, how much of their back foot, but still, Garrett G inching closer to tying us at 3. Energy find their second goal off of a ceiling shot from Garrett.
It's a really good control touch by Garrett, and an important one at that to bring it back within 1. His initial touch on that, usually you want to boost through, but he decides to not because it keeps it a little bit softer and allows him to control it the rest of the way. Also, that timing also allows his teammate to go in for a demo and a bump. So those are the things that I don't think are communicated. They just become natural for energy. Either way, gonna be squishy with possession. 30 seconds, gonna bring it all the way down. It's off the ceiling, passes it past one, but a good intercept here from Beast Mode. He's been doing this all series long. It's a 1v2 trying to develop. Justin, smart heads up play from him. Rather than waiting for it to develop, he just immediately crashes. Otherwise, he's in a 1 versus 2. And now energy off the corner and out. Could have been an opportunity. Last couple seconds here, F-Dot. Are they going to be able to close it out? And it is. KC Pioneers Beast Mode put on within 2. That should bring us to another game.
So important. I am not going to... listen, I don't think I am overvaluing this here. 3-2 is... Everybody knows you can score in 8 seconds. Energy specifically can score in 8 seconds. That extra insurance goal has never been more important. Kansas City stays alive here against all odds. You and I both said before we jumped in here, listen, Kansas City getting swept is, I suppose, that is the norm. But both of us agreed a 4-1 was the most likely outcome. I would love to see who out there said 2 or more from the black and yellow, and seeing them do it here. I mean, this is just exciting, man. This is good stuff.
Yeah, I think a lot of credit goes to Kansas City Pioneers. Obviously, we have built up energy quite a bit, just because it's honestly so easy to do. And when they start off the way they do, obviously you get that. But as we take a look at the highlights, you can see the things that Kansas City Pioneers are doing really well. A lot more aggressive, trying to control the boost, pairing it with demos. They're also just not letting things develop like they did earlier on. They have really adjusted to this level of game, and it's kind of as expected. Obviously, energy just gets to come out after a win and keep doing what they're doing. But for Kansas City Pioneers, after playing down to earth, it's going to be a bit of an adjustment period, and it seems like they've really settled into this series. So, again, one more, and they bring it to Game 7 again for back-to-back games. But for energy, them losing 2 in a row, making it 3, a big rarity here for this team. And what a way to start, only 17 seconds. And it's going to be Justin, of course, who gets the goal.
Garrett carries this downfield. Squishy lying in wait, and Justin there, part of the play. I love the double back up there, just smooth fundamentals, you know? That goal is scored because they know their fundamentals. Nothing fancy, just follow up your teammate. Justin following up his teammate post demo. Won't find anything there. Garrett G in control. Nothing. Okay, rapid. Little reset there. Teammates all together. Not able to make anything of the squash. Everybody scrummed up right in front, but nothing able to get on through. Good defense from energy. And one more time, Kansas City finds themselves in control. Squishy trying to get involved here. But it's beast mode. It's on the good side of a demo. 3 players on defense for Kansas City Pioneers. Energy, I love the way they do that, Lawler. When they get demoed, they force the ball on offense and make you transition back for that opportunity.
Yeah, applying that pressure is something that I think Energy has a rare circumstance to with their, if it is 2 players. I mean, you look at what 2 players are working with, and it's like, yeah, I feel like you guys can fend for yourselves for a little bit if you need to or buy some time. But for those that are just joining us, obviously we appreciate you being here for WSOE Online 3 Rocket League. $10,000 tournament. Obviously, we're in Group B now, watching which top 2 of these teams are going to play, and to kind of keep you guys up to date in the standings without kind of going to a full graphic for it. On the first game, it was Energy that got a very dominating performance over E United. But that hasn't slowed down United. They have now tied up their record at 1-1 and blown this wide open. It's been parity all day, F-Dot. They just beat Down to Earth 4-1. So, again, it is still anybody's match. Obviously, right now, we're seeing Energy try to close this out against Kansas City Pioneers, but far from over. Still very close matches across the board.
United succeeding outside of Energy is probably expected. United, we spent a lot of time talking about the young guns and how strong that team is, and so I think that's a good look for them for sure. 4-1, Down to Earth. Yeah, that's what we expect. Don't forget, Down to Earth beat Kansas City Pioneers.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking about, right? Is like,
yeah.
So So if they beat Kansas City Pioneers and it's close, but, you know, United just absolutely comes in and smacks them, like, what does that mean for KCP? It makes this match even more important than before, so should be some exciting plays as this one goes towards the net. It's actually going to be a fake. There's a second player coming in for this aerial, and it just completely throws him off.
Garrett just, I mean, yeah, just misses it. That's just a good old-fashioned miss. Nice shot, tied at 1. 2:11 on the clock here. Kickoff is nobody's. Rapid staying with it in the air, and Squishy snatches it away. Pushes towards the left side wall. Brief opportunity, but going too fast for Kansas City to grab onto. And now Squishy Muffins trying to line up Garrett, but Beast Mode and Rapid get in the way. Beast Mode to the mid, but the mid player locked down after a demo. Energy in transition. Squishy off the top, 2-1 with 1:30 to go.
What a play from Squishy, too. He's so far across on this play, and there's nobody nearby because he got rid of the guy. He's been quiet today, but it's a good quiet. We're not calling his name because he's making mistakes. Yes, he's getting goals here and there. But again, we talk about this team, how everybody can fill in a spot. And today it's Squishy's turn to do the grunt work. He's going for passes, he's denying boosts, he's getting demos and cleaning up rotations. So kind of the unsung hero here is Squishy Muffins, as he's having a really big performance. And this time he gets to be on the board for it.
I mean, that was the big question when people saw this energy team come together earlier in the year was, with all those egos, are they going to be able to balance it out? And Squishy says, absolutely, but I still got to sing my verse. And here he is with 2 goals back-to-back here in what could be the set-winning game for energy. And, of course, with our round-robin style play, you win 2, and you're in a very good position to take it all. But Kansas City not willing to go down sleeping.
Naming a more iconic duo in memory and scoring goals after. Like, it's his 4th one, I think. Like,
Yup. The rebound, right? Like,
so many.
Oh, memory has possession. Oh, in the corner. Garrett helped out by a teammate. The up down off the ceiling. And Energy are going to control this for sure. Kansas City can totally turn this one around. Memory had the opportunity, but Garrett didn't miss that one, that's for sure. Shot wide. That was the best opportunity Kansas City might have had in this last minute here, Lawler. That wide shot will come back to haunt them, I think.
Yeah, wide shot, and they also had a player, I think it was Garrett or somebody else. They ended up going out for boost. All 3 members were below 20. So one of the players ended up going to midfield and grabbing one of those, and they paired that with a demo from Kansas City Pioneers, I'm pretty sure. So they had a really good opportunity, but the good saves there. Now, obviously, all the players from Energy boosted up and ready to go in on offense. Could be dangerous here for Kansas City Pioneers as Justin and the rest want to close it out. And at this point, they're going for boost control. They don't even care about the ball.
Not at all. Kansas City sends it towards the opposition. 2-1. The ball will be grounded, and Energy fly high, 4 above 2, as they take down Kansas City in a spectacular best-of-7.
Yeah, really good play from both sides. Obviously, Energy starting off really hot in that series. As we take a look at the standings while we're talking about this, just kind of keep you guys up to date on what's all going on. But yeah, I mean, it started off really good for Energy, but I think credit to Kansas City Pioneers. It shows 0-2, but they have been battling and getting really close in a lot of these series. If you want to take a look at the specifics, the score lines of what those matches were, you can tell like it has been a war of attrition back and forth. But at the end of the day, it's about who scores more goals, who gets more wins, and we've got one more round left. It's going to be between United and KCP. So some exciting stuff as we welcome back Fallout. I don't know if I read your brain this time, but we'll see what you got to say.
You started leading to where I was heading, man. We got this connection, Lawler. Maybe it's like an Illinois, Wisconsin thing. I don't know what it is, a Midwest thing. But I got to say, you're starting to head. The reality is upcoming matchup is what I want to talk about. I mean, yes, you can break down that Energy game with KCP, but we do have a really big KCP United matchup that's going to be coming here momentarily. And this could end up shaking out Group B to result in the same way that Group A shook out, where a 1-2 team in Kansas City Pioneers can still qualify if they beat E United, which is possible, and if NRG beats Down to Earth, which is likely. F-Dot, your thoughts?
I mean, this is, I think, the most unlikely thing. I'm still thinking about those standings and seeing 0-2 for the Kansas City Pioneers. That is,
breaks my heart.
I would not have guessed that in a mile. Like, there's no way. I'm so surprised. I mean, I'm just tripping here. My bad.
That's the thing, though. Here's the thing about that is the 0-2. I think Lawler hit it perfectly. It does not reflect how they're playing. I mean, to take 2 games on NRG, to almost complete the reverse sweep and come back against Down to Earth. I mean, they're playing incredibly well, Lawler.
Yeah, I don't think it's going either way. I think, again, we talk about Rocket League. There's parity any given Sunday. We've still got a whole nother day and a whole another match today before we close things out. So if you guys are excited about today, tomorrow's going to be even higher competition, single elimination. It's going to be a lot of good stuff still left to come here for WSOE.
Yeah, and the good news is the next matchup on stream after this break will be E United versus the Kansas City Pioneers. They are not out yet. Whether you're a fan of E United or Kansas City, trust me, you're not going to want to miss this matchup. It's going to be great. Fallout here, joined alongside F-Dot and Lawler. We'll be back right after this break.
You have been watching WSOE Online 3 Rocket League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to WSOE Online 3 Fallout here, joined alongside F-Dot and Lawler. And what a day it's been. Group A done and dusted. We got Alpine and Envy, our number 2 seed. Meanwhile, in Group B, it's been our number 1 seed. We all expected it. NRG clean sweeping so far, looking great. But guess what? The more important storyline here, gentlemen, is this next matchup between Kansas City Pioneers and E United. Now, I don't know quick math, but Lawler does. Look at the scoreboard as you see on screen. NRG 4-0'd E United, and then NRG 4-2'd KC Pioneers. KC Pioneers lost 3-4 to Down to Earth. So what has to happen here, I believe, Lawler the mathematician did some of the math, and you're going to verify this. KC Pioneers has to 4-0 E United to qualify. Is that correct, Lawler?
Yeah, they have to 4-0. They're down with a -3 game differential while United's down by 1. So technically, I think it's 3 that they can do. But again, Down to Earth has to lose their next match. There's a couple things that have to come into play. But primarily, like KC Pioneers, you can let basically 1 game go by. You can get 4-1. That's it. Anything else, you're in big trouble.
That's exactly right. And that's assuming that Down to Earth is going to get whomped by the likes of NRG, which I think we all think probably is going to happen. NRG is going to beat Down to Earth. They're not going to let off the gas. However, it matters how many games in which they win against Down to Earth. So a lot at stake here, multiple win conditions. We'll keep you updated with the tiebreaker. I just can't believe that both Group A and Group E could possibly go to tiebreaker here.
That makes one of us. I look at these teams and I know how like closely matched up they are. You know, Energy has a big old asterisk on it, but and Envy has a half an asterisk. I think that even every team can take down every team. It's a cliche because that's the type of action that we have here in the North American Rocket League scene. Again, coming in here, if you told me Kansas City Pioneers and their group would be 0-2, I would have been like, that doesn't make any sense. So it's a wild Saturday here, lining up for an even more wild Sunday.
Yeah, meanwhile, United, of course, playing this next matchup. We've been hyping up KCP a lot. I wouldn't say I have bias, but I got to talk to those guys a little bit earlier, so I got to know them. United was the 8th seed coming into this tournament, which no one would have really called or expected, and they've looked pretty solid. You know, they, of course, beat Down to Earth 4-1. KCP lost to Down to Earth. It all comes down to this last matchup. Lawler, how does United stack up against Kansas City Pioneers?
I think playstyle-wise, both these teams are really interesting because Kansas City Pioneers kind of rivals in that fast, chaotic, whatever they want. But with the addition of Tristan, I think United actually matches that pretty well. I think United mechanically has a more balanced team, but I think as a like cohesive team, which is weird because Kansas City Pioneers is super chaotic, I want to give it like that solidified style with Memory. So I think there's some stability that Memory brings that is really helpful, but this is going to be a nail-biter. I think this one's going to be really close.
I got to agree with Lawler here. Yeah, I just got to agree with Lawler there. This one's going to be really close. And I want to give a shout out to the artist who does these caricatures.
Yeah,
these are really slick, really, really cool. Just thumbs up, really adds a nice flair to the stream.
Hey, I thought, like, can I get one? No, he's like, where's my caricature? Yeah,
a little bit actually.
Yeah, what is that about? Beast Mode, the 15-year-old in a shirt and tie. Actually, that is hilarious. I didn't even recognize that. But maybe you never know. Beast Mode, if your mom and dad are watching, we want to see you in a shirt and tie to match your caricature here. But I'm sure F. wants one. Lawler wants one. He's gonna be wearing a cheese head in his because he's from Green Bay. But nonetheless, I'm excited for our own caricatures maybe one day. Hey, quick question for you guys though. Back to this game. United, KCP, we talked about the matching up well, so it sounds like both of you think it's going to be a nail-biter, 4-3, 4-2. KCP needs a 4-0 or 4-1 to win. What's your prediction for this one? Kansas City versus United, do you think they have what it takes? They've been in close games all day long. They haven't gotten the win. Do you think they could 4-1 United? F. Starting with you.
I'll be honest with you. I think this is going to go the distance. I think Kansas City wins the set, but in not enough games required to actually continue on to tomorrow.
Lawler.
This one's tough. This one's actually really tough. I think that playstyle wise, United is actually a better team, but because they haven't been together as long, I want to give the nod to KCP. But you know what? I'm gonna go with United. I'm gonna go with United on this one.
All right, we got a little conflict between our casters. Second time it's happened today. Last time, I think it was F. got the win in that one. We'll see who gets it this time around. Kansas City Pioneers versus E United to determine who makes it to Championship Sunday. And to call the action, we got none other than F. and Lawler.
Thanks again there, Fallout. Appreciate everything you're doing for us, making us look good as we come out here, and well, the players are making us look good as well. And you know, Lawler, we have disagreed. It looks like the players are still getting ready. We've disagreed here as far as our predictions. And I just got to tell you, you know, I work out with the collegiate Rocket League scene where Tristan came from, and I lead all casters in predictions. So you might be barking up the wrong tree, my friend. I'm just saying.
You know, you know, you got to learn from somewhere, F. I know you used to watch me to get where you're from, so you're welcome. I'll take full credit for your.
I should have never told you that.
But no, I think the gameplay. I think this is a really neutral match. This one's going to come down to the small, minute little things. So I am excited to see the way this one develops. I think
my concerns about United obviously being a little bit newer. They have played a lot longer than some of these newer rosters like we're talking about during the fall split changes in that trade window. But KC Pioneers is just, they're a very weird team to play. And like every time I think about that controlled chaos of KC Pioneers, I'm like, United can handle that, can't they? I mean, you've got 3 players that can all do it too. So yeah, I'm interested. I think this one's a true neutral, but so far so good for you, man.
We'll see. Beast mode coming through here and working out easy peasy for now. But the big picture, we saw it last time around, Kansas City Pioneers, how Memory was the one to answer back. We'll see if United has a player like that available for them, because biting back is going to be important. Ball midfield. 4 minutes on the clock here. And Ajax coming down, slows it, goes for the high shot. Is blocked by Kansas City. All right, shovel here. And Tristan gonna look to control it, Lawler. But the rest of his squad, ball shoved towards the goal. No real direction there.
Ball play downfield. Should be an opportunity for Rapid until he transfers this the other way. Good challenge in the midfield for Tristan. But it's patience by beast mode on defense that allows him to bring it back out. So well played by both sides as it goes back and forth yet again. Until it settles into the corner off the back wall. Shot opportunity pushed aside by Ajax. Going to take his time bringing this one downfield. Seeing if he can get behind it and throw a pass in field. But a little bit rushed. He ends up missing it. Challenges back and in front of the net again. It's lobbed downfield. Mike was able to catch up to that and play it back around, so not a whole lot really developing here until this one ends up almost getting through. Beast Mode and Memory working together in tandem, almost able to get it, but a big clear on target, and Rapids there on the back wall. Shot immediately by Ajax. United trying to put some pressure down as he goes for his Doomsy dish and unfortunately just can't get wrapped around it. The pressure, again, is probably the longest we've seen United on one side of the field. But no boost to show for it.
Oh, man. Those hurt. When you see the ball just tumbleweeding across the goal and no one's there to take advantage of it. United, you mentioned, a lot of time technically with possession, but not able to do anything with it. Unfortunate. Rapid. Chasing. Ajax. Open net. And that one, unceremonious. Ajax is just sitting back here going, I don't need the boost. I'll just take the ball. And turns around on a dime to push that one forward. Communication on point. Able to make it happen.
Yeah, I'm sure the communication was them just yelling shoot or something. So
ball.
Yeah. But it was kind of weird for it to develop that way. It looked like it was going to have to be another touch or someone was going to have to demo that player in midfield. But like you said, he's just able to turn around on it and wide open net. Yeah. So here's seeing that one developed a little bit weirdness here. That's a good fake by Wonder Mike trying to pinch that one in, and a shot here up top. Wonder with the redirect. Can he put it away? Almost. Oh! He did that all through the open qualifiers, hitting shots like that, but not going to get it this time around. Still finding themselves on offense and does trap in the corner.
Just taken out of the net. You'll love to see it. All right. Kansas City Pioneers on their opponent's side of the field. And as soon as we say that, United on the fast break, denied by Memory. Left side, 1 minute warning. Tied at 1 as well. Memory waiting for the ball, and United not gonna give him much to wait for. Beast Mode tries to make the play up the wall. Ajax is there. Ajax can't come off the top, has Beast Mode to the left-hand side. And Wonder Mike tries to make the play, but in traffic causes him problems. Rapid towards the net. And Wonder Mike again messes it all up for Kansas City.
20 seconds remaining. Kansas City Pioneers with offense, but Ajax intercepts and throws it all the way the other way. Could be an opportunity here for United. Plays in the midfield. Second touch by Tristan is going to bring it past, but it is a double commit and should allow the other way. Kansas City Pioneers did have a player there, but he gets demoed. So United back on the other side. Tristan, can he do it himself? It's going to pass up. Third man coming in, a shot there. Oh. And it is saved just barely. So we go into overtime here in game number 1.
And this is what we expected. We said nail biter. We said close one. First game, 1 goal apiece in overtime. Yeah, as advertised. Kansas City Pioneers versus E-United. United in control here. Kansas City got a deal. Ajax sends a shot, slovenly shot, and Kansas City able to defend it, no problemo. Rapid directs towards the goal. Not really a shot. Beast mode makes the shot. A little soft, a little wide, and a little, well, not in. Ajax, though, puts it home and brings us to game 2. E-United 1 in the pocket.
Just nothing they can do about it in a big game there. We talk about how this one's going to be a nail-biter. And what a great start here for E-United, the team I predicted, not FDOT. But a lot of the credit. But we're going to bring in Fallout here. Fallout, if you're joining us, there's something that you're supposed to be doing. I don't know what's going on here, but I feel like you got something special for us. What's happening?
Yeah, I don't know about anything special. We just have to talk about that game for a second. You know, that was insane, devastating loss for KCP. I mean, yet again, a nail biter and a heartbreaker does not fall their way. Unfortunate for them because they need a 4-0-4-1 win here. However, guys, you said something before the show, and actually, yeah, Lawler, I do got something special. Let's take a look at Lawler's resume, ladies and gentlemen. He said he wanted a caricature. We made it happen. Take a look. He's a diehard cheesehead. Unfortunate for me as a Bears fan. Former metal vocalist and a tattoo aficionado. I actually didn't know the last 2 things there, Lawler. Meanwhile, we got FDOT. He's been casting for 7+ years, a variety of esports titles. The man is a walking legend in esports. Former musician, lives in New York, from New York, lives in Atlanta. Even though Chicago deep dish is better than New York pizza, he's still pretty cool.
We'll fight. Normally, I would say thank you, Fallout, but you had to say Chicago deep dish, so I don't know about that one. We'll figure it out after the matches. Game 2 here, Kansas City versus E-United. That's clutch. That's good stuff.
That is actually
and the turnaround
super sick.
Too.
It could have actually said, because where's Fallouts, you know? Like,
right?
Hopefully he gets one too.
For real. Talk about turnaround, though. I'm impressed with the artists. Kansas City trying to paint their own picture here as they look for a turnaround of their own. Game number 1 could have went either direction. KCP here with a nice block by Beast Mode. Secondary opportunity, though. Nobody there. Ajax, 1 above none.
Game started off super aggressive for Kansas City Pioneers as well, and they had a couple shot opportunities that they did not put away. And I think that's been the difference maker so far for this series is United, when they get those chances, have been doing a good job of following up and crashing the box, and that might be the difference maker for this entire series and the difference between Kansas City Pioneers having a chance of being able to go to that final day. Maybe it'll be United in their stead, obviously having a bounce back game after dropping 0-4 to Energy. We approached 1.5 in. It is United up on offense, but all 3 players back here from Kansas City Pioneers. Going to dish it down, wrap it with a shot. Saved by Ajax and pops it up for his teammate in Tristan. So plenty of in support here from United, doing a really good job of supporting each other to bring this down. And then one to Mike, living up to the name, able to just carry that down with ease. Buys a whole lot of time for his teammates.
Unfortunately, you know, he was just a step in front of his teammates, and so he carries it down, you know, wastes some time, which at the end of the day, you have a goal, right? That's totally fine. But nobody really able to make the play off of it. 2 defenders here. So Tristan's shot looks wary. Well, a secondary opportunity. Gonna put it high. Unfortunate. I've been watching Tristan a lot. That's who my eyes have been on this set. I think other times that we've got a chance to watch E United, it's been on other players. I think that watching what the rest of the squad has been doing has been impressive, but here I gotta ask what the squad is doing. Wide open net, nobody home, and Rapid gets a free meal. Just where you at?
Yeah, it's a tough one here for E United. Tristan on that side wall. When he tries to redirect it back mid for a pass, he ends up playing it backwards towards his own net a little bit. So his entire team is pushed up a little bit too far, and it makes it wide open the other way. So you're pairing that with a missed touch, and no wonder why it's all tied up here. So difficult situation, gonna have to bounce back from that one.
Man, 2 minutes to go, 2 goals in total, split down the middle. This one, Rapid puts in a dangerous bounce right in front. And this, yeah, I mean, that's a nice serve up, but really it's just Rapid. We talk about like set plays not being a thing in Rocket League because of how quickly the game moves, but you still have to recognize sequences. And Rapid there knows how that ball's going to bounce off the ceiling, makes his shot, times it perfectly, and is able to put that at the back. Now, one more time, Memory, no one home, but that's a result of strong play from Kansas City. The first open net, I think, was an E United mistake. The second one, that's just good transitional play from Kansas City Pioneers.
Yeah, just really good heads-up play. You're seeing these develop, and unfortunately for E United, they're getting a little bit too predictable. And if you're going to make those plays happen, you got to do them with much faster pace. Otherwise, as you see, remember, he's going to jump in front of it, he's going to deny it and go the other way for a goal. So United trying to play a little bit more slow to control the pace of this game, but Kansas City Pioneers have adjusted well, as Beast Mode going to be able to bring this the other way, past 2 and almost a shot. His teammate can't get to it in time. It is going to go back the other way, and 3 players now on E United all sitting and waiting for this to develop. Goes into the midfield, and it's a shot. It looked like it was going to be a missed opportunity, but he just puts it in the back of the net.
This is what he does, man. Wonder Mike always finds the place to be. Beast Mode sends it, and right there, off of the other team. Wonder Mike just makes sure to show up, bud. That's what you got to do. United, 2-3. They've had some mistakes here, but that one was not going to be. Wonder Mike and squad now heading down the field. Tristan leading the charge. Doesn't even need to touch it himself, I don't think. Let's see the replay.
Ooh. Does he own goal off of that? Like, it looks like it barely hits Tristan and drops down on top of Rapid.
Yep. Yeah, it own goals. That's a situation, though, that, like, I'm not even being nice to the players here. I don't even look at that as an own goal. That's Tristan, like, using the enemy vehicle as an angle. You know what I mean? Like, there was no way that KCP could have done that or dealt with that.
Well, this is where we differ. I mean, you're rotating back to where the play is originating from. That's why you go across field instead. Obviously, he's trying to deny the boost from the player underneath them, but you got 2 players in the same spot there. Like, yeah, you're going to get punished for it, and maybe it's going to happen again here.
That's fair. I think. Gosh. Swing and a miss, strike 2. But I think the double up it was the problem there. Yeah. All right. I'll backspace that one for sure. A good save there from Beast Mode. 3 all at the moment. 10 seconds to go. Our first game brought us to OT, 1v1. Our second game looks to bring us to OT, 3v3. And an OT, Tristan with the last shot. Oh. An OT it will be. Let's go, baby.
Back to like overtimes, and a team that doesn't have to worry about overtimes. If we just got the word is energy. Their game differential is way too high, so they will find themselves in as the first seed, most likely. Obviously, they still got the rest of their match to play out, but with their circumstances, they are well solidified in. So congrats to them. We'll see them tomorrow in the final bracket. To watch United Kansas City Pioneers again, another overtime here in game number 2 in our last match of the day. Seeing if they can close it on out. A lot of gameplay to go and a lot of patience here from Rapid, trying to pass that up to Beast Mode. But in a dangerous position, still plenty of boost here to work with for E United, so no issues bringing it out. But now it's a 1v2 up to Wondermike, and he gets the flick. It's not a pretty one, but it will work. For E United now 2-0 in the series, that's a big deal.
Yeah, that's just a cup of the hand. But the fact that he goes for the bump as well, that's what makes that stuff impressive to me. Wondermike brings E United to their second victory here. And they are 2 games away. I believe, clarify for me, Lawler, E United wins the set. We see them tomorrow, right?
So it's a little bit weird of a circumstance. Obviously, right now, Energy is up 2-0 in their series. Their game differential is too good, no matter what happens, to where they will make it in, even if they go 2-1. So for E United right now, they're 1-1, and Down to Earth is also 1-1. So if Down to Earth somehow beats Energy, then there is some more circumstances that come into play. So for now, the biggest thing is winning you're in. That's essentially what you got to think about. Winning you're in.
Yeah.
Control your own fate. Unless
if Down to Earth beats
KCP.
Energy, yeah, if Down to Earth beats Energy, I'm gonna go buy a lotto ticket. So let me know. We'll see how it works out. But
I think that's fair. Fair.
Yeah, and I'm razzing the guys a little bit, but no disrespect for Down to Earth, who took down Kansas City Pioneers, which I think is a crown achievement in its own right. Down to Earth came through qualifiers, toppled teams that I think other people might have expected to be here over them. That's, if you're a team like Down to Earth, you always got to be confident, etc. But being realistic is key, and they've done a lot of work just to get here, and on the stage have done it. So it's been a fun Saturday. Ajax misses that angle by 2 degrees. Rapid bringing it downfield, pops it a little too high to maintain control. Up top is Beast Mode, sending it to teammate Rapid. Wondermike gets in the middle, bouncing in the corner, demo underneath. Wondermike has some help from above. Rapid's here and denies the opportunity from E United, who are looking for their 3rd win in as many games, and Beast Mode is standing in between them.
Yeah, big mistake. Obviously, Wondermike trying to get involved in that one. He wave dashes in to try to get and close a gap and utilize the saving of boost option with it. I think he only had like 10 in the tank, so unfortunately commits a little bit too hard. He bumps into his own teammate, and then you have another touch on the back corner. It's like one mistake after another.
Yeah.
No surprise that they get scored on. So Kansas City Pioneers capitalizing on a mistake and desperately needed here. They have to win out the rest of these 4 to even have a remote chance. So 4 in a row for Kansas City Pioneers. That's what they're hoping for right now.
Tristan and Wondermike sharing the ball. Wondermike shares it with Tristan. And the 1 to the 2 to the 2 to the 1. You love to see this type of team play here. Just fantastic. Oh, man, chef's kiss. That's the type of stuff. Mwah. That's the type of stuff I tune into Rocket League for.
I mean, he not only does he get the flip reset, he misses it. His teammate comes in to help him out, and then they pinch it together, too. So it's like...
Yeah. Like,
just...
Oh, man.
Doing what you can to get a goal. It's all that really matters is Rapid comes flying across. And what a touch. What a follow by Beast Mode. Way to be there and support. A big one here for Kansas City Pioneers as well.
Soft one comes in and, you know, teamwork. I love the streams cross, so to speak, and they bust down the goal there. 2 goals to 1 now. Kansas City Pioneers in the lead. Just over 3 minutes on the clock. Wondermike sends it to Ajax, lying down in the front field. Memory just looking at you. Okay, Tristan, when are you coming down? You're not shooting the ball anywhere.
I think that's
saves
smart.
the boost.
I mean, Kansas City Pioneers, too, in the past is, I mean, after playing, like, Energy, it's just, you can see that they're just like, I have to hit the ball, I have to go for it. And against other teams, like, you can just tell that difference, right? Where you're able to slow it down a little bit more. You don't have to go and challenge everything. And you get to do a little bit more of a comfort. So it is good to see that Kansas City Pioneers does have seemingly settled, but at the same time, I think that faster playstyle might benefit them and overwhelm United. Either way, they've got the lead right now, and that's all that matters. This ball in the corner. Beast Mode's able to play it across. It is going to be Memory that sweeps through to get another touch, but no boost for him. but it falls into his lap. There's been a couple touches like this where just soft. Oh, what a pass play. What a bar down. What a shot.
I was just about to say, it has been a soft touch game, and then this one comes through. Off the crossbar. The 3-1 is a tough hole to climb out of, but E United, if any team can do it versus Kansas City, E United's probably one of them. Tristan and Wonder Mike have been rather successful. And Beast Mode saves that one from trickling in. Beast Mode to memory. Wide on the right side, and Rapid combines. That's a 3-man play, and that's a 3-goal lead. Kansas City in position to take their first game of the contest.
Now, F. we talk about this all day. What do you recognize about this game that's different?
In what regard?
What game is it? What usually happens during this game? What transitions do we see? It's game 3, man. That's what happens. Game 3, they make those adjustments.
And it's working. It certainly is. Man. The thing is, you know, I haven't... Kansas City wind up with more goals here, but it doesn't look like they have figured out E United and neutralized it the way we have seen the other game 3s. That's usually what it's been. It's been about an adaptation to what the opponent is bringing. This time around, it just looks like Kansas City cracked their knuckles and went, this one goes to 11. And they've just pushed it up more so. That, like, truly not bringing the fire extinguisher, just trying to fire harder. And they've been successful in doing so, so I'm not here to argue against it. 4-1 speaks for itself.
I mean, honestly, when you're talking about Kansas City Pioneers, that is their adjustment. Play faster is what it feels like. As unfortunately, it is going to get intercepted here. Only 47 seconds left. It does allow them to be at least in striking distance. That's just a good cross-field challenge. You got a player who's trying to rotate out, but you got 2 players defending. Why not sweep in and give them a chance? So smart play here from E United. And as a follow-up, Energy has officially solidified themselves as they get yet another win in their other match. And because of that, for E United, win and you're in. And with 42 seconds and another goal, it's looking more and more likely. What a pre-jump from Tristan. Why are you there? What?
All right, 1 goal. 1 goal to tie it. United in a good spot here. We're going to start with Ajax, interrupted by Beast Mode. 3 turnarounds, and Ajax retains possession. One to Mike off the ceiling. Ajax slower than Beast Mode, so the ball on blue side, shot on goal, going to be blocked out by Tristan, coming from right to left. One to Mike, dribbling down by himself. 3 players commit, and it's blocked, but where's the follow-up? There it is! 4-all with 12 seconds to go!
For a game that has always gone to overtime in the series, why not here as well, F. First, today has been a day.
Yes.
We talked about it being a nail-biter. I didn't think it was going to be like this, F. I'll tell you that much.
I mean, I seen that triple commit, and I just knew. I was like, if somebody from United's in position, we're going to OT. And OT, it will be. The first time was 1-1. The second time was 3-3. Now it's 4-4. E United have taken both games prior to this one. The table's set. Who's going to eat? E United, shot on goal, right side, a little wide. Ajax looks for a second chance. Won't be able to grab it. Tristan keeps it on Kansas City's side of the field until that moment. Ajax luckily in the right spot. Well, the boomer goes towards the net. Rapid does the same, and now it's anybody's ball.
Yeah, interested to seeing how he's going to dissect that play. Obviously, a demo here could be a big one, but it's not there. Pressure comes across. You know, Rapid obviously had plenty of time in that corner, and had a lot of boost, so I'm not sure if he wanted to clear it out right away or if he wanted to buy some time for his teammates. Wonder if the communication told him to kind of hold it. Either way, plenty of time to work with. It is going to be Memory who dumps that across. But one of Mike is there, and immediately Tristan recognizes it, spreads out, and tries to give him some space. This is going to be Ajax left solo on defense. It's a good 50 for Kansas City Pioneers as it goes over the top. So this is where we're going to start to see United. They all spread out. They all get into a position and hope that they can attack from every single angle. Despite that, Kansas City Pioneers, again, a really good job of breaking it out the other way. And this is where they start to work in demos, so pay attention to that. See if it can open something up. Otherwise, it's just a good shot and a save here from Tristan on the back end. But it's another follow-up save by Ajax. One after another, shot after shot. And United finding themselves under pressure. They break on out.
Great
Tristan
defense.
with the solo. Can he get over the top? Can he get underneath? Is the follow-up there for Wonder Mike? They put it away! 3 overtimes, 3 wins for United. They find themselves at match point.
Oh my goodness. You talk about clawing back into this one. 3 overtimes, and you want to know what? I bet you if we talked to Wonder Mike, he'd sit there and go, never concerned. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, this E United team making it look like they wanted to go to overtime 3 games in a row. Real smooth stuff here from the red, white, and blue. Of course, Kansas City Pioneers, again, they are winless in this set so far, but to say that they have been lying down would be absolutely incorrect. These guys are looking strong, just 1 inch too short the whole time.
Now, some updates and thanks to production for obviously keeping it in our ear here. Now, all of these teams, obviously between United and Down to Earth, we're at, in this circumstance, 1-1 or 0-2 in Kansas City Pioneers' save. Even if Kansas City Pioneers wins this, as they put in a goal here and a great start to this comeback, even if all these teams go 1-1, the best they can do is a 1-game differential, which would neutralize where E United is at their spot. So, from what it sounds like, it looks like United has guaranteed their spot going here, 3 up. But I don't want to be 100% sure on that until I get the A-OK. So as of right now, I'm pretty sure from what it looks like that United has secured them spots. They were the 8th seed coming into today. I said that in quotations at the beginning of the day. And it's looking, yeah, we're 100% on it. So thanks for production for confirming, but United has made it in. They're just playing for fun at this point. And I don't know if they know that or not yet, but yeah, United's making it in, and 8th seed, no, they're making it in as top 2 in their group.
You love to see it. Wonder Mike ties us up at 1-1 early on. And so this will be for all the marbles. United snatching this set away if they take the game. And like you said, already confirmed for tomorrow, our single elimination bracket. Everybody loves the whole Swiss and round robin stuff. I'm an old school sports guy. Single elimination. Lose, go home, man.
That's my guy.
Lose and go home. Yes.
Dude,
give me some finality.
World Championships are amazing for that reason, and the same reason why I love it so much here is because when you're looking at it, on the final day, no team has an advantage. You both won all your matches. Nobody's lost yet. You come in, both with momentum. Who's the better team? Let's do this. And I love it. So I'm right there with you, man. I'm a big fan of single elim. I've been a huge fan of it ever since we implemented it into the Premier stuff. So glad to see it here again, too. And the best part is if things go the way they are, we got Envy versus United and Energy versus Alpine. That's how we're starting tomorrow.
Sunday is going to be a fantastic day. Make sure to join us same time, same place. WSOE on Twitch. And Kansas City Pioneers memory continues to serve. He's looked good all day, Lawler.
Yeah, I talked about his consistency and what he brings to Kansas City Pioneers. I mean, it's not just controlling the midfield and locking it down on defense and helping with transitions. You know, that contrast you were talking about between Kansas City Pioneers and like a team like Alpine. But he can move up on offense and score as well. It's what makes him such a threat, is he's not afraid to be that confident player and move upfield and help out. So, yeah, I mean, we've been singing his praises for a while. I think he's still underrated, and I hope people continue to turn heads of why he is so impactful for this team, as we've seen him tie up how many games just today alone. Definitely an underrated player in my opinion.
Tristan playing defense as Kansas City sends shot after shot after shot. And a fourth one after shot. The fourth one goes in. Memory continues to serve. 3 above 1 here for Kansas City. As we're 2:40 left to go. More than enough time to E United to bring us to a 4th overtime. But Kansas City certainly looking good and looking better. Beast mode punches another.
Yeah, I think this one too is obviously, whether they know it or not, United already qualifying. It's more so a thing of pride. Obviously, these players want to play it out to the fullest of their capability, show that competitive integrity, and rightfully so. I mean, Kansas City Pioneers came here with a thing to prove as a invited team, and you know, I think it's just credit to everybody. We've seen parity throughout both groups already, and even more so here. I mean, to say like United dominated Kansas City Pioneers, even though we still got plenty of game to go, it's 3 overtimes. Like, it doesn't get closer than that. So, yeah, it's been an exciting day. We're still in the tail end of it all. And we appreciate you guys all coming and joining us. And obviously, FDOT's been an absolute pleasure with you today. Fallout's been crushing it as well. But as we kind of close out this series, as a demo opens it up and a good shot here. 2:03 left in the game. I mean, if they do it again, man, it's got to be 5 goals, right? 5 apiece? I think that's how that works.
Yeah, we got to keep going up, man. As close as this one has been, the energy set off screen has been anything but. Down to Earth is down for the count. 4-0 for energy in their set. Again, we'll see them tomorrow.
They put up 3 OTs, man. It was 3 OTs. So.
Yeah. Worth it. Worth it. United here on the back foot one more time. One to Mike, slows it down, pops it up, goes for the air dribble above the opposition. Just barely can't get it above beast mode. Ajax here though, pops it up again. United keeps slowing it down. Ajax tees up one to Mike, who sends it into the right-hand corner. Help from Tristan, not going to be enough. Now by himself. Rapid. Can't confirm. Until the second time.
Yeah, I was curious to see on how it was going to play out. United did a really good job of denying 2 clears with challenges in front of Kansas City Pioneers net, but that was just a hard read. You got 2 players kind of coming in for a shot. Which one do you go for the save? Yeah. The real answer is you go for the ball. I mean, you can't watch that shot develop, so tough position and good counterattack by Kansas City Pioneers. Shows why they're
I think that's the dagger.
Yeah, I think they're going to close this one out, and rightfully so. I think they're playing really well. Adjustments being made, and I think the comeback there in game number 3 for United was kind of a weird one. And I didn't know if it was going to demoralize Kansas City Pioneers to just be like, you know what, it's over, we're done. But, I mean, power to them as a beautiful shot from Ajax, getting a scoop underneath to play that over. I mean, we said it wasn't possible last time, and then we hit this time limit, and it happened. So, I don't know, man.
That's
true.
Know. That you know what? That is true. I thought the 4th goal or the 5th goal was the dagger, and then we get a smooth move like that. A midair demo. Blue sends it towards the goal.
Okay.
What am I too high? Oh man, if one to Mike brought us to a 4-5, I think it would be inevitable that we get tied at 5. I'm not gonna lie, but with that denial here, I think it's a little bit more of a pipe dream. Ajax with control, but the end of game number 4 in the hands of Kansas City Pioneers. Clean and clear, and perhaps most importantly, okay, beast mode. Now you're just styling on him. But get him while you can. United giving up 1 game is realistic. But with the way that they've played this one, winning every single overtime, dominant isn't the word that I can use because Kansas City has absolutely danced and has come back and won a game. But things just have wound up on E United's side. And I think a lot of it has to do with their stick-to-itiveness, the ability to maintain control and do what it is they do. Speaking of which, Energy doing exactly that. Energy will join Envy and Alpine Esports, already confirmed here for tomorrow. And then, as you said, I think it's E United that's confirmed here with the respects to game differential.
Yep. Yeah, the way that it's looking out, obviously United going up 3. The worst they can do is a -1 in game differential if Kansas City Pioneers comes all the way back here. So, because that, their game differential right now would be put to -2, and Kansas City Pioneers would then bump up. So the way that it plays out with game differential, goal differential, and everything else, I'm pretty sure United is solidified. So that is the word I've gotten from production. So that's what we're going with. So United, congratulations again. You're gonna go up against Envy, another team who has yet to drop a series. So the #1 seed's looking absolutely dominant. I mean, I'm not saying I'm surprised, but without the seeds being the way they, oh my gosh. God, this ball ending in front of the net the way that it is.
We call that a scrum. Just a whole mess of players scrambling for the ball. Beast Mode sends one scrambled towards the goal. Not going to find it, though. Ajax bumped out of the way. And the ball tossed to the other side of the field. Kansas City Pioneers in control now. Tristan looking to change that. Coming down the field. Popped up by Yellow. Off the top. One to Mike. No teammates. There's an... Oh, I thought that was going to be blocked. Tristan too far in the net. And Rapid takes it. Oh, man. Off of the assist from Memory. A beautiful one at that. And Tristan just a hair too slow. I really thought he was going to defend that one, Lawler. I really did.
Yeah, it was really close, but again, making it count. Shots on target, applying that pressure. It's a big one, and I've got some things I want to say, but I don't know if they're true or not yet, so I'm just going to bite my tongue until I confirm it the next time you talk, because I got to do some math. But in the meantime, it's super close here. I mean, Kansas City Pioneers is putting up a fight. I mean, to be down this much and still fend back, I think is a true test of their merit. So no matter what happens, congratulations to them. Obviously, the 3 OTs and everything else that's gone on. Yeah. This one's going to roll across and trying to shadow it. It is kept on the other side and shot up high. Unfortunately, not there. If he plays that a little bit closer, maybe it could be off the backboard for his teammate. But United, other than a couple mistakes here and there, Kansas City Pioneers have been keeping them at bay.
Doing it to him. This is a much different game than we've seen. Again, not because Kansas City is playing well. Kansas City has played well the entire set. This is different in that low scoring, low action. Usually, what we've seen here so far has been neck and neck goal scores, careening dual man plays, and a 1-0 with 2:30 to go is not the motif that was set earlier today. So, a surprising game number 5 here. Blocked by Ajax. Memory gonna continue. But it's all about United at this moment in time. Beast Mode booms it out. A weird bounce, a better hit, and Memory is able to put number 2 on the board. All around the defender. This is why you pass the ball. Look. Look at one to Mike. He goes left, he goes right. Neither is the correct answer. There's too many offensive players there. And it's 2 goals to none.
It feels so weird to me because this is the Kansas City Pioneers I expected, right? Like, you and I both came in and they're like, oh yeah, they're 0-2. This is really weird. But the reason why it's so weird is because we expect this level of control and pressure and shots coming in from Kansas City Pioneers, and I wish I could hear their comms and be like, yo, what changed? What has been the flipping of the switch for you guys? Because right now, they're looking like the dominant team. So, you ready to hear the math that I was trying to do?
I mean, I guess so. Lay it on us.
So, right now, the game differential is -1 for United. And for Kansas City Pioneers is -3. So, if Kansas City Pioneers wins and United loses, Kansas City Pioneers goes up by 1 and United goes down by 1, which means both their game differentials would be -2, which means they're tied at 1-2. And then Kansas City Pioneers would have the head-to-head, which is the next tiebreaker, which would mean Kansas City Pioneers qualifies. So it is not over, if I am correct.
Okay. All right.
Production says, quote, "I'm dumb," and then other words, so I guess I figured it out. So that is 100% correct. So Kansas City Pioneers, if they reverse sweep, we'll make it in. This is far from over, unless I jinx it now.
Yeah, Wonder Mike heard you. Wonder Mike heard you. And look at this, just a complete turnaround for the shot. Kansas City had 2 players going downfield, only one to play D, and Wonder Mike was there first. Kickoff's good. The United lose control. 3 players on 1. Tristan trying to keep it. Again, just a 1-goal game. 25 seconds. Totally enough time. Ajax is here. Memory separates the teams by 2.
That's a big goal as well. And what an effort by Memory. And that seems to be like, that replay to me is describing why Kansas City Pioneers is winning. You've got a player looking at the ball, waiting for it to develop, and then you've got Memory just flying in, ready to charge. So that seems to be the difference. The urgency that is coming from Kansas City Pioneers is why they're still alive in this game.
Alive? Good words. Kansas City thought they were going to get scored on there.
That's a
Tristan watches the last one go in there. Woof. Kansas City Pioneers going to take this one, bring us to a 3-2 set score.
So
and the question
now
is,
that we know it's winning in F-Dot, we've got some serious things to discuss, because you've been 1 game away from winning twice now. That's kind of scary for the mentality if you just keep dropping those over and over again. So
see,
that
for
reverse
me,
sweep's looking more and more likely, man.
For me, I don't think it's scary till game 7. Like, you just have so many strikeouts remaining, right? Yeah, you call them extra lives. I love that term. Like, you just have all these opportunities. Okay, man. Yeah, whoops. Okay, man. Whoops. You know, they still have 1 to burn. But when you get to that game 7, I think that one's the game.
But you've had 2 whoopsies, right? You go into game 6, you get scored on first. How you feeling?
I'm feeling like it's still my game to win. But now here's the thing.
You're a confident son of a I commend your mentality. Yeah.
But here's the deal. It's you know, the double-edged blade is as confident as I feel in that game 6. If we take it to the game 7, it for me might as well be an auto lose. Like, that is such a different phenomenon for me. Like, you've been on match point, you strike out, oh no. You miss it again, oh no. But then you come through here for that secondary shot, and if you make it to 7, it's, man. So I think United have to win it here. I think this has to be the case. United got to win.
Yeah, I think that's what's scary about it too. And I mean, credit to Kansas City Pioneers. Throughout the entire time in their group, they've been behind and battling back and getting close. If it happens again where they battle back and then fall short again, I mean, credit to United for being able to stay through it, because that's not a fun mental place to be. But at the same time, for Kansas City Pioneers, that's like a jab to the gut. Like, that one hurts. So yeah, this is kind of a make or break, I think, for United here. Either they do it here and they close it out, and if they start to get from behind, that mentality is going to really hurt. It's going to be up to their coach. I'm pretty sure it's Roldiz that's going to help out with that. So, or no, it's not Roldiz anymore. He's on Sonics, I think. They're somewhere. roster changes are everywhere. I forget who their coach is right now, but let me look that up. It's Subban. It's Subban. It's always been Subban. But yeah, for Subban, Subban's got a lot of experience, so hopefully he can keep these guys level because I think it's a really big deal. This one's going to be exciting though, man. There's a lot on the line here, so let's get back into it.
What could be the final game? United up 3, Kansas City 2. The Kansas City has won those 2 in a row, and the 3 games that United have won, all 3 went to overtime. So the big picture stats can be a little bit deceiving. United, though, trying to set a statement. Tristan here shoves one in, and just that's how you want to start it out. Sneaks it past beast mode. All right, that's the style of game we're playing.
Yeah, I think that's a really good trendsetter here for United. Normally they've been playing, catch up in the past couple of games. So for them to come out of the gate, where normally Kansas City Pioneers is really aggressive on their kickoffs, I think is a really big deal. So trying to control the pacing a little bit and stop some of these touches. Some of these touches that are getting kicked back to their own end have been detrimental. So I think early goal, minimizing the mistakes, that's going to be the big ones here.
Memory gets walked past, basically gives it to Wonder Mike, who then finds the back of the net. United coming in here real hot. Wonder Mike just drives it on home. That was a dangerous spot for Rapid to be, and he winds up assisting United in their second goal in 1 minute. United maintain control as they put it on offense. Kansas City undeterred. Rapid has an opportunity, blocked out by Tristan from the teammate underneath. Beast mode comes on back, blocks out what United's going to do that time. Rapid sends the ball to a teammate, up, down, and the members of United awaiting, plays it safe, double tap not available. Kansas City almost faked. I think United almost faked themselves there, Lawler.
Yeah, a little bit close on that
City's
one.
Offense.
Yeah, and I mean that's just Kansas City in general. When you see these guys flying at the shot, as a bit of a fireworks show comes out here to stop the play from developing. Talking about those shots from United and Kansas City Pioneers, both threatening when these guys are up high, and I guess one way to stop that and alleviate it is to get rid of them altogether. So a good play here as it falls to Tristan. Plenty of boost. He's going to play it past and into the midfield. Make it past 2. But the difference I'm seeing from United here is that urgency I was talking about from Kansas City Pioneers. It definitely feels like there's a little bit more urgency to the ball. Is this one going to go in? And good check back from Rapid. That one looked like it possibly been saved top left, but back flips out and then is here for this one. What a touch.
Oh, man. Yeah, that second look we have it in the replay really shows how important that touch was. Just barely getting by the defender. Kansas City turns their goose egg into a 1. And just like that, we find ourselves within striking distance to the black and yellow. United now trying to deal with Kansas City, who continues to push things forward. One more time, United, shots too high. Secondary chance won't be there. Kansas City in transition, brings it back, but snatched away by United. Tristan up high into the left, blocked away. Thought we might have gotten a chance to see Wonder Mike off the rebound, but no such chance. Kansas City now controlling. Rapid pauses, stops it down. Teammate up top, can't find the angle. And just like that, denied by United.
Yeah, a little bit weird seeing Ajax go for that one. I saw you see that streak of boost that came flying by. It looked like you wanted to read it off the backboard, but again, not sure why they're playing so aggressive to these pre-jumps. Like, you've got a lead. There's no reason to put yourself in those positions, because if you do, you're going to get punished. Kansas City Pioneers, a big one here to equalize.
Pop. 2-2. Okay, why should I expect anything less? You know, I'll reveal what I was thinking. I thought United, okay, you guys You guys let a couple go. Now you turn it up. And Kansas City said, nope, nope, nope. And it surprised me a little bit. E United fighting back into this. Ajax high. Second shot from the teammate, blocked by Beast Mode. Up top, Tristan to Ajax. And another member of Kansas City gets in the way. Great defensive set here from KCP. Now transitioning into offense from one side of the field to the other. Memory puts it in. 3-2.
That's just a fantastic read in the midfield. And for Wonder Mike, he's got to put that more towards target. You've got no one there. You got a man rotating back. You can't dish it there. You got to check to see where you're passing first or possibly take that solo. They get punished for it. That's what Kansas City Pioneers have been doing so great so far, is punishing mistakes. And the slowness is Memory right off the kickoff. Again, that duo back here in action.
Again, just off the kickoff. That one's going to be dangerous. 3-2. E United can do it. 107, 4-2. Possible. I don't love the situation if you're an E United fan. If you're a Kansas City fan, again, win and you're in. Kansas City have to win this game and then another one. And I said before, if Kansas City brings us to a Game 7, I expect the victory to go to Kansas City. I still believe that. United looking to prevent that circumstance. Up top, good angle. No! Just off the goal line. And that might be it. One to Mike here. Memory there. 30-second warning. Rapid sets up the teammate. The bounce pass is good. And that's the dagger. Beast Mode lines up for number 5 for the Pioneers. And there's no climbing out of this one. Whoa.
Now let's talk about it, F-Dot. I mentioned Game 6. It's an important one. They go up 2-0. The confidence should be there. They're like, all right, let's close this one out. And now they're dealing with the complete opposite. All that confidence, all that momentum that they're starting to have is shut down, and they get 5 unanswered. 5. You go into Game 7, mentally you cannot be in a good place. So, as someone that's a competitor, someone that likes these moments, what kind of pep talk are you going to give United to be like, it's not over. Win and we're in.
I mean, here's the deal. I said, if I'm on the team, I'm the type of player that needs to pep talk, because I think getting reverse swept is the inevitability if we make it a Game 7. But if I'm the coach, Lawler, reset.
Hit him with it.
Shake the Etch-a-Sketch. Just, all right, guys, you know what? We had a fun scrim. We just played some games back and forth that didn't mean anything. In order to make it to tomorrow, you got to win a best of 1, a single game set. I don't care what happened. I don't care how many they scored on you. I don't care how many ankles were broken. I don't care what you were thinking 15 minutes ago. You know what I care about? These next 5 minutes. I said 5. I don't even want to go to OT. You're a better team than them. Put it in and put it down. 1 game set for Sunday.
Well, if that doesn't motivate E United, I don't know what will. Unfortunately for them, they're going to have to listen to their own coach, not F-Dot, because man's going to be taken off the free agency here shortly. Either way, man, you said it best. 5 minutes, that's all it is. Win and you're in. That applies to both of these teams. Kansas City Pioneers, a potential reverse sweep after being
insane
at the start of the day, 0-2 in their group. A lot on the line for them. They've been clawing back more and more, and you know, United, they looked like they were going to close it out. Honestly, 2-0, thought they had it. But 5 unanswered, it's up to Rapid here. See if he can put it down. A good save by Ajax into the midfield. As it is Kansas City Pioneers that is going to be able to play a lot of offense.
Listen, man, I live in Atlanta. I know what it's like to see a lead slip through your fingers, okay?
Oh, no.
Right now, E United kind of lining up like that. I'm just saying, it looks like familiar territory.
It's happened so many times this season, too, man. Like, it just doesn't end.
Well, that one is how you turn it around. E United are able to go ahead and put the first goal up here in game number 7. So somebody talked him up. And you know what? Again, I said this, I don't know if it was earlier in this set or earlier in the day in general, but having Ajax be the guy, because all this stuff we're talking about mental position, your young guns are more likely to be there most of the time. And so Ajax being the one, all right, guys, look, hey, I can do it. You guys are better than me, man. If I can score it, y'all can do it. No problem. Wonder Mike internalizing that, bringing it down the field. That's the type of attitude the guys on United need to have if they want to close this one out. Across the way, though, Kansas City, they got to sit here and be like, all right, look at what we've done. And even in the games that United took, we brought them to an OT. There is no reason that Kansas City can't make this one happen as well. Truly anyone's game here in number 7, not just commentator cliche. This one is up in the clouds for me.
Back and forth again we go, and United's been able to hold on to that lead for quite a bit. I'm trying to slow it down and bring it solo, but it's been a lot of the 50s of that man, as well as the tying up after kickoffs and Memory, who is the clear MVP for me today with the way that he's playing, to essentially will his team. I guess maybe not the MVP of the day, but definitely for his team. It's a big clear downfield. It is going to be Memory back on defense, who plays into the corner to Rapid. Get boosted up, and it's going to be pushed back the other way. A little bit of boom ball here, trying to waste as much time as possible, but has a pretty strong feeling here, F-Dot, that one goal is not going to be enough for either of these teams. As slowing down by Beast Mode, he's going to go for the fake, and he keeps it out.
Ooh, United combine everybody in the same spot. Almost a quadruple commit. I get there's only 3 players, but they were all in the same spot. United now breathing a sigh of relief that they're out of that nonsense and sending it downfield. Left side, Rapid. Shot on goal. And Rapid's gonna pop it up one more time. 1:30 on the clock here. More than enough time for Kansas City to score a goal. And they'll do just that. Memory popped it in. Tie game.
That's just a great touch, and for Memory, minimal boost on that one as well. He's supposed to be rotating out into defense, but again, for those that do not play at the high level, there is really no rotation. It is next man up. Who's the closest? Who makes the call? And in that circumstance, Memory makes the perfect one. He puts it away, ties it back within 1. A minute 20 left on the clock. Big clear downfield by United. Straight to beast mode. You have expectations he's going to bounce that one back, but ends up going high to his teammate. Read well in the midfield. And a double commit here by United. Should be dangerous. It's up high. Beast mode. Going to play it into the corner. It goes back across and a good doink downfield. Ajax is going to let this one develop. That's a really good touch there by Memory. It makes it difficult for any of the players on United to get a read. Bumped off. Tristan without boost is going to have to rotate out.
Thought about it. Tristan, that is. He thought about making the play on goal. Low boost. Decided against it. Wonder if that was the right choice. Wasn't the wrong choice. But better is always the question mark. Kansas City, slowly, step by step, making it downfield like a football team. United, doing their best to play linemen, block that whole nonsense. Rapid now, turning up the pace, quicker. Coming down the left side, again, United getting involved. Tristan, loose shot on goal, blocked. Not really much effort expended there. Ball still in front of the goal. One more shot, and Lawler, what a surprise. Game 1, 2, and 3, all OT. Kansas City Pioneers claw back with 3 consecutive, and Game 7, another overtime, and it's over! Kansas City Pioneers, the reverse sweep. We'll see you on Sunday.
There is 3 overtimes, and United gets every single one, but the one that matters most, of course, off a kickoff, it's Memory. He puts it away. That's probably his 20th of the day. What a clutch play here from Kansas City Pioneers. And they move on, and we will see them tomorrow in Championship Sunday.
Insanity. Just insanity. sanity. The idea of you lose those first 3 in overtime, that's got to take gas out of you. Except not. The reverse sweep, Fallout. How you feeling after that one?
God, we started the day after match 1 with Lawler saying, hey, Fallout, what do you think about Rocket League? You know, your first time working a Rocket League event. And then we end with the best nightcap I could have possibly imagined. Kansas City Pioneers. I've been hyping them up all day long. I talked to them earlier. Memory, Beast Mode, Rapid, Dapper as a substitute. They do it. They do the impossible. They complete the reverse sweep, and they punch their ticket to Championship Sunday. What a story, boys. I'm lost for words, Lawler. I am.
Yeah, it's been an interesting day. We talk about parity in the Rocket League scene, and you got the 8th seed in United, 8th seed going all the way. They up 3-0, overtimes and everything. Like, that's what's amazing about Rocket League. Anybody can win on any given day. You always talk about the opportunity where it counts until the very last second. Ball touching the ground is when it ends. That's what this entire game, this last series felt like. The ball just never hit the ground. It was just constant going, and I'm out of words, man. It's been a long day. We've been here for 7.5 hours. There's been a lot of Rocket League.
That's true. You guys been casting the whole time. Hey, can we give a quick shout out? Love in the chat for F. and Lawler real quick. Please in the chat. You guys have been killing it all day long. Kudos to y'all. Let's take a look, though, because guess what? We're going to do it all over again tomorrow. 4 matches, though, this time around. We got Envy versus KC Pioneers. Can the Cinderella story, the 0-2 KC Pioneers going into the 3rd match, wins it? Can they continue that Cinderella story, or will clock strike midnight? Meanwhile, NRG versus Alpine saying, hey, Fallout, what about us? We qualified at 1-2. Can we beat the Titans? I don't know, man. NRG's pretty good, F.
It's going to be an uphill battle for Alpine for sure. Kansas City, though, this is the team that is, you said Cinderella story. They've been repeatedly putting up fairy tales. We'll see if this one adds to the anthology.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Craziness. Lawler, you know, I want to hear from you, man. Crazy day across the board. We, of course, have a crazy bracket tomorrow. I think you're probably looking forward to that KC versus Envy match as much as I am, but anything else?
Yeah, I think it's awesome to see that obviously you have these open qualifier teams come in and make a statement. You know, they didn't just roll over and take it. Kansas City Pioneers is literally qualifying at the very last second. So, again, credit to everybody who came in and showed up, but we've got some more matches tomorrow, and this is our top-seeded teams. These are all our invitational teams that are coming out to battle.
That's right. Those are our invitational top-seeded teams, but this is Rocket League Esports, ladies and gentlemen. The most hype esport, I gotta say, with the ball in it. There you go. I just had to clarify that because I cast some other esports. Most hype esport with the ball in it, hands down. No, I'm just kidding. It's a great esport across the board, and today showed you exactly why. I mean, 4 overtimes there in that matchup, and in the end, Kansas City Pioneers does it. They do it with style. I'm so excited for tomorrow, guys, but we got to wrap something up today. We got to wrap up our winners of the Papa John's Pizza Pack bundles. Congratulations to Funky Monkey and Slushy77. You are the winners of our Papa John's bundle. Make sure to follow us on WSOE. We'll get in touch with you ASAP, and we'll be giving you your giveaway winners. We'll be shipping you the hat. We'll be shipping you the t-shirt, the 2 masks, the $15 or $30 gift card. Awesome stuff, courtesy of Papa John's. Don't forget, you, every single one of y'all watching, can use code WSOE25 at checkout. If you're hungry, you're looking for some dinner at 6 o'clock here in Chicago, 7 o'clock in Long Island, where F. is, 4 o'clock in Pacific time. That's about dinner time, my friends. F. Something tells me you're going to be getting some more Papa John's tonight.
Yeah. I mean, yes, I will be getting some Papa John's. I will be using WSOE 25. I'm in Atlanta, but Long Island's always close.
Oh, my bad.
I feel you.
Forgot you're in Atlanta. You're from New York. I forgot you're in Atlanta. The whole Chicago deep dish New York pizza thing, I was still thinking about that. I want to ask you guys before we wrap up for the night. That's not true. I want to ask you before we wrap up, Lawler, any final words for you as we wrap up today?
No, phenomenal. We appreciate you guys. Obviously, haven't been able to pay attention to chat or anything like that because we've been busy. But again, it's always a pleasure that you guys come in and tune in for these events. It's always been a pleasure. Cast alongside F. all day today has been an absolute treat. Paul, you've been crushing it as host, but we've got a whole lot more action tomorrow. We're just getting started.
Exactly right. F. How about you?
Yeah, same here. You know, I think Saturday lived up to the hype. We got to see some of the qualifier teams stand up and shout up. At the end of the day, the invitational teams are coming through. The storylines are here. The teams are better. The games are even better than that. Lawler, Fallout, Y'all are the GOATs. I'm excited for tomorrow.
Simply well said, F. Dot. And guess what? We are very excited for tomorrow. It is the playoffs. It is Championship Sunday. We've been saying it all day long, but any given Sunday, anything is possible. NRG, the best team in Rocket League, will be looking to take it. However, Envy with Turbo coming from that NRG squad, the 4-time champions looking to say otherwise. Or will it be Alpine, the unexpected squad, relatively new esports organization to Rocket League? Will they take it? Or will it be the Cinderella story? Kansas City Pioneers, can they do it? Can they beat Envy? That is the question. We will find out tomorrow. Be here or be square. Fallout, F. Dot, and Lawler signing out.